Okay, I'm going to say, can you all hear me? First off, just check there, and then I'm going to try this again because. Okay, so you can hear me, but you didn't hear the intro. That's bizarre. Hold on one second. I'm just gonna. Hmm. Good morning, good morning. Okay, before we get started, I gotta check audio one more time. I'm gonna just put something on to see if it comes through besides me. Let me just check the. Okay. Sorry to be so, okay. Okay, it says, okay, let me just try this. Let's see if you can hear this. Um, okay, there we go. All right, so at least we have that. Oh, shoot, I didn't know other people were having the same trouble with that. That's very, very strange. I did not know that there was an audio issue with a lot of people. All right. They're getting started right away. I see that there's people in the courtroom. I'm gonna bring it up for you guys and make sure that you can hear it. Good morning to everyone who's joining us. Let's just see if there's sound yet. There's not. Okay. So mm, no sound yet. There's just people. Okay. Well, looks like we're gonna be starting on time today. 9:30 with the court. We're about 6 minutes away now. Just enough time to say good morning and to thank those of you that came to the political stream last night. You know, thank you, Rapper. Nice to see you. Um, and look at the trees. Nice of you to be here. Robsy, good morning or good afternoon, sir. Sandy. Oh, tomorrow, kiddo. Hi, I found you on Instagram. I followed you back. T King, always createful, always good to see you. Sandy, Shill, again, thank you. I did not know this was a problem throughout YouTube in regards to the sound. Um, yeah, you could hear me talking, but the intro when you first come on, now that's like bizarre. I don't know what's going on with that at all. Because I checked everything. I don't even know why it doesn't pick up right away with them. Um, yeah. Hi, Godless Granny. It's good to see you also. Anna, nice of you to be here too. Mm, Well, today, huh? No, I'm quite excited about the play, the play-by-play going on between the prosecution and the defense right now. Yesterday, yesterday was quite quite the day. Quite a few witnesses. Quite a few things came to light that I wasn't even aware of at the time, just following the trial. If you go to yesterday's stream, those of you that are here, you may not want to go back, but what I've done for ease later is if you have a question in regards to anyone's testimony, Always Grateful has helped me and myself. We have gone in and we have time stamped each one of the when each witness comes on, and I will do the same thing with today's stream too. It makes it better for if you want to go and check things later. We had a question yesterday on whether or not Alex Murdaugh had said that he had checked the body, and I can't find him saying it, of course. There's talk about it with the first responders and all. I'm still looking into it. I'm trying to find out where it's coming from. Uh, Hey, Shill. Steffi is going to hang out the NHL team in Winnipeg Jets, and she loved it last year. Aw, it's cute. She flutters her long eyelash. That is cute. And good morning, Steffi. Good morning. And thanks for the trigger warnings, guys. Um, I don't know how they did. Do you know which accounts they are that I can talk to Autistic Shill about the sound not happening? I want to know what they did to fix it. Um, I'd really like to not have that issue tomorrow. My intros are so good with mocking media and counter talk. Yeah, they do so much, such excellent work, and I hate that it doesn't get shown. Mm, mm. I'm gonna make it very interesting, isn't it? Well, anyway, what are you looking forward to today? Anything in particular? I mean, have you seen any of the articles? I've been reading the articles from Fitz News. Um, there's a lot of talk locally. People were actually expecting that Creighton Waters was going to have a much more difficult time opening this case against Murdoch and actually presenting it against such a contender in legal as the Harpootlian. And actually, what I saw yesterday was a very strong prosecution, a very well laid out case. They were working together quite well, everyone on their game, their points and counterpoints in regards to questioning with the witnesses was very nice to see, quite inspiring. And it seems that the defense, although coming into the case strong because they had packed quite a bit of the evidence already, with motions and procedure, and they had it appeared to be a very strong counterpoint coming through. But yesterday, what I saw in the performance of the defense was a little faltering. It did not seem as strong as it was anticipated. But then that's what happens with these things. You can only anticipate so much, and then the real deal starts going on, and that's what matters. What plays out now in front of the jury is the only thing that matters. What gets put into evidence, what they get to see, and that's what's going to be most important. It's the only thing that matters in deciding the case. What they see, how it gets them. Yeah. Always Creation says, right now I am looking forward to finding my notes because they are not in the usual space. You were up late, ma'am. I got the message from you quite late. So, you're muffling in and out. Let me just see what I can do about that. Thanks for letting me know because sometimes, with the mic, it's not the best. Going in and out of it. Okay, hold on. Hmm, I don't know what that's gonna do. Uh, is that any better? Is that any clearer by we'll keep messing with it until we get it right. When you say going in and out, is it roboting at all? Or is it just maybe my tone? Um, or it's always something. How about now? Is it any clearer? And I'm hoping so. It's the same. Okay. All right. Hmm. How about now? Is that any better at all? Mm. I'm just gonna keep messing with it until we get something going on here. Yeah? Thank you. Well, let's hope. All right, so better, a little bit more clear, I hope. Um, what did I do? I pushed one button that shouldn't have anything to do with it, but apparently there was just something open on my bar, my browser bar that was grabbing the mic unfairly. Mm, believe it or not, that's all it took. Okay, let's just. Okay. Yeah, that's all it was. That's all it was. Let's see. Okay. Still waiting for them to start. Nothing coming through on the feed yet. I'm sorry, your kitty is still not doing well, Anna. Uh, we got good thoughts. We do. So, what did you rewatch always? Did you hear anything in regards to the mentioning of what he did, what Alex Murdaugh, whether he touched the bodies or not, or checked for pulses? Because I couldn't find anything. I was looking too, but I didn't go through the whole testimony. I think it might have been in the beginning testimony from the first responder, from either the first witness or the second witness, you know? But I'm not, I wasn't so sure. The other thing, I have everything timestamped. I'll be timestamping this one also. I'm still editing the opening statements. I'm going to be putting that out and make it part of the playlist. It will have both the opening statement from the prosecution and also from the defense. Yeah, I didn't catch it on replay anywhere also. I think that was just something we all think, like I was thinking he may have. I don't know how our conversation went that way, but we were all like trying to find it yesterday, and I couldn't recall who had said it, and probably because no one actually said it, even on the replay. Well, thank you. Always great. It's always nice to know that it's not just me. Like I like to have somebody else double checking with this stuff. So I appreciate your help. I do. And tomorrow, Kitty says that they watched the kiddo, rather. I'm sorry, watched the CNN interviews from October 22nd for the people from Hampton, lawyers and citizens. Oh, okay. Hmm. There were some suggestions yesterday also about the Dateline interview, also the 2 hours. one that was done. Yeah, I'm sorry, tomorrow, kiddo. I think it was because I was thinking about Anna's poor kitty. Yeah. Oh. It is not good when our pets are not doing well, you know. I, I feel for you. I have two dogs myself that are like my good friends. Like they're with me all the time, and when they're not doing well, it's rough. Yeah. Well, I don't know what the delay is this morning. I think they're just bringing the jury in. But there's nothing coming through on the audio, so just a picture, just a picture of the seal. Oh, do you have kittens also? All right, there you go. So you understand. Yeah. Well, it's going to be another long day. And again, of course, my style definitely is to not talk while they are presenting. I want you to hear it in all its glory as if you're right there in the courtroom with everyone. And my plan is to keep covering this trial. Now, the plan is that what they're saying is it could be weeks. Okay. And I'm like very intrigued by that, you know. Um, they are saying that, you know, it could go on even over the yesterday, you know, after those opening statements yesterday, which were quite effective on both sides. Okay. But I do believe that Waters, for the prosecution, pressed on with the advantage on the first day of the testimony. Um, the foundation was being set yesterday on with starting with the first people on the scene and how they and what they saw and what it was the discovering, you know, getting there, discovering the bodies first, the very first images of the crime scene, you know. Uh, Everything still is going back and forth about the pretrial problems that came up in regards to one of the blood spatter experts and the shirt, okay, that they keep speaking of. Um, We did get to see, though, body worn camera footage from the deputies who arrived at the crime scene. We heard the audio, but some of those images have been released, and some of it is going to. There are. It's been said on Twitter that that's going to be coming out. That there's going to release a redacted version of the body, and I think that we are ready. Here we go.
Please be seated.
Good
Okay.
morning.
Please just let me know that you can hear the judge.
An email was sent to my chambers at 5:52 p.m. yesterday by someone by the name of Chris Wilson, who I don't know whether it's the Chris Wilson who's on the witness list or not, complaining about the violation of
Oh,
my
this is not it.
court
Hold on.
order
Hold on.
prohibiting the disclosure of the identity of jurors.
This seems to be
Did not respond to the email.
yesterday.
I'll make the email part of the record in the case.
Hold on. Shit. I am sorry. It's coming right up.
came back to the
First
United
witness.
States.
There we
Grew
go.
up in Somerville, South Carolina. Graduated from Somerville High School. After I graduated,
Please let me know
I
the
was
audio's
working as
coming
a
through.
dog groomer. Met my would-be my husband. We moved to Port Royal, South Carolina. He was in the Marine Corps, stationed at Parris Island at the time. Then we moved to Bluffton. We had decided, I decided to pursue law enforcement. I've always been a true crime nerd, into mysteries and things like that. So I decided to pursue law enforcement. I graduated from the South Carolina Criminal Justice Academy in 2010 and was working at the Bluffton Police Department, where I held various roles. Started on patrol, became a detective. Then I was promoted to supervisor, where I supervised a patrol shift, and then eventually supervised the detective unit at Bluffton PD. My husband and I decided we wanted a lot of kids. So after I had my third baby, I decided to try my civilian job, get out of law enforcement for a little bit with a better schedule. So I briefly worked on Parris Island as a sexual assault victim advocate for the sexual assault response and prevention program. Realized I missed law enforcement, so I wanted to get back. So especially investigations. I first tried Beaufort Police Department, but it would take several years for them to have an opening in criminal investigations. So then I came to the Colleton County Sheriff's Office, where they were seeking experienced detectives. And so I joined Colleton County Sheriff's Office in September 2020. And February 2021, I was transferred to the Criminal Investigation Division, where I currently am now. My main focus is child crimes, which means children of sexual and physical abuse. Those are the cases that I predominantly work, as well as I'm a South Carolina ICAC task force member. And what that means is it's internet crimes against children. And that's a task force that's partnership with the Attorney General's office. And we basically battle online child predators, child pornography, those types of cases. We do rotate homicides in the detective division among 9 of us.
At some point, did you work at Parris Island?
I did, yes, sir.
Tell these folks what you did there.
I was the sexual assault victim advocate for civilians on the base.
And your training in law enforcement's been what, detective?
It's been various things. It's been basic training to advanced training. You name it. I've attended several advanced trainings hosted by other law enforcement agencies, state and federal.
How many children do you have now?
We have 4.
Okay. And does your husband work?
He does.
Does he work at home?
He does. Mm-hmm.
So you started full-time with Colleton in what year?
2020.
Okay. And what was your role when you first started with Colleton County Sheriff's Department?
I started on patrol to familiarize myself with the county.
And then did you work yourself, or not work out, but you become a detective?
I did, yes.
Okay. When was that?
February 2021.
On June 7th of 2021. Well, let me ask before you get there. Where do you, not to pry, don't want the world to know, but they're going to, where do you live?
I live in Ridgeland.
Now, on June 7th of 2021, were you on call?
I was.
Okay. How far is it from Ridgeland to here?
45 minutes to an hour, depending on traffic and what part of Colleton County I'm going to.
Did you receive a call to respond to a double homicide?
I did.
Okay. And where was that? Where were you supposed to respond? Okay.
Initially to the scene, 4147 Moselle Road. But due to my long commute, it was better that I stopped at the sheriff's office first and I be the one to prepare the search warrant for the property.
And who were you coordinating with during that? I mean, who was your boss?
That's Captain Jason Chapman.
And after you'd received the call, did you confer with Captain Chapman?
I did.
And as a result of that, what did you do?
I went to the sheriff's office, prepared the search warrant, was finally able to track down a magistrate. I had to wake him up out of his bed to sign the warrant, and I was able to secure a search warrant for the property.
Okay. And for 4147 Moselle?
Yes, sir.
What did you do after you got the search warrant?
I notified everybody over the radio that I had the search warrant signed because I wasn't sure if the SLED crime scene unit was waiting on me. And it was still going to take some time to get out there. And then I made my way to 4147 Moselle Road with the warrant.
Had you been out there before to 4147 Moselle?
Never.
When you went out there, did you know what your role was going to be as you were going out there?
I did not.
When you got to the scene, tell us what happened.
So when I pulled up, I noticed there were several SLED agents as well as Colleton County deputies at the scene. I was basically the last one there. And I met with my supervisor, Captain Jason Chapman, and presented them with the search warrant as well as SLED. He asked me if I knew the Murdaugh family, to which I replied I did not. They then asked me if I was familiar with a boat accident that had happened in Beaufort, and my reply was, I've heard of it, but I don't know the details. So with that information, they said, okay, you're going to be assigned as the liaison with the lead SLED agent on the case, who was identified as Senior Special Agent David Owen, and that my task was going to be to assist him with anything he may need that evening at the scene and throughout the investigation.
And I think we've heard prior testimony, but the case was turned over to SLED because of a potential conflict. Is that
That's
your
correct.
understanding?
That was one of the things my captain advised me of when I arrived at the search warrant. He advised me that SLED was going to be the lead agency on the case.
And did you know Special Agent David Owens prior to that night?
I did not.
Okay. But did you get to know him and actually get to work with him? So
I did, yes, sir.
And let's start out with that job. When you first got to 4147 and you got your instructions, who were you going to work with? What were your observations? Tell these folks what you saw.
So the first thing as I approached I'm sure you've all heard the kennels, was the overwhelming smell and a lot of water on the ground by the kennels. And then the first body that I approached was the deceased male. He was laying face down at an angle with his feet inside the plane of the door. There was obvious trauma to the top of his head. He was covered with a sheet, but I could still see the top of his head from underneath the sheet. Obvious trauma. There was brain, blood, hair, skull matter, all within the feed room and the ceiling. There was a deceased female, approximately 30 feet across from where his body was, and she was covered as well. But I had been told that they both had gunshot wounds to their heads. And then from there, we located the 911 caller, Mr. Alex Murdaugh.
Now, did you know, everybody's referring to as Paul and Maggie, did you know Paul Murdaugh and or Maggie Murdaugh?
I did not.
Had you ever seen them before you saw them laying dead on the ground?
No.
At that point, did you walk any of the rest of the scene?
Not at that point.
Well, tell the folks what you did do after that.
We located Mr. Murdaugh, Alex, standing at the back of there was his Suburban, and then there was, I believe his brother Randy had arrived at the scene at that point, and they were standing behind Randy's truck. Oh, so they couldn't see the scene anymore. So we approached him and asked if he would speak with us. He introduced the man standing next to him as his personal attorney, Danny Henderson, and he agreed to speak with us. By this point, it had started to rain, so we utilized Agent Owen's vehicle to do the interview.
Now, before we get to that, had you made any other observations about bullet holes or shell casings prior to that?
Yes, there were shell casings in front of Maggie's head area, in front to the left on the ground. In between, there was like a gravel area in between the two buildings.
Had you seen what's been referred to as the feed room? And
Yes.
okay, what did you observe in there, if anything?
Inside the feed room, I did observe body matter that had been on the ceiling, as well as covered in items inside the feed room. There was shotgun wadding on the floor inside the feed room, as well as droplets of blood on the concrete.
Did you see any holes in the window?
Yeah, there was a window to the back of the feed room that had several holes in it.
I'm going to skip. I want to skip the statement for a second. All right. After you took the statement, we're going to get into that. Did you go back and look at the scene with either Captain Chapman, and I say the scene, the shelters, the dog kennels? Did you and/or Captain Chapman or anybody else have an opportunity to go back and look?
I did.
Okay. Tell the ladies and gentlemen, first of all, why you did that and what were your observations, please, ma'am?
Well, it was such a large scene. I decided to canvas the outer part of the scene. And while I was doing that, keep in mind it was late at night. It was dark, so we had flashlights. So while I was doing that, I noted some what appeared to me to be fresh shoe impressions in a sandy part of the shed on the left side of the hangar, what we're describing as the hangar. In between some tractors and the wall of the shed, there was several fresh shoe impressions.
And when you say fresh shoe impressions, kind of obvious, but what does that mean?
It means that they have been left fairly recently.
What did they appear to you to be?
They look like a flat sandal, flip-flop type shoe, not particularly large in size, just flat.
Were they one set of footprints or two based on your observation?
It was one set of prints that looked like it went down one direction and possibly came back.
No doubt about that in your mind?
No doubt about that.
So if you watch me know, was it like one set of prints going this way?
Yes.
And then it looked like one set of prints coming back this way?
Yes, because they did overlap each other a little bit.
And did you, and who was with you when you were looking at these?
I was by myself initially, and then I found my supervisor, Captain Chapman, and showed him what I had found.
Where were y'all walking when you were looking at the prints?
We had made the decision at that point, due to the type of incident that it was, and we didn't really know what we had yet, to follow the footprints and see if there was any other additional evidence and find out where that person may have been trying to go. So what we did is we stayed to the left side of the shoe prints, closest to the tractors, and followed the prints down, noted that they stopped at the end of the building, turned around, and came back.
And I'm going to show you what's entered the state's 194. Is that what you're just referring to?
No.
Okay. What does this depict?
That depicts several what appear to be boot prints on as well.
Is this the same path y'all walked?
Yes.
Okay. And let me show you. State's 195. Do you recognize this?
Yeah, those are the flat, just the flat ones impressions.
Promise you I can't do this. Can we start now, Mom? Please. Let me show you what's marked States 22. Do you recognize this, and does it relate to your testimony?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, States 22 without objection. Okay.
Submitted.
Are we on? Let me go back to what's just been entered as States 22. You said you recognize that. What is that, Detective?
That's in front of the hangar, the building. So Maggie would be to the right, and the shoe impressions I'm referring to would be on the left.
And get a little closer view on States 194.
Yes, that's the left side of the hangar.
Can you show in this picture the prints you were talking about, the footprints?
Yes.
Can you come down here with the judge's permission? Sure, please. let me put in states, 195 too, Detective.
Yeah, these flat impressions, these flat ones. You'll see.
Were those the foot impressions you saw that night? The flat ones?
Yes.
Okay. Were there any other foot impressions beside the flat ones that you saw?
No,
On evening of June 7th, early morning of June 8th of 2021?
that's correct.
You're positive?
Positive.
And again, when you and the captain walked, how far were you from the sandals?
A foot to the left?
Don't take this any bad way, but could some of those other prints be yours or the captain's, or you
It's
don't know?
possible.
Okay. Now, you were and I'm going to do this without putting it up. This is one of those pictures that we've uncovered, but I'm going to show you states 7. You're a lady.
Yes, sir.
You know what women's shoes look like?
Yes, sir.
Did you go and look at Maggie's shoes she was wearing?
I did,
Okay. Why'd you do that?
to see if they matched the flat impressions I had seen.
And were they similar to you?
Very similar. Yes.
And states 200. Do you recognize those?
Yes.
And what are those?
Those are the sandals Miss Murdaugh had on.
And did they appear to be similar to the footprints you saw?
Yes, very.
Now, did Mr. Harpootlian or one of the investigators contact you about these footprints?
He did
When was that?
a few weeks ago.
And did they send you a picture of it?
They did.
Okay, was it the pictures we just put up?
It was.
And did you tell them that, well, what'd you tell them when they sent you that?
That those were not my impressions.
That those weren't your impressions? The other
Correct.
ones? Voluntarily talked to them?
I did.
Sent you a picture of the shoe?
Yep.
You told them those weren't mine?
Correct.
All right, let's get back to, I think you said, Mr. On the defendant, Richard Alexander Murdaugh, the defendant had said, introduced you to who before you started the interview?
Danny Henderson said he was his personal attorney.
His personal attorney.
Yes,
Did he want his attorney in the car with you?
he did.
And I believe you said it was raining.
Yes, sir.
So what did y'all do to get out of the elements?
We sat inside Agent Owens with SLED inside his vehicle.
And please tell the ladies and gentlemen of this jury specifically where everybody was sitting.
Agent Owen was in the driver's seat. Alex Murdaugh was in the front passenger seat. I sat directly behind him, and then Mr. Henderson sat to my left.
Please listen to me. First time, was that the first time you met Alex Murdaugh?
It was.
Did he appear to you to be under the influence of alcohol, drugs, or any other intoxicant when you saw him?
He did not.
Did he appear to you to understand your questions and Special Agent David Owens' questions when y'all were talking to him?
He did.
Were his answers to either you or Agent Owens timely?
Yes.
Were they subject matter appropriate?
Yes, they were.
Did you have any trouble understanding the defendant when you were talking to him?
I did not.
Did he appear to have any trouble understanding you and responding to your questions?
He did not. He may have asked twice to repeat a question, but he was understanding what was being discussed.
I'm going to show you what's marked states 153. At my request, did you review this yesterday?
I did.
And does this states 153 accurately reflect the interview you, Agent Owens, had with the defendant, Richard Alexander Murdaugh?
It does.
Your Honor, at this time, 153, I believe without objection.
It's admitted.
And with this honor's permission and with the help of someone, we'd ask to respectfully publish. Takes a little bit for the sound comes up. It does. While we're waiting for the sound, is that the defendant, Alex Murdaugh?
It is.
Is that you back in the back?
That is me.
Who is that?
That is Special Agent Owen.
Who is that?
Danny Henderson.
All right, sir. All right, Mr. Murdaugh, state your full name for me, please.
Richard Alexander Murdaugh.
And spell your last name so we get correct.
Murdaugh.
Can you go by Alex?
Yes, sir.
And date of birth, Mr. Murdaugh.
May 27th, 1968,
And please phone number for you.
803-942-1227.
And so what was your name?
Yeah.
All right. As I stated, I'm David Owen, and I'm from Rutland with Collete County under SLED. I hate to have to do this.
I understand.
Yeah.
I totally understand. So you don't have any problem.
So, just start at the top, take your time.
Like when I came back here, I mean, I pulled up and I could see him, and I knew something was bad. I ran out. I knew it was really bad. My boy over there, I could see it was. I could see his brains. And I ran over to Maggie. Actually, I think I tried to turn Paul over first. I tried to turn him over, and I don't know, I figured it out. His cell phone popped out of his pocket. I started trying to do something with it, thinking maybe, but then I put it back down really quickly. Then I went to my wife, and I could see.
Did you touch Maggie at all?
I did. I touched them both. I tried to do it as limited as possible, but I tried to take their pulse on both of them. And, I called 911. pretty much right away. And she was very good. I talked to her. I told her I was going to get off the phone to call some family members. I did that.
Family members keep you calling.
I called my brother Randy, and I called my brother John, and I tried to call a little boy, a real good friend that's right around the corner from here, but I didn't get him.
What all was around, Paul, when you walked up?
Blood.
Anything else?
I mean, there was some body things, yes, sir.
I mean, like any other evidence? I know you said the phone fell out of the pocket, but did you see anything else that didn't belong or shouldn't belong or that wasn't part of Paul?
No, sir, not. No, sir.
How about Maggie?
No, sir.
You didn't see anything around them? What made you come out here tonight?
I went to, my mom's a late stage Alzheimer's patient. My dad's in the hospital. My mom gets anxious when she does. I went to check on them and Maggie. Maggie's a dog lover. And she fools with the dogs. And I knew she was going to the kennel. I was at the house. I left the house and went to my mom's for just a little while. Tried to call her when I left. Texted her, no response. When I got back to the house was obviously nobody was in there. So I figured they're still up here fooling around. Paul's gonna be getting set up to plant. Our sunflower seeds got sprayed and died, and he was refiguring to plant the sunflower seeds. So I came back up here and drove up and saw and called.
Had Maggie and Paul been arguing over anything?
No,
What was their relationship like?
wonderful,
Wonderful. How about yours and Maggie's?
wonderful. I mean, I'm sure we had little things here and there, but we had a wonderful marriage, wonderful relationship,
And yours and Paul's relationship?
as good as it could be.
How old was Paul?
22.
You know his date of birth?
I do. April 11th, 96 is his brother's. April 14th, 99 is Paul's.
What's Maggie's full name?
Margaret Brandstetter Murdaugh,
And her date of birth, sir?
September 15th, 1968.
Have y'all been having any problems out here? Trespassers,
None
people
that,
breaking in?
none that I know of. The only thing that what comes to my mind is my son Paul was in a boat wreck a couple years ago. And there's been he was charged with being arrested for being the driver. There's been a lot of negative publicity about that. And there's been a lot of people online just really vile stuff. But when Paul's out and about, I mean, people routinely, I don't think I know the full story. So I don't think they give it to me. But I mean, he's been punched and hit and just attacked a lot. So, but I mean, nothing like this.
Yeah. Any one person in particular or a group of people
I don't know.
that you could think of?
It's not that I know, no, sir.
Has he, other than being assaulted, has he received any direct threats related to the boat accident?
Oh, yes. All the time. He gets threatened.
Recently?
Yes, sir. I mean, he gets them all the time.
Okay.
He gets them all the time.
So what kind of, I mean,
I'm gonna kick your ass, you know. I've never been privy firsthand, you know.
Is that through social media or?
No, ma'am. It's mostly like if he goes out places is what, you know, what goes out like somewhere. He's in college, so if he goes out, is what I understand. I can find out better details from some of his younger friends on that.
This is best.
His best friend in Columbia is Will Chapman, Will Loving, Bobby Boyle. Bobby Boyle, Will Chapman, and Paul were getting ready to move into a house together in Columbia.
you said Will Chapman and Will Loving?
Will's with an S, Chapman, and Will with an L, Loving.
Okay.
Around here, his best friends are clearly Nolan Tootin and Rogan Gibson.
Tootin, Nolan Tootin,
Yes, sir.
and what was the other one, I'm sorry?
Rogan Gibson.
Have you talked with any of these guys tonight?
Talked with Nolan, yes, sir.
Is he out here?
Yes, sir. I tried to call Rogan, was one of the people he's the boy that I told you lives around the corner. That's very, you know, he's just a good, healthy young man. You mind if I open the door real
Go
quick?
ahead, go ahead. Do what you need to do. So is there anybody that you can think of that we need to talk to tonight? Is there a name that comes to mind?
I mean, I can't tell you anybody that I'm overly suspicious of off the top of my head. You know, I mean, this is such a stupid thing. I'm even embarrassed to say it, but it just didn't make any sense. I just hired a guy out here, and he wasn't cutting the mustard, but I hadn't told him this yet. Paul's been working with him a lot. He killed the sunflower seeds in our dove field just recently, which is why Paul was here doing this. He told Paul a story the other day about how when he was in high school, he got in a fight with some black guys. And the FBI undercover team observed him fighting those guys and put him on an undercover team with 3 Navy SEALs. And that their job was to kill radical Black Panthers. And they did that from Myrtle Beach to Savannah. Now, I really don't think this guy, you know, is probably the person, but that's just so freaking.
Yeah, that's kind of a far-fetched
It's
story.
weird, but he was off today.
Okay.
He took his daddy to the doctor.
What's his name?
CB Rudd.
ROWE?
Yeah, and I sent him a message to text me earlier today about the sunflowers, and he called me back when I was on the way to my mom's house.
Did you talk to him at that time?
Briefly, I was on the phone with a lawyer friend of mine named Chris Wilson from Bamberg, so I told him I'd call him back tomorrow, see him in the morning.
When you briefly talked to Mr. Rowe, what was his demeanor or attitude or?
I mean, it seemed normal. I mean, I asked him about the sunflowers and so, you know, I mean, I'm sure he's a little bit,
Where does he live?
I don't exactly know, somewhere in in Brunson.
Okay. Do you have his phone number?
I do.
You got it with you, of course.
You know, but I do think him and Paul got along pretty well. That's just really, really weird. All right, CD.
Okay, glad.
Yeah, I know he called me, so I'll read that.
Eight, 4, 3, 5, 0, 9, 3, 3, 5. You can do that phone in charge. Is that an iPhone?
Yes, sir.
Would you like for please?
Thank you.
When did you tell that story to Paul?
Sometime last week.
Okay.
Sometime last week. My son Paul actually, I really do not think, in all honesty, that it's him, but I know y'all better check it out. But Paul is so taken aback by it that he sent, I'll find it, I got it on my phone. He recorded him saying bits and pieces of it. But for all this weirdness, I mean, I do think they they got along
Okay.
pretty good.
How long have you been working here?
That's about 3 or 4 pay periods, so 8 weeks, a couple months.
Going back to the boat incident, anybody on that boat really have a hard on for Paul that you would think would come after him or know of any direct threats from people on the boat?
I don't know of any direct threats between any of the people on the boat
Okay.
specifically, but I do think there's been a small amount of yip yap between a couple of them, but not recently.
Okay.
Most of this was stuff from people that Paul didn't really know.
Okay.
There were some people that he knew distantly, but more times than not, when I learned about it, it was somebody that he didn't know.
Okay.
It's like, for example, he went out in Charleston a couple months ago, came out, he got a black eye. And, he can't defend himself right now because he's charged, so, Paul was a real tough man's man. He
He would defend himself, but he hadn't been.
that's right. But
How was he handling these? Everybody.
as far as what?
How was he handling it?
I've never been prouder of him than the way he has handled the pressures and the adversity in that situation. I think I've told Danny that before. I mean, Paul is a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful kid. He can do almost anything. He gets along with almost anybody.
Do y'all store any weapons out here?
We don't store them, but they're frequently out here. I need to find out if there were any out here because I know there was a shotgun, there was a 12-gauge shotgun out here. I'll have to find out exactly when that was. I think it got put up, but I'm not positive.
What did that shotgun look like?
It was camouflage. I want to say it was a Benelli or maybe a Beretta. I can't remember which brand it is. I don't think it was out here
Okay.
recently, but I'm not positive.
And the shotgun that you had when the deputies pulled up, where did that gun come from?
I went to the house and I got a gun, probably overreacting, but
And was that when you pulled up and saw them?
no, I mean, I came out and, I called 911 first,
Mm-hmm.
talked to them for a little while, and then I told her
Told her,
that I was gonna go to the house,
okay,
and that I would let authorities know when they got here that I had a gun.
okay. Do you happen to have a list of all your guns?
I can make one, I don't have one, but I can make one.
Okay. Well, I'm just saying, so we can compare if that shotgun was out here, now it's missing,
Absolutely,
try to figure that out.
no, absolutely.
And I know living out here in the country, you probably have more than one or two.
We do, we probably have 20, 25 guns,
Yeah. Shotguns,
rifles,
rifles,
pistols.
any rifles,
Yes, sir.
what kind of rifles?
All kinds.
Yeah.
All kinds. I mean, you name it across the board, we have them.
Okay.
I mean, all of them we have are, in our hunting room, in our house.
What was their schedule today? When did they get home?
My son works for my brother, and he was coming home to deal with sunflowers. He got here. He got here pretty early because he and I rode around looking at everything for a good little while, probably 45 minutes to an hour. Maggie had things she did in Charleston, and she had a doctor's appointment in Charleston, and she got back here. It was fairly late.
Was it dark yet when Paul got home?
No, Paul got home early.
Early, okay, so before dinner time?
Oh,
Or
yes, ma'am.
lunchtime, or?
No, ma'am.
What brother does Paul work for?
John Harvey,
And what does Paul do for him?
everything.
Handyman,
Yes, sir.
Was it unusual for Maggie to feed the dogs this time of night or check on them?
I mean, she played with those dogs all the time. And it's especially common for her to, she's been gone for a while, to come and let especially two of them out to run.
Okay, so she pretty regularly comes out here in the evenings?
Very regular. Comes out here a lot.
Do you know any cameras at the property?
I have deer cameras, but none, around up here
Where are they at?
on different deer stands.
Okay, so deep in the woods.
Well, not necessarily deep in the woods. Some of them are in fields and,
Okay.
but there's none that, are near here.
Okay.
What doctor appointment? What doctor did Maggie see you today?
I forget the guy's name. Maggie's been having trouble with her She's been having trouble with her stomach and her tooth. I'm not positive. It was sort of a routine visit, and I can't remember. She told me the name of it, and I can't. I want to say Gordine is who I think she saw.
So was she back home around supper time? Or 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock?
I don't think she got back quite that early. I think she got back a little bit later than that. Okay.
What did you do today? Were you at the office or?
No, I was home. I came home. Paul and I messed around. I was up at the house. Laid down, took a nap on the couch, probably, I don't know, 25, 30 minutes. I got up, I called Maggie, didn't get an answer, and I left to go to my mom's. She had said she might ride with me, but she normally doesn't when I go over there. And I think I texted her. And she's very good about answering the phone, so that was odd, or calling me back. So that was odd, but it wasn't that big a deal.
And what time was that?
What time was what?
That you sent her a text message?
Alright, I texted her at 9:08, wanted to check on him, be right back. And then I texted her at 9:47, that must be when I started to come back. I think I called her before that. But let me make sure. Pretty sure that I called her 9:45. And then I tried Paul. And then, no, I think that was right. I think that might have been right over there. Center 3. I mean, my calls were right here.
Yeah.
So, obviously this is when I, at 10:06,
Yes, sir. Anybody else want some gum?
You want any water, do that? I'm sorry, I don't need it.
If you, behind Danny's head is a case of water.
It's not a big deal.
I got some right here.
Thank you, man.
I'm sure we're gonna have much more questions.
I'm available at, you let me know.
What's another number in case I can't get you on your cell?
I don't have a house phone.
Okay.
An office number. I can give you my brother's cell phone.
All right, what's Randy's?
Tay Randy's is 803-943-8881.
Mr. John,
John Martin's 843-321-5508.
and you said your dad's in the hospital,
Yes, sir.
which hospital, Charleston, or
Savannah County, St. Joseph's.
is he doing okay, or what's?
He's having a really, really hard time. He's got a lot going on. He's doing okay given everything, but he's got a lot going on.
Now Maggie's staying over there.
Somerville
Have you been in touch with him?
contacted. Yes, I had my brother call Bart, the wife of his sister, and the husband of Maggie's sister, so that they could go and tell Maggie's parents. I felt like they needed to hear it in person,
Mm-hmm.
and they were going there and calling me. So they must not be there yet.
Maggie's parents in Somerville.
Yes, and her mom just had a knee replacement surgery, and her dad really has trouble getting around nowadays.
Do you have any other children?
I do. I have a 24-year-old
That's right, you said. What's his name?
Buster, Richard Alexander Jr.
Buster.
He goes by Buster.
Is he your name?
He's on his way.
Laura, you got anything?
This one's hard, but when you first saw Paul, you said you tried to flip him over. Was he laying on his back or on his stomach?
Just like he was.
Just like you, so you weren't able to move him, okay.
No matter.
So did he help Maggie a lot out here with the animals?
He helped everybody with everything.
So it was kind of routine for him to be out here as well?
This place is his absolute passion.
Okay.
I tried to turn him, and then I checked, and then I think I already did, but I checked him.
And when you first pulled into the property, did you come from this direction where all our police cars are, or which way did you come
I went to the house,
in? Okay,
and then I came from the house
This way.
straight here. Yes, ma'am.
okay,
I mean, where my vehicle was parked, it's probably,
is where it was, okay.
well, no, maybe not exactly, but it was pretty close, because I came back the same route
That's right, because you went back to get your shotgun.
when I came back.
All right, I can't think of anything else right now, but, we'll certainly be in touch.
Thank y'all for everything y'all are doing.
So, just to kind of let you know what's gonna go on, we're gonna be out here for quite some time. The coroner will take custody of Paul and Maggie.
Can I answer that? Yeah. What? No, we're finished. Let me come out there where I'll be here when he gets here. Don't let him come up here. Okay, yeah. I think we're about done. All right, thank you. I'm sorry.
Buster, get here.
Yes, sir. I got my card. Thank you.
So the coroner will come over and talk to you They'll do the autopsy and everything and then go from there. But we'll come to you before we leave.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Rutland.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Here, you want this water?
Yes, please, thank you.
Yeah.
What time was that interview?
I think it was 1 a.m.
Would you dispute 1257?
No, that sounds correct.
Would you describe that as an aggressive interview?
No,
As a part of your investigating procedure, had you listened to the 911 tape prior to this?
we did.
And you say, we, who's we?
Myself and Special Agent Owen.
Did you have, can everybody hear? Speak in the mic, please. Speak in the mic, please, ma'am. Did you have that 911 knowledge in your mind when you were listening to this? Had you
I
already
did.
heard it?
Yes,
And on the 911 tape, how long had Alex Murdaugh told the 911 operator it's been since he'd seen Maggie Murdaugh?
he's estimated 1.5 to 2 hours.
To 2 hours,
Mhm.
1.5 to 2 hours. And on this tape, your interview, what had he said about seeing Maggie? When was the last time he'd seen Maggie Murdaugh?
That she about 2 hours.
Did he say he took a nap?
He took a nap
Did he say where he went after that?
to check on his mother with Alzheimer's in Hampton.
Okay. Did you find that unusual?
I did.
Why?
Just the time of night.
Why?
With her being an Alzheimer's patient, they tend to be worse at night, so I seemed it was strange to go visit.
What time was the 911 call?
It was 10.
You speak louder, please.
I'm sorry. I'd have to check my notes.
Put the check with it, I'm sorry.
Okay. It was 10. $10:06.
And this interview was 12:57?
Yes, that's correct.
In your interview, in Agent Owen's interview, did the defendant, Alex Murdaugh, tell you he tried to turn Paul over?
He did.
And did he say whether or not he had tried to check Paul's pulse and or Maggie's pulse?
He stated he tried to check both.
What did Mr. Murdaugh, the defendant, Alex Murdaugh, say about the phone, if anything, that was in Paul's possession?
He stated his phone popped out of his pocket
When?
when he tried to check his pulse.
Did he try to turn him over?
That's what he said.
scene in here where Alexander Murdaugh is looking at his phone. You remember that?
Correct, yes.
Can you actually see the phone in there and the times and the messages on the video that he's looking at?
You can on the bottom left of the screen.
And what was that in response to that he was looking at that?
When I asked what time, he texted Maggie.
So you saw those on his phone, looking at those when y'all were talking to him in the car?
I couldn't see from where I was sitting, but reviewing the video, I could see it.
Reviewing the video, did you see it?
Yes.
I've got a transcript here, but at the end of the video, toward the end of the interview, did Mr. Murdaugh say again he tried to turn over his son, Paul Murdaugh?
He did.
That he tried to check him?
That's what he said.
And I know I asked you at the first, but I may not have done it too eloquently. Did he first tell you he tried to turn him over?
Yes, he did.
And I figured it out?
Yes,
And his cell phone popped out of his pocket?
that's correct.
And everybody heard it, but then something with it thinking maybe, then I put it back down really quickly, then I went, and you can't really understand the rest of it.
Yes.
What did you think about the phone popping out?
That would seem,
The objection sustained.
Have you ever moved dead weight?
I have.
If we could start the Elmo, please. Judge, these are a couple of these pictures that I think they have this on top of it, just to warn everybody, these are graphic photos. First is number 2. Who's this a picture of?
That's Maggie Murdaugh.
And the defendant say he checked her pulse.
He did.
Did he tell you where?
He did not.
And before I get to it, did the defendant ever tell you he'd been down to the kennels that night in this interview?
No.
After his nap, where did he say he went?
Went to check on his mother in Hampton.
Just again, if you keep your computers covered, please. Fence 1. permission, I'd like for the detective to come down, please, Judge.
Yes.
Detective, I'm gonna get where you won't block and I won't block her. Did you see? I'm gonna get back over here. Did the defendant tell you he tried to get the pulse of his son, Paul Murdaugh?
He did.
Did he tell you where he tried to get the pulse?
He did not, just that he tried to turn him.
Say that last
He
thing.
tried to turn him.
And he told you he tried to turn him more than once, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
Judge and lady here.
How many times did he tell you he tried to turn him?
Twice.
I think you testified you tried to lift dead weight, right?
I have.
Can you describe what's around Paul Murdaugh?
Blood and brain matter.
And if you were to, where's his hands?
Underneath his body.
If you were to check the pulse of his hands, how would you do it?
You would have to try to lift him up and get his arms out from under him.
Underneath him
Correct.
and roll it.
Correct.
By the way, where's his phone?
It's laying on the backside of his shorts.
Right there. Popped out, he said.
Yes.
Is that his brain?
That is.
Mr. Harpootlian said blown out of his head.
Correct.
If you tried to take the pulse at the neck, how would you do it?
You would have to try to lift his shoulder to get access his neck.
This way?
Correct.
Whether you're this way or this way,
Correct.
either underneath or under the head. Is that right?
Yes.
Is that right? Is that-
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Mhm.
Sorry.
Yeah.
When you saw Alex Murdaugh, when you first came up to him?
Is she gonna sit down? Why your question or not?
Well, I make sure something here. Judge, I apologize. I see this. Go back and sit down.
Thank you.
When you first saw Alex Murdaugh at the car, did you observe it?
I did.
Why?
Just to make mental notes of what he was wearing and how he looked.
What were your mental notes?
That he was clean.
Say that again.
That he was clean.
When you were in the car with him, you were behind him.
I was.
Did you observe his hands?
I did.
Did you see his arms?
I did.
And when you were out on the side of the road beforehand, did you see his shirt,
I did.
his pants,
Yes.
his shoes?
Yes.
Now, when you were at the scene, when you first got there, did you see any footprints in the blood?
No.
Did you see any knee prints in the blood?
No.
Anywhere around the body?
No.
Did you look at his shoes?
I did.
What kind of shoe? Alex Murdaugh shoes. What kind of shoes were they?
They were like an athletic tennis shoe.
Did you see anything that appeared to be blood on his shoe?
I did not.
I want you to look at the ladies and gentlemen of this jury. Did you see what appeared to be blood on Alex Murdaugh's hands?
I did not.
On his arm?
No.
On his shirt?
None.
On his shorts?
No.
On his shoes?
I did not.
How long was this after the 911 call?
2 hours, 2 to 3 hours.
All this fresh in his mind?
Yes.
How would you describe the defendant's hands when you saw him when you were interviewing him? How would you describe his hands?
They were clean. Clean.
How would you describe his arms?
They were clean.
How would you describe his t-shirt?
Clean.
How would you describe his shorts?
Clean.
How would you describe his shoes?
They were clean.
Bad question, don't. Was his phone taken that night, Alex Murdaugh?
I believe so.
You're not sure?
I'm not sure. No,
Okay.
sir.
So it may not have been taken.
Yeah.
Now, you were working with, hey, don't stand up. Miss David Owens, you were working with the SLED.
Yes.
When you, after this interview, did you go to the actual house at 4147 now?
I did.
Okay. Did you go inside?
Just in the foyer, yes.
Okay. Did Agent Owens go inside?
He did.
Were the defendant's shirt, shoes, and pants collected by Agent Owens?
Yes.
You didn't collect them, he did.
I did not.
Okay. And those are the same shirt, shoes, and pants he was wearing there?
Correct.
And SLED got them that night?
Yes.
Okay. After this, did you assist SLED in some things that came up in the investigation?
I did.
Okay. And I don't believe this would be object to, but did you assist them with getting Maggie's car?
I did.
Okay. Some other cell phone evidence?
Search warrants.
Were there a search of some of the areas that you attended?
Yes.
In and around?
Yeah,
Moselle?
Correct. Yes.
Search of ponds?
Yes.
So you assisted SLED at some point throughout this investigation?
Yeah. Anytime they needed anything from the sheriff's office, Agent Owen could go through me or my captain, whether it was storing a vehicle as evidence or using our evidence bay to process anything. I was there to assist in any way that they needed.
And did you assist, I guess, in the helping with Alex Murdaugh's car as far as getting anything out of that car?
No, SLED processed that.
Now, if you just listen to my questions, I'm not going to lead you. I just want to ask you one final question. Is the individual in this courtroom who told you he tried to take the pulse of Maggie and Paul, is the individual in this courtroom who told you he tried to turn Paul over, told you that once, twice? Is the individual in this courtroom that you took that statement from, that we saw in this video, in this courtroom, and is the individual you described as clean from head to toe in this courtroom?
Yes, he is.
Please point him out for the jury.
He's sitting at the defense table wearing a grayish brown jacket and a white shirt.
Your Honor, we'd like the record to reflect she has pointed out the defendant, Richard Alexander Murdaugh.
It does.
Thank you, Ms. Oliver.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have you go to the jury room for a break. Please do not discuss the case.
Wow. Okay, that's quite stunning. What do you guys think? Yesterday we were going back and forth on whether or not we had heard it that he had actually touched the bodies, but apparently during the testimony of Chapman, he did say so. And now we are actually getting reconfirmed from Laura Rutland that yes, that is exactly what he did. He said he touched the bodies. He said he tried to check their pulse, and yet he was, upon
Leaves the
arrival,
courtroom, that's not
they
an
were
invitation to
absolutely
conversation
clean. All right, they're back.
until a recess takes place. We'll be in recess for 10 minutes.
Okay. All right, recess for 10 minutes now. So we have 10 minutes. Good morning, Hawk School. Thank you. His microphone discipline is terrible. Are we talking about the prosecutor for the defense? Yes. He kept making me jump. Like he was doing this overemphasis stuff on certain words. I think he might have been dramatic for the cameras. Good morning, Ashley and Tony, just arriving. We just heard testimony from Laura Rutland, who confirmed that Alex Murdaugh, in his first interview with the detectives and the investigators, confirmed that he did touch the bodies, that he tried to check for life. He tried to take pulses. He said that he went to turn Paul and his phone popped out of his pocket, and that's why it was sitting on the back of his leg. However, the testimony says that both Paul's arms were completely under his body and his hands, and yet the detective, Laura Rutland, testified that Alex Murdaugh, for the interview, 2 hours after the 911 call, was clean from head to toe. Asked repeatedly, hands, shirt, shorts, sneakers, or shoes, visibly clean. And they'd made a very big showing of looking at the pictures again, very dramatic. Apparently, it's a very gruesome scene. They're not going to show any of these pictures. Yep, Tony. He lied about checking the bodies or about getting changed. He's either one of them he's lying about, isn't he? Because he could not have done both in that attire. It doesn't seem possible. And this is why I believe that the investigators started looking at him sideways. You could see it on their faces. Yeah. So one of them is not true. They can't both be true at the same time. I mean, many times you can have two statements that seem opposing true at the same time, but this one, it looks very difficult to believe. Okay, we may be back. Let me see. They just brought up the symbol. I don't hear them yet, though. Oh, it is probably safer for me to just bring it up this way so that we can see right away if they come back. Okay. Yeah, I don't want you to miss anything. Yeah, he's driving it for I know, Tony, he's driving it for the jury. I'm just saying, like, he's really into it, like not so much like what I mean for us, but definitely the emphasis. He's the different style than Waters, but it got a little bit for me to get used to because he kept making me jump. Yeah. No, here we go again. All right, they're definitely going to be gone the whole 10 minutes. Okay, we'll wait. Well, yes, tomorrow, kiddo. One of these things is not like the other. I was saying that last night. Yeah, but I agree. He might have lied about both of those things. Oh, about changing and about touching the bodies. Like he never touched the bodies, but he did change anyway. Could be. Yeah, it is very curious. Of course, as the evidence gets laid out, I'm realizing the prosecutor's case is much stronger than I had thought. I know they've been going back and forth with the blood spatter experts. The defense had made some pretty good headway on that in discrediting that information, and trying to discredit that proposed witness. We shall see. The last that I heard the judge say on it is that should the prosecution decide to bring in that evidence, they will be able to go over it on the floor of the court, that it is a jury decision on what they believe, and they can believe as many counter experts as they want in regards to it and bring the issue in front of the jury. But he did not say that it was going to get tossed. Yeah, if he's guilty, yes. So many questions I have, so many questions. They're saying they found gunshot residue inside the vehicle and on certain other items of clothing that they found during the search. But nothing on him. Remember the prosecutor telling us to pay attention to the accused during the trial. And today his affect is much different. He looks a little sad and somber, but he's paying attention, acute attention to the testimony. And you can see he's laying out like what they actually have on him. Yeah. He looked to be thinking about the words. Yeah, Sandy, I kind of hear you. He's known to be, based on his other financial crimes, which of course they're not like talking about here, right? They're not talking about that now, but he's supposed to be quite the charmer and able to convince people of a lot. People use the term actor when speaking of him and describing him. This is people in his own town here. Of course, many of them victims of the financial crimes that he did. They could be a little bit jaded, I don't know. But that rocking thing was quite interesting to me too. Self-soothing or just mm, I'm not sure, but when you say spidey senses, I understand what you mean, because when I look at him, I'm just like, something just seems off to me. Tony, I am too, and that's going to be coming into evidence. They've been talking about it a lot. It was in the opening statements by Crichton Waters. He did mention it. And apparently the description of the tape, the description of the video, as being that it was in regards to the dog that he was taking care of for the friend, and he was sending the video. And it's the audio of that video that is quite important, because you can hear Maggie and Alex, a voice that they are saying is Alex, and Paul talking back and forth. Um, and then the dog with the chicken in its mouth, like everything for the scene tied right in. And this video is apparently an hour or so prior to the 911 call, which places him at the scene, places Alex Murdaugh, the accused, at the scene when he said that no, he was taking care of his father and he arrived after. That was his alibi statement that they submitted to the court. Mm. Yes, he's getting he has quite the reputation currently from the locals. They all have nicknames for him. And Tomorrow Kiddo says the CNN interview, the locals said Murdaugh's lie. And Tina, also, would forensics not be able to find gunpowder residue on his clothing? The current clothing that he was wearing, you would think so, but we haven't heard any testimony about the testing of the other clothing yet. None. I'm sure all of this is going to be coming in. They've got plenty of experts, and on that list, there is a witness list of 255. We've seen 5 so far, 6 maybe. Um, I don't think they're going to present everyone, but it does look well covered. And I guess evidence will come in one by one. I am kind of watching Buster also, and he's got a strange effect also, but it's hard to say. I mean, it's a kind of situation that I can't even imagine myself being in. So, like, I can't imagine if I would be somber or try to just get on with things, or just like, that nervousness that makes you look like you're smiling, but you're not smiling, kind of look. It's hard to say, you know. Good morning, Mandy. I'm glad you found it. Like, that's an awful way to start the morning, Mandy. Like, behind the eight ball, right? Worried about that. Yeah. We've had technical issues here too. Like, they switched up the names on the streams, and I was playing yesterday's stream for today's live feed, and then we had no audio in the morning first thing. Yeah, it was been fun. Yeah. Mandy, I want to get you ready. Okay. When you back up, you're going to hear actual testimony from Laura Rutland, who confirms that Alex Murdaugh touched the bodies. And when she saw him for the first interview, he was completely clean. It's interesting. All the questions from yesterday we had about him touching the body have been answered. Hmm. So, hmm. I am wondering how the defense is going to counter all of this testimony from Laura Rutland. I mean, she saw what she saw, and we heard Alex say it in his own words in the interview. Yes, Mandy, it is Friday. Yay. It's Saturday in Australia and New Zealand, but it's Friday here. Great weekend. Mm. One more day, and then you're free for the weekend. Mm. When you get a chance, check your Twitter DM. I did send you if you want for later, Mandy. I would agree, Tony, that he's a better actor than Amber Heard, but then most people are. I think my rescue dog is. I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan of her acting abilities. But she did try to put on a good show, though, didn't she? Oh. Sandy, that upset. Yeah, I can imagine that could be annoying. Yeah, when and tell someone to please blow your nose. Don't be sniffling through the interview. I know, but he was apparently upset. Mm. And they said, but everyone interviewed today in regards to talking to him first on the scene made note that he was appeared to be emotional, but there were no tears, even when he appeared to cry. I like that, Jin. Oh, I do believe they're coming back. Hold on. Let's get that going. Here we go.
Before the jury comes in, I want to review a few of the rules of court and rules of procedure with counsel. First, Rule 20 of the Rules of Criminal Procedure provides that there shall be no objection, no argument on objections unless requested by the court. And that's Rule 19. Rule 19? 18. I'm sorry, Rule 18. No argument or objections unless requested by the court. Rule 18, there you go. Rule 18B. Then Rule 43H of the Rules of Civil Procedure, which is applied to the Rules of Criminal Procedure through Criminal Procedure Rule 37, I believe it is, 37, yes. And that is that only one counsel for each party shall examine or cross-examine a witness. And by extension to that, the court's order, and that's Rule 611 and the procedure established in the courts of this state, the examining counsel only shall make objections. If Mr. Griffin is examining, going to cross-examine, Mr. Griffin makes objections. Likewise with the state's attorney general, not any and everyone can jump up and object and argue. Any questions about either of those rules?
Your Honor, I understand the rule. So, as with the witness, they were attempting to get to testify about blood in the water yesterday, I objected, and it was a speaking objection. I apologize. But when I object, will you, and sometimes invite argument, or I'm trying to preserve objections in the record. And I'm just wondering, and since he doesn't get an appeal, that's not his concern. How would you like me to handle that?
Well, the objection speaks for itself. If the parties wish to place something on the record at some point in time after a witness after the examination is over, the court will give you that opportunity. But if we have speaking objections, if one party makes an objection and proceeds to argue it through a speaking objection, I give equal time to opposing side. So we end up having a debate rather than that interrupts the trial and all of that. I certainly understand the defense's right to make a proper record, and we'll address that as is needed without there being a speaking objection.
For instance, they've listed hearsay, in my opinion, and I object. Should I say objection hearsay or just object?
Yes, sir.
I can do that.
Yes, sir. The legal basis for the objection
Okay.
only.
Not a real advocacy.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay. I understand. Thank you.
All right. Let's bring the jury.
I don't know about you guys, but that was very strange to me. I mean, something must have happened that annoyed the judge in regards to yesterday or the procedure. And I think more contentious testimony, and he doesn't want him jumping up and objecting on every with long speeches. Just to say the objection in the legal term, like hearsay or foundation or something like that. Just to note it in, and they can talk about it later.
The jury is present.
Thank you. Cross-examination. Mr. Griffin.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Detective Cross, good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Jim Griffin.
Detective Rutland.
Jim Griffin?
Rutland.
Rutland, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
My name is Jim Griffin, and I represent Alex Murdaugh. You had testified on direct examination a moment ago that it was you believe, somewhat unusual for Mr. Murdaugh to go visit his mother as late as 9:06 on a Monday evening. You recall testifying?
I do.
And you were sitting in the car when he was being interviewed, and you recall him saying that his father, Mr. Randolph Murdaugh, had just been put in the hospital that very day,
That's correct.
and that it was an unusual day because Mr. Randolph Murdaugh was not with Ms. Libby Randolph, and she gets anxious when that occurs. You remember that?
I remember him saying
Okay.
something along those lines.
And in that context, you don't criticize a son who goes to visit his mother who has early onset dementia on the very day in the afternoon that the father is admitted to the hospital. You're not here to criticize him for that, are you?
No, I didn't criticize. I just made a mental note that was interesting.
And you walked the crime scene when you arrived, and you made some mental notes and observations that you subsequently recorded in a report, did you not?
I did.
And one of the things that you mentally noted and then subsequently reported was that there was a tremendous amount of blood spatter in the feed room area and around where Paul was murdered. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And there was brain matter and organic matter all about the place where Paul was murdered, correct?
That's correct.
And I think you even described that there was matter, that blood that went up to the ceiling and to the door and spatter everywhere, right?
That's correct.
And you also told the jury that Alec was clean. And you're referring to his shirt was clean, correct?
Correct.
His shorts were clean, correct?
Correct.
You remember the litany of Mr. Metters? Shorts, shirts, shoes were clean, correct?
That's correct.
He was clean, correct?
To my visual eye, he was clean. Yes.
And to your visual eye, it did not look like he had just blown his son's head off in the confines of a feed room where splatter is everywhere. Isn't that correct?
I didn't say that.
Well, let me ask you, in your mind's eye, that night on June 7th, did he look like someone had just blown his son's head off, spatter going everywhere?
Again, I can't say that for sure. A lot of things would come into play to affect that. Distance is one of them.
Well, certainly if he appeared that way on the night of June the 7th, you, a sworn law enforcement officer, you would have initiated process to take him into custody, I suspect, wouldn't you?
No, that was not my role that evening. I was just assisting.
Well, one of the things you did that evening, Ms. Rutland, was you obtained a search warrant, did you not?
I did.
And that was your first official duty in connection with this double homicide investigation, right?
That's correct.
And I'm going to show you Exhibit 3, Your Honor. I shared it with Mr. Metters during the break, and asked the witness to identify it. You recognize Exhibit 3?
I do. This is the search warrant I got that night.
Your Honor, we'd move Exhibit 3 into evidence this time, I believe without objection.
No objection.
It's admitted.
I have it. So tell the jury, please, Exhibit 3 is, well, first, let's just talk about a search warrant. What is a search warrant?
It grants us the right to search a certain item that may be potential evidence in a case.
And this search warrant was for what property?
4147 Moselle Road in Islandton, County of Colleton, State of South Carolina.
And it covers the whole roughly 1,700 acres for the whole property, does it not?
That is correct.
And it covers the house, the residence where you went into the foyer, right?
Correct.
It covers all the outbuildings, correct?
Correct.
And it covers, and it gives you the right to seize any type of evidence, correct?
That is correct.
Let me see if I can get Mr. Elmo to work. Can you turn it on, please? I've got to turn sideways. All right. See if we can read that document. Was there light in front of you? That's much better. And can we zoom in? All right, okay. Got it, thank you. So, and this is the search warrant, right?
Yes, it is.
And it says description of premises to be searched. And here it's 4147 Moselle Road, Islandton. And then there's a PIN number. What's the PIN number?
That's a property identification number that's assigned to every parcels of real property within the county. It's set by the tax office.
It says the property to be searched are any residences, vehicles, outbuildings, kennels, or sheds, right?
That is correct.
And then it says the description of the property to search and to be seized, and that's under the description of property, right?
Correct.
And you prepared this document for the magistrate to sign.
I did.
And here says evidence that may be used or taken during the commission of a crime of homicide to include but not limited any item, tool, clothing, gloves, mask, hats, hoodies, shoes, boots, jewelry, firearms, ammunition, shell casings, gunshot residue, weapons, identification documents, any paperwork, etc. It says any evidence inside vehicles on the property, any evidence found in outbuildings or sheds, any tire, shoe impressions, any and all DNA to include but not limited to fingerprints, touch DNA, etc. Any drugs, narcotics, drugs, paraphernalia, any and all cellular phones, phone records to include incoming, outgoing calls, text messages, voice messages, etc. Then it goes on to talk about photographs and whatnot. It's all encompassing, isn't it?
It is.
And this is basically as broad of a search warrant that you draft because it's a homicide investigation and it gives you carte blanche on the property of the crime scene, right?
That's correct.
And with the search warrant, you had the authority to go in the house and look for unclean, dirty clothes. Did you not?
I wasn't in that capacity that evening. I was assisting.
Well, the search warrant provided that authority to law enforcement, did it not?
It would have, yes.
And you mentioned that you got into the law enforcement business because you're CSI TV junkie of sorts. Did I understand you to say that?
Yeah, I was.
Okay, and you've seen CSI shows where they go and they look in the drains of showers or sinks and to see if blood residue had been recently flushed through there. That's possible, is it not?
It could be.
And that's just not on TV. I mean, that's skills that SLED's crime team has available to them, correct?
I don't know what they have available, but that would be a crime scene unit question.
The and actually there were the clean clothes that Alex Murdaugh was wearing that night, they were seized, were they not?
Yes.
Okay, and the clean shoes were seized, correct?
Yes.
And the clean shirt was seized, was it not?
Yes, it was.
But that you were in the house when that happened, but you didn't collect the clothes, right?
I did not collect anything. I stood by in the foyer.
And who did the collection? Do you recall?
Special Agent Owen.
And when was he assisted by anybody?
I was just standing by. They went to a back bedroom and I was in the foyer area. It was like an open floor plan.
And do you recall how? Do you recall what Mr. Owen, Detective Owen, Special Agent Owen, apologize. Detective Owen, Special Agent Owen, did you observe what he collected the clothes in?
I did not.
Did he collect all the clothes and put them in one paper bag?
I don't recall.
Now, the jury heard the complete video, audio of the interview with Alex Murdaugh on the evening, early morning hours of June the 8th. And yet you were asked to repeat some of the things that he said. And I want to, I mean, the tape speaks for itself. I don't want anyone to misconstrue your testimony. So just want to ask you, are you saying that Mr. Murdaugh tried to turn his son over 2 times on that tape, or that on 2 occasions he described one incident that he tried to turn his son over?
The latter that he explained twice, 2 different times.
So in answer to your questions, if anyone would walked away thinking that Alex Murdaugh told you that he tried to turn him over 2 times, that would just be mistaken, and we've now clarified it, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, you never asked, or Special Agent Owen never asked Mr. Murdaugh how he tried to turn his son over, correct? That's what.
Correct.
And so you see Mr. Meadows crawling around on the floor down here as trying to reenact something. But that night, he never was asked specifically, what did you do to try to turn your son over, correct?
That's correct. We did not ask that.
And that night, he was not asked specifically how the phone popped out of his pocket while you were trying to turn him over, correct?
Correct.
And that night, he was not asked specifically, how far were you able to move Paul, if at all, when you tried to flip him over, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, did he really even say that I was trying to flip him over to check his pulse?
I'd have to check the transcript, but I believe he said something along those lines.
Or did he tell you where he tried to check Paul's pulse?
He did not.
So we don't know from your interview, or Special Agent Owen's interview, how he tried to turn him over, how the phone popped out, or at least how Alex describes it, because he wasn't asked, and where on Paul's body he attempted to check his pulse, correct?
Correct.
And you were asked questions about whether there were knee prints and footprints by Paul's body, next to his body, right?
Yes, I was asked that.
And did you do such a forensic analysis, investigation to see if there were boot prints or footprints around Paul's body?
I looked with my eyes.
And were you aware that before you got there? Well, what time did you get there?
Can I check my notes?
Sure.
Okay.
You can take this down through Mr. Elma. I think I'm through for now.
12:22 a.m. I was on scene.
Okay, 12:22 a.m. And Paul's body and Maggie's bodies were covered up with a sheet, but still present, correct?
Correct.
So when you were looking at Paul's body, just observing whether there are footprints near him, you couldn't see right next to his body because of the sheet, could you?
The sheet was mostly on his body, not on the cement on the ground next to the body.
Was it a fitted sheet?
No, but it wasn't a queen sheet either.
Okay. Then jury has seen photos of the sheet. Were you aware that Captain Chapman and others went around Paul's body and lifted the sheet up to see if there was a gun underneath him?
Not at the time I was at the scene, no.
Well, I take it you did not observe their footprints anywhere in the area either then, right?
Not that I recall.
And you said that Alex's pants were clean. Remember saying that?
I remember saying that.
What color pants did he have on?
Khaki.
All right. And are you aware of any forensic testing that had been done to the pants to see whether there was blood on the pants
That night?
subsequently?
No, there was nothing done that night forensically.
That night, nothing was done forensically.
Not before I interviewed him, no.
Right. And you just did not observe any blood on his pants or in his pocket.
No, just simply speaking with him like this, looking him up and down, I did not see any blood on him.
And he didn't look like someone who had just been within feet of blowing Paul's head off, right?
Again, I can't say that. There's so many different factors that you would have to take into account.
Now, you did a lot more, I believe, that night. After you left, well, let's go back. When you got to the scene, you partnered up with Agent Owen, correct?
That is correct.
And you saw inside the shed and you observed there was wadding on the floor near his feet, Paul's feet.
Correct.
And when we say wadding, what are you talking about?
The internal components of a shotgun shell.
And then you saw in the rear window of the shed, there were several holes, right?
That is correct.
And you described in your report that you saw large amounts of blood spatter and brain skull matter were on the door to the shed and on items within the storage building. You saw all that, right?
That's correct.
And then you went and examined Maggie's body, did you not?
I wouldn't say examined. I would just say I looked at her.
And one of the things that you noticed when you were looking at Maggie's body, I believe you said you noticed there are a few clumps of her hair and a broken earring were located near a UTV tire, right?
That is correct.
And what's UTV tire?
I'm sorry.
What do you mean by UTV?
All-terrain vehicle, like a four-wheeler, side by side.
And you talked about these foot impressions that you observed, right?
I did.
And I said I was done with Mr. Elmo, but I'm not. Can we put these back up, please? Can you turn on Elmo? It's on. Oh, there it is. How do you zoom in, Doug? Let's just change the color. Make it light. Okay. All right. I think that's good. Okay, hang on. May not be a good one. That's okay. Thanks. You mentioned that you told investigators that work for me and Mr. Harpootlian that the boot prints were not yours. in these photos, right?
That is correct.
But now you told the jury that the boot prints are yours.
That's incorrect. Those are not my boot prints.
Okay, okay. Whose boot prints are they?
I don't know.
Oh, so okay. That's why I get to do this. So,
Objection to his comments.
Yes, let's pose questions.
so you don't know whose boot prints those are?
No.
All right. Now, one thing about the search warrant that I asked you about earlier, it was, do you have it up there?
I couldn't remember if I gave it back to you or
I
not.
don't think you did.
Okay.
That's okay. It was never executed, was it?
I handed this off to SLED agents once I was at the scene. Thank you.
You said you handed the search warrant off to SLED agents.
I did.
Okay. But to your knowledge, was it ever executed?
Yes, it was.
Or you think it was executed?
It was.
And why do you say that?
Because the SLED crime scene unit, I was present while they were processing the scene and executing the search warrant.
And so there are two ways that law enforcement can get access to property. One is through a search warrant and one's by consent. Isn't that right?
That's correct.
Now, are you aware that Mr. Murdaugh gave SLED, Colleton County, any law enforcement, FBI, carte blanche consent to search his property?
That wasn't relayed to me. I was tasked with getting a search warrant, so I did.
Okay, and once a search warrant is executed, a return is filed with the magistrate who issued it, right?
That's correct.
And you never filed a return on that search warrant, right?
Do you have, it, like I said, it was given to SLED, so.
Okay. So we'll find out more about that. But to your knowledge, I mean, you didn't file a return, that's all, right?
I don't recall. I have to check my notes.
You heard on tape, you heard Murdaugh say you can do anything, look for anything. Do you remember him just giving consent to whatever you need?
As far as speaking with him, yes, I remember him saying that.
Okay. And you walked back through the crime scene one last time before you cleared the area on the morning of the 8th. Is that right?
You could say that. We were walking around the whole night and staying out of the way of the crime scene unit.
Were you there after the crime scene unit left?
No, I was not. They were still processing when I left.
Do you know whether or not the crime scene unit left shotgun pellets
I have
behind in the feed room?
I have no knowledge of any of that.
20, 30, even more shotgun pellets left behind in the feed room. Were you aware of that?
Said she had no objection.
Objection is sustained.
On Thursday, June 10th, 2 days, 3 days. Thursday, June the 10th, you went with SLED, a number of SLED agents and law enforcement agents went to meet with Mr. Murdaugh, Mr. Murdaugh's brothers, Randy and John Marvin, Mr. Murdaugh's son. And they all agreed to meet, and found a location in outside of Barnville, I believe. You remember doing that?
I do. I remember doing that.
And that was during that, I believe you and a SLED agent interviewed Mr. Randy Murdaugh, correct?
That's correct.
And Mr. Randy Murdaugh agreed to allow the download of his cell phone, correct?
That's correct.
And gave consent, right?
He did.
And Mr. Alex Murdaugh, to your knowledge, gave consent to download his cell phone, correct?
To my knowledge, yes.
And Mr. John Marvin Murdaugh did the same, correct?
Correct.
And Mr. Buster Murdaugh did the same, correct?
He did.
And everyone gave a voluntary interview that day, to your knowledge, right?
They did.
And then a little bit later, on the Wednesday, June 16th, you assisted SLED when they went out to the Moselle property and went diving, searching for, well, let me ask you. When you assisted SLED dive team, or did you assist SLED dive team on June 16th, 2021?
I did.
And with a search of the Moselle property, focusing on waterways, ponds, the Salkehatchie River access points for evidence from the crime, correct?
That's correct.
Were you looking for the firearms that were used to murder Maggie and Paul?
We were looking for anything that could have been linked to their murders.
And then you utilized ATVs and canvassed the entire 1,700 acres of land.
I did. That was my assignment that day.
And once again, that was done with consent by Mr. Murdaugh, correct?
That is correct.
And then went back the next day and dove another pond on the property. You remember doing that?
I didn't dive, but I was standing by, yes.
You were there?
Yes.
And again, that was with consent, right?
Correct.
And then you were given consent and you did a search of a white F-250 pickup that Paul normally drove, right?
That is correct.
And while you were there, Mr. Davis shows up, and Mr. Davis, you understood to be the caretaker for the dogs, right?
Yes, that's what he explained his job title was at Moselle.
And that, did you observe him doing his work that day?
I did.
Did you watch him wash down the dog runs?
I don't remember that part.
But you were able to look at his tire marks and make an assessment as to whether they appeared to match the tire marks that were seen under the shed portion next to the old airplane hangar, right?
That's correct. He parks under the canopy next to the UTV.
And then on Friday, June the 18th, you had a meeting and you looked at some photos, I believe crime scene photos and autopsy photos at SLED, correct?
I did.
And you made a mental note and you put it in your record that you noticed a few strands of what appeared to be brown hair, unable to determine the length from the photo in Maggie's hands and fingers, right?
That is correct.
And you thought that possibly was indication of a struggle, that Maggie had grabbed someone, had their hair in her hands, right?
I did say that in my report, no,
So why did you note it in your report?
because it was an observation.
Well, you also noticed in your report that there were some injuries, what appeared to be to Paul's face, that like he had been some type of struggle, right?
I noted what to me could have been scratches or a bruise on his cheek.
And we heard some testimony yesterday about a bolo on the lookout for a white pickup that Paul normally drives. I mean, that pickup was found the next morning, correct?
That's correct. It was broken down.
Yeah, and you learned through your investigation that Paul had switched vehicles with his uncle John Marvin, and John Marvin was rushing to Moselle when he got the phone call in Paul's truck, and it broke down the side of the road.
Yeah, that's correct. It was I believe Mr. Randolph struggled to get in and out of the truck.
Did Colleton County Sheriff's Office put out a statement to the press on the morning of June the 8th that there's no need to public to be alarmed?
I don't believe that came from our office. It did not come through CID for approval. I never seen that press release.
So was Alex Murdaugh, your assisting SLED, night of June the 7th, morning June the 8th, was Alex suspect?
That night, everybody was a suspect.
Everybody? Can you be more specific? Who else were suspects besides?
Well, there was reasons we were asking certain questions, who his best friend is, who, you know, their routine each day. There were so many different scenarios it could have been that night. So in my view, everybody was a suspect at that point.
Including Alex?
Including Alex.
May I beg the court's indulgence to consult with her? Do we have the exhibit number that's in evidence before we play it? No. Exhibit 1. Your Honor, we're going to play a portion of Exhibit 1. We need to cover our screens. It is a portion of sensitive matter. Can you see that, Ms. Rutland?
I can, yes, sir.
Okay, well, let's just stop right there. You see how far that sheet is on either side of Paul's body there?
At this point in time, yes, I see how it looks.
Is that roughly how far it was across Paul's body when you got there?
No, because I could see the top of his head.
Well, I'm talking about the width of his body. Was it that far across?
I don't recall how it was because I could see parts of his body, but it was still on him.
Okay. Will you go ahead and play? Did you notice any footprints of the agent there inside the kennel?
No, I believe he's standing on the,
in the food room?
in the feed room.
Right.
No. But it was starting to rain.
Okay, you stop right there, please. Can you back it up just 5 seconds? Yeah, play it. Okay. As soon as it goes down, a little bit further. All right, please stop. Was that how far across the sheet was when you observed Paul's body?
I don't remember. Like I said, when I got there, there was SLED agents as well as deputies standing around the scene, and I wasn't sure what had happened before I got there. I don't recall how the sheet was.
Well, was the sheet on Paul's body the entire time you were walking the crime scene?
No, eventually it was removed when the crime scene unit was ready to process his body.
I just want to clear up. When you said Alec was wearing khakis, were you referring to shorts or long pants?
Shorts.
Is this from the video from the interview? Your Honor, we're going to publish a small portion of the video in the car, which is their last exhibit. Well, excuse me, that's from number 1. Those are shorts he was wearing?
Yes.
Are those khakis or green?
Khaki style, green.
Okay. All right. That's all. You can take it then. That's all the questions we have, Your Honor.
And redirect.
Yes, sir. Mr. Griffin asked you about some things you did after your interview the following days,
He did.
and you had mentioned a search warrant was executed. Were you working with SLED after June 8th? He's asked you about them. And did you work with them in executing search warrants,
I did.
specifically on June 9? And who were you working with?
Special Agent Owen.
And I think did Mr. Griffin ask you, there was a truck on the side of the road that went back to her brother, John Marvin?
That's correct.
So that was the white truck
Yes.
that was on the side of the road?
Yes.
And who did it belong to?
John Marvin.
Okay, and that was off the property of Michelle?
That's correct.
So that has nothing to do with this case as far as suspect and this killing does?
No, it did not. We processed to rule it out.
What was that last thing?
We processed it to rule it out.
And he asked you about meeting with these folks and then talking to you. You were working with SLED doing that, weren't you?
I was.
SLED was investigating this case.
Yes.
Getting swabs. Getting swabs from folks? In general,
Yeah.
getting swabs?
I was present when swabs were taken. Yes.
I'm
Mhm.
not trying to say
Yeah.
you took them. I'm
No,
just following up on his
That's
question.
correct. Yeah.
Were you present when interviews were taken?
I was present. Yes.
And who was leading those interviews?
SLED.
Who was in charge?
SLED.
Were they investigating?
They were investigating.
Did you assist SLED with the initial timeline on phone calls?
I did.
On June 12th, did you assist SLED in removing an internal computer black box of a Chevy Suburban?
I did by standing by.
On June 14th, did you assist SLED in obtaining a search warrant for Maggie Murdaugh's Mercedes?
I did.
And was Lieutenant Kent in charge of that?
He was. And
Was SLED investigating?
SLED was investigating.
Was that what's referred to as the blue box?
Black box, I
Black
believe.
box? Okay,
Yes.
sorry about that.
Mhm.
Were you with SLED when Maggie Murdaugh's Mercedes was towed?
I was.
Did y'all have a search warrant for that?
We did.
I think he asked you, were you with SLED when ponds were searched in the area?
I was.
June 16th, would you dispute that, 2021?
No, that's correct.
And I think Mr. Griffin asked you about a truck that Mr. Davis was driving out of the shed. Were you able to confirm that the tire tracks in the shed were his
I did by looking at them.
by looking at them?
Yes. Mhm.
And I think Mr. Griffin asked you, did Mr. Davis said he was in and out of there a couple times a day?
Twice a day. Yes.
So those tracks inside the shelter were whose?
The dog caretaker, Mr. Davis.
And I think he asked you about water. Just remind me, the night you were there, was water around the bodies?
I did.
He asked you about some injuries, I think, that you had noted in your report. How did Paul fall?
Face down at an angle outside the feed room
On what?
on his hands and arms.
Okay. But his face hit what?
The gravel.
Mr. Griffin asked you about how many times the defendant, Richard Alexander Murdaugh, had mentioned to turn his son Paul's body on page 2 of the transcript or toward the front. Actually, I think I tried to turn Paul over first. You remember him saying that?
Yes.
You know, I tried to turn him over and I don't know, I figured it out.
Yes.
And his cell phone popped out
Correct.
and I tried to do something
Mm-hmm.
thinking maybe, but then I put it back down.
Correct.
Were his words, I think I tried to turn him over.
Yes.
And later on, I tried to turn him and then I tried to check him.
Correct.
I tried to turn him.
Correct.
He asked you about the sheet on the body. Did you see the front or the top of Paul's head?
I did.
Okay. And he asked you about the sheet over that body. I want to ask you about the sheet. When you saw Richard Alexander Murdaugh, did he have a sheet over him?
He did not.
Could you see his face, his hands, his body, his pants, and his shirt?
I could.
Did he look like somebody who had just changed his clothes?
Yes.
Basis for the objection. Response, Mr. Meadows.
I couldn't hear what he said. I'm sorry. Did those clothes appear to be fresh,
They did.
like they just come out of the laundry?
It could be.
That's all we have.
Further questions?
Briefly, Your Honor, Detective, it was raining that night, wasn't it?
It started to rain before we did our interview.
Can you put up that photo that of his shorts and shirt that was saw a minute ago? What's that? Waiting for. No signal. No signal. Oh, here it is. Thanks. So these are the clothes that you saw him wearing, sitting in the car?
Correct.
And it's your testimony, those clothes look like they're freshly washed.
He's sweating and they're dry, so I would say yes.
Okay. Thank you.
You may step down. You call your next witness.
Dalila Cirencione.
Raise your right hand, left hand on the Bible. Do you affirm this testimony about to give the court in this trial shall be the truth so help you God? Thank you. Take a seat in the witness stand. State your name again for the record. Spell your last name.
Yes, Dalila Cirencione, Cirencione.
Good afternoon, Agent Cirencione.
Good afternoon.
Could you tell the jurors where you work?
I work for the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division, or SLED. I'm currently in the Behavioral Science Unit, but was formerly in the Crime Scene Unit.
Did you tell me that the mic cannot be turned up more and it cannot be moved? It's fixed?
Is that better, sir?
Yes.
Okay.
May proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. From what time or what dates were you working in the SLED crime scene unit?
I was with SLED Crime Scene from 2017 until 2022 in October.
So on June 7th of 2021, you were working with SLED crime scene?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
And did you have an occasion to be involved in the investigation of Alex Murdaugh?
I did.
And what was your involvement in that investigation?
On June 8th, I was requested by my Lieutenant Todd Shank to respond to the Colleton Medical Center to collect buccal swabs or DNA swabs from 2 victims.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors what is a buccal swab?
A buccal swab is just a DNA swab. So it's a sterile Q-tip about this size, kind of like a Q-tip you use for your ear, and you swab the inside of the victim's cheeks for a DNA standard.
Do you just take one swab?
It comes in a set of 2 swabs within one container. So 2 swabs for each victim.
So you rub the inside of the person's cheek with that swab?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and then what do you do with the swabs?
Then it's placed back inside the sterile container and it's put into a coin envelope where it's sealed, dated, and initialed, and the time of the collection is written on the envelope.
And it is sealed and dated and initialed to ensure that it is not tampered with. Would that be correct?
That is correct.
And if someone else analyzes or manipulates that swab, they should note that on the packaging?
I'm not sure how it goes after it's out of my control, but I chained all that over to Lieutenant Todd Shank once I went back to the SLED Forensic Laboratory.
So where did you turn those buccal swabs in?
After I left the medical center, I went back to SLED to the Forensic Laboratory and did a chain of custody with my lieutenant, and it was then in his custody.
And going back, just to be clear, Who did you collect buccal swabs from?
One female victim, Margaret, and one male victim, Paul Murdaugh.
Court's indulgence, Your Honor.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's stand for a moment.
Okay, it looks like we're going to have a little bit of a delay. Hmm. Hmm. It does look like there's going to be a little bit of a delay while they get evidence together that they wanted to talk to the witness about.
Okay.
And back in session.
May proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Agent Cirencione, I'm going to show you these evidence baggies from SLED. Can you take a look at that?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Do those appear to be the buccal swabs that you collected from Paul and Maggie Murdaugh?
They are.
And how do you know that?
Both of these have my initials, the date, and a description on them, and they're sealed with my initials and the date.
And looking at those, can you tell if anyone else?
Yes, ma'am. There's a additional lab number and item number and 2 other initials on them.
So once you collected those, it would appear that someone from the lab performed analysis on those swabs.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
No objection, Your Honor.
Your Honor, at this time, I would offer State's Exhibit 102 and 202. for identification purposes only as, State's Exhibit 202, 201, excuse me, being a buccal swab of Paul Murdaugh, and 202 being buccal swab from Margaret Murdaugh. And Margaret would actually move to enter these into evidence.
Any objection?
Okay.
They're entered into evidence as those exhibit numbers.
Thank you. Agent Cirencione, did you do anything else in regards to this case?
Yes, ma'am. Once I cleared from the Colleton Medical Center collecting the buccal swabs, I was requested by Captain Ryan Neal with the SLED Low Country Region to respond to the initial scene of the crime scene and collect a cell phone that was collected by their agents via chain of custody.
And whose cell phone did you collect from Ryan Neal? Do you know?
I'm not aware of whose cell phone it was. It was a iPhone cell phone with a clear case.
And what did you do with that cell phone when you collected it?
The cell phone was collected by a chain of custody with Captain Ryan Neal, and then it was placed in a brown paper bag, sealed, and transported back to the SLED Forensic Laboratory, where it was chained over to Lieutenant Todd Shank.
No further. Cirencione, I'm going to show you State's Exhibits 203 and 205.
Mark for identification.
Agent Cirencione, this is State's Exhibit 204, which is the cell phone, along with a paper bag here. Can you tell that's the paper bag that you collected this cell phone and put that cell phone in that paper bag?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
And how can you tell that?
It's got my handwriting on it with my initials and the date and a description of the cell phone.
This time the state would offer State's Exhibit 204 into evidence.
Just for identification. Object to it coming into evidence.
It'll be marked for identification, those two exhibits.
That's not the phone, those are the chain.
The phone.
Is that the phone or is that the chain of evidence?
State's Exhibit 204 is the cell phone.
marked for identification, Your Honor. We have no objection to
True
being
force
marked.
for identification.
And Agent Cirencione, if you could take a look at State's Exhibits 205 and 203 and tell us what those appear to be.
Both of these are chains of custody from myself to my lieutenant at the time, and from Captain Ryan Neal to myself, and then from myself to Todd Shank. They're both for the cell phone as well as the buccal swabs.
So those forms show where you did or receive the buccal swabs and the cell phone. Is that right?
They're chain of custody, yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Nothing further at this time, Your Honor.
Yes.
Ma'am, what is it you do for SLED? I mean, I understand you receive things, you take buccal swabs, but are you you transport things, or do you have another role at SLED?
I'm currently a special agent with the behavioral science unit.
Okay. At this time, in June of 2021, what were you doing?
In June of 2021, I was a agent with the crime scene unit. With the crime scene unit.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
You help process crime scenes.
Yes, sir. I respond to the state and process crime scenes, collect evidence, document evidence, write reports, and so on, and testify in court proceedings.
And did you do any crime scene processing other than receiving these items in this case?
No, sir, I did not.
Okay. So, what happened to, where's that cell phone?
All exhibits, once they've been marked for identification, they remain with the court reporters.
So, and I guess I put this here. You received this cell phone. They didn't tell you it was Maggie Murdaugh's phone, did they?
No, sir.
But you received this cell phone on the morning of what? When?
It was June 8th.
June 8th, the morning after the murders.
Yes, sir. It was June 8th, 2021.
And where was the agent that gave this to you? Where did he meet you?
The initial crime scene?
Okay, at the house, by the dog pens, where?
In the yard near the kennels. And
Okay.
yes, sir.
And when you received it, was it on or off?
I don't recall.
Okay. Are you aware that cell phones can continue to receive information or erase memory after they're, at any point, but specifically when you're trying to preserve evidence, do you know whether to turn it off or leave it on? Anybody instruct you on that?
I'm not an expert with the cell phones, so I'm not sure, sir.
Okay. Secondly, do you know what a Faraday bag is?
No, sir.
Okay, a Faraday bag, for your edification, is something you put an electronic device in so that no one can access it. It can't receive new data.
Objection, Your Honor. Is there a question?
There it is, I'm getting to it. And it can't erase data. Did you know that?
No, sir.
You're in the crime scene. Have you ever recovered phones before?
Yes, we recover cell phones typically collected directly by computer crimes or the regional agents.
Okay, so in this instance, though, they were not done the normal way, is what you're saying, the usual way. They gave it to you.
This way, it was just directly transferred to myself so I could bring it back to the SLED lab.
And no one cautioned you about putting it in a Faraday bag or not turning it off?
Not that day, no, sir.
So would that have been, and who gave it to you, agent?
Captain Ryan Neal with SLED Low Country.
Okay. And he just handed it to you. You put it in a brown paper bag, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you don't know whether it was on or off.
I don't recall.
And there's a passcode in this bag with it. Do you know where that came from?
I wrote the passcode that I was given on the brown paper bag.
Okay. And then somebody else wrote it on this piece of paper?
I did not write it on that piece of paper.
Okay, just to be clear, you were not asked to handle this cell phone any different than if you've been given a can of pork and beans to put it evidence, right? Is that right?
It depends if the pork and beans were evidence, but. no.
Well, assume there's a can of pork and beans and it's a piece of evidence and they want you to transport it. Did they give you any special instructions about the cell phone as opposed to a can of pork and beans?
No, sir. The cell phone was collected using gloves and directly placed into the brown paper bag, sealed, initialed, dated, and a description was written, and it was transported straight to the forensic lab for processing.
And you don't know whether it was open, whether it had been shut down or was still on?
Not to my knowledge, no, sir.
Can I put this back in the paper bag? So I don't drop it again?
Sure.
Thank you for the indulgence, one moment. Thank you, ma'am.
Redirect.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you. You may step down. And you may call your next witness. Do you have another witness available at this time?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. You may approach.
We're having to get started, Your Honor.
Melinda Worley.
Raise your right hand and left hand on the Bible. Do you affirm the testimony about to the court in this trial shall be the truth and nothing but the truth? Thank you. Take a seat in the witness stand. State your name again for the record. Spell your last name.
Melinda Worley, Worley.
Good afternoon, Agent Worley.
Good afternoon.
Could you tell the jurors where you work?
I work for SLED
And how long have you worked for SLED?
since August of 2011.
And what is your current position at SLED?
I'm currently a senior criminalist in the latent print unit of the Forensic Services Lab.
Can you tell the jury a little bit about your education and training and other experiences at SLED that have led you to this point?
Sure. I have a Bachelor's of Science degree in anthropology from the University of Tennessee at Chattanooga, a Bachelor of Science degree in Forensic Science from Mercyhurst College, a Master's of Science in Forensic Science from the University of Florida. And along with the master's degree, I also received a graduate certificate in forensic death investigation. I started at SLED in 2011 in the crime scene unit as a special agent. I followed through the training program that SLED provides in-house. I finished that, I believe it was July of 2012. And at that point, I was able to take cases as a crime scene agent. But shortly thereafter, I also started training in the discipline of footwear and tire tread examination. I finished that training in March of 2014. And so then I was doing crime scene and footwear and tire cases until August of 2022. I transferred out of the crime scene unit to the latent print unit. I also switched from being a class 1 law enforcement officer, I was a senior special agent, to a class 3 law enforcement officer. So now I'm a senior criminalist and a footwear and tire examiner.
And so, I mean, as far as crime scene goes, can you tell us about any special training that you have pertaining to crime scene specifically?
I've taken several courses in bloodstain pattern analysis, shooting reconstruction, archaeology, forensic archaeology, and clandestine graves, photography.
And back in 2021, you were a crime scene investigator, is that correct?
That's correct.
And now you are in the footwear and tire examination, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and what would be the appropriate title for that?
Footwear and tire examiner.
Okay. And what other additional qualifications do you have to examine footwear and tire impressions?
I've taken 2 40-hour courses related to footwear, and I've completed approximately 50 footwear cases since I was completed my training in 2014. I've testified as a expert witness 9 times, qualified.
Is that in state court?
Yes, ma'am.
And you said about how many, I guess, cases have you had where you have examined footwear and tire impressions? If you could give us an estimate here.
As far as the actual scenes I've worked that had footwear, or just in general footwear?
In general.
I think it's around 50 cases.
Your Honor, at this time I would move to qualify Investigator Worley as an expert in footwear and tire examination.
Says the defense.
No objection, Your Honor. She's obviously qualified.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, where a witness, by virtue of their education and experience, become what the court considers an expert in some field, that witness can give opinions where lay witnesses typically cannot. And this witness has been qualified and now is accepted as an expert witness in the field of, is it footwear examination and what else?
Tire impressions, Your Honor.
And tire impressions. And you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. So Agent Worley, back in June of 2021, what was your role at SLED again?
I was in the crime scene unit.
As a crime scene investigator?
That's right.
And can you tell us just some of the general features of a crime scene investigator who responds to a crime scene?
Sure. We are requested to respond anywhere in the state when the sheriff's office or police department requests our assistance with a crime scene. We document the scene with photographs and draw sketches, take measurements. We collect evidence, document it, collect it, package it appropriately, maintain chain of custody.
Is there any special kind of protocol that y'all follow?
And we do have a protocol manual, yes.
Okay. Do you ever wear any type of gowns or coverings or anything like that out to a crime scene?
We always wear gloves, no matter what. Depends on the scene, I guess, as far as if we're going to wear any booties or anything else.
Okay. Would it be normal protocol to wear booties to an outdoor crime scene?
Not the way we've operated now.
Okay. Why not?
It's not usually, not usually necessary, I guess, as far as watching where you're stepping and not stepping in blood or any tire or footwear impressions or anything. We just don't normally wear booties.
And when you're at a crime scene, are you looking for microscopic evidence?
Well, we don't carry microscopes other than swabbing items at a scene. We would collect potential evidence that by swabbing it.
All right, let's move on to your involvement in this case. Did you have the occasion to respond to Moselle Road on June 7th?
I did.
Okay. What time did you respond out there?
I believe we arrived around 12:07 a.m.
Okay. And are you aware of what time this the crime occurred?
I'm not sure about the time it occurred. I know the time I was notified.
Okay. And what time was that?
We were notified around 10:33 p.m.
Okay. So it took you roughly 2 hours to get out to the crime scene. Why was that?
We respond from Columbia.
All right. So what did you see when you got out there?
The scene entailed the area where the kennels were located. There was a large workshop with an overhang on between the workshop and where the dog kennels were. There was a sort of gravel path driveway between the kennels and that overhang. The sheriff's office had brought out a canopy to cover Maggie's body to protect her from the rain.
And what were the weather conditions?
It was raining lightly.
What is one of the first things you did when you got out there?
We met with David Owen, Special Agent David Owen, and regional agents to kind of get a little more information about what the scene entailed. And we did a little initial walkthrough to see the sheriff's office had marked some potential evidence. So we walked around to see what was what and see if we could find any additional evidence before we started taking photographs.
Do you recall collecting a shotgun from Agent Daniel Green, or excuse me, Officer or Sergeant Daniel Green?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And how did that occur?
He had maintained custody of a shotgun and needed to transfer it to me. So he brought it over to my truck and we put it in a gun box. We took photographs of it and rendered it safe.
Was that gun loaded or unloaded when you took custody of it?
It was loaded.
And did you unload that weapon?
I did.
And why would you do that?
We always render a firearm safe before we transport it.
Agent Worley, I'm going to show you what's already been entered as Tate's Exhibit 4, along with the rifle, or excuse me, shotgun that was collected. Could you tell us what you have there?
It's one of the 2 shot shells that were in the shotgun.
And that's a shot shell that you unloaded from this gun?
That's right.
And what gauge is that?
This one is 16 gauge.
And the correct caliber for that gun is a 12 gauge?
That's right.
Since Daniel Green collected that gun, did you take a buckle swab from him?
We did, yes.
And why would you do that?
In case his DNA was on the firearm, we would need to eliminate him or know that was his.
Agent Worley, this is Tate's Exhibit 249. Does that appear to be the buckle swab you collected from Daniel Green?
Yes, it is.
And how can you tell?
It has my handwriting, my initials. The seal tape has my initials with my handwriting for the date.
This time, this tape would offer Tate's Exhibit 249 into evidence.
It's admitted without objection.
Agent Worley, if you can take a look at State's Exhibit 17. Do you recognize what is in that picture?
I do.
Is that a true and accurate representation?
It is.
Got it. This time I'll move State Exhibit 17 into evidence.
Would you identify what it is before we do that? I mean, no objection, no objection. Okay.
What is it?
It's the shotgun that I took custody of, and a 12 gauge and the 16 gauge shot shells that I removed from the shotgun.
Submitted without objection.
And if you could, for the jury, could you tell us which shells we're looking at here?
The one on the left is the 12 gauge and the one on the right is 16 gauge.
And those are the shells you unloaded from that gun?
They are.
And you described the crime scene. If you could, State's Exhibit 22 that's previously been entered. Could you describe that to the jury?
That's the large overhang on the side of the workshop, the doghouse that's just outside that overhang, and the Maggie's body is lying there underneath that canopy. The kennels are in the background.
How did you discover Paul's body or observe Paul's body?
He was when we arrived, he was still covered with a pink sheet, but we could tell he was lying face down just outside the feed room.
And when you, how did you process the area around?
We start with documenting the area with photographs, photographing the evidence that the sheriff's office had already marked, do overall mid-range and close-up of each item of evidence, photograph the victims as they were when we arrived before the sheets were moved or anything.
This time I'm going to publish State's Exhibit 24, which is a sealed exhibit. Does this picture show how you found Paul's body?
After we documented him with the sheet over him and the coroner removed the sheet, yes, that is what it looked like.
And he appears to be laying outside of a feed room.
That's correct.
Did you process that feed room?
After he was removed from the area, we went in the room to process the room.
And if you look at that picture there, it appears that there's something laying on the back of his shorts there.
Yes, that's right.
And what was that?
I was told it was his cell phone.
State's Exhibit 25. Do you recognize that picture?
Yes,
And what is that?
that is the cell phone on the back of his shorts.
This time the state would move State's Exhibit 25 into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
Submitted.
And this is the cell phone that was laying on top of Paul's body.
That's right.
Now, did y'all process the inside of the feed room?
We did.
Agent Worley, I'm going to ask you to take a look. It takes exhibits 26, 27, 28, 30. If you can. 31, 32, 35, 198, 199, 38, 39, 40, 42, 43, 44, and 45, please. Agent Worley, in general, what are those pictures of?
They're all taken inside the feed room. A lot of them are footwear impressions.
And are those true and accurate representations of the feed room as it was the night of the murders on June 7th?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, at this time, I would offer those exhibits into evidence.
Exhibit numbers again.
Your Honor, that takes exhibits 27, 26, 30, 28, 31, 35, 32, 198, 199, 38, 39, 40, 42, 43, 44, and 45.
They're admitted without objection.
Agent Worley, this is State's Exhibit 27. If you could tell the jurors what they're looking at in this picture.
That's a view looking from the door into the feed room.
And what can we see on the floor there?
There's marker 1 is the shot shell wad. There's also suspected blood and tissue, possible pieces of skull on the floor.
And then looking back at that window.
There were several bullet defects in the window in the glass.
And State's Exhibit 26.
That's showing the feed room also, but it's showing more of the door, the outside of the door.
And if you notice the top of the door, what can you see up there?
It looks like blood, and there's also hair on top of the door.
State's Exhibit 30.
That's behind the door to the feed room.
Okay. And what's back there?
There were two 12-gauge shot shells on the fired shot shells on the floor behind the door, and also there was hair behind the door.
State's Exhibit 31.
That was after we marked the two fired shot shells as markers 9 and 10, and also showing them the shot shell wad at marker 1 in the same photo.
And State's Exhibit 26.
That's close up of the shot shell wad at marker 1, and there's also a partial footwear impression in blood.
And do we see some little round pellets there?
Yes, there were pellets on the floor.
.32.
That's a close up of the shot shells at 9 and 10.
Were those shot shells collected?
Yes, they were.
Agent Worley, when those shot shells were collected, what did you do with them?
We photographed them first before we pick them up. We packaged them, write the information on the packaging as what it is, where it came from at marker 9 and 10, date and initial and time it was collected.
And were they submitted to the lab and placed in these big plastic bags?
I transferred them to a crime scene lieutenant.
I'll ask you to take a look at these for me. Do those appear to contain item 1 and items 9 and 10,
Yes,
and also some other items that were collected?
yes. Way to open them.
Your Honor, this time I have Agent Worley open the bags and remove items 1 and items 9 and 10.
Thank you.
So, item 1 is what?
That is the shot shell wad that was at marker 1.
And, how do you know that is the shot shell wad that you collected?
It's my handwriting on the box, my initials on the seal, on the tape.
Then, item 9 and item 10.
And these are the two shot shells, fired shot shells at markers 9 and 10. This one is the one at marker 9. It's 12 gauge federal, and one at marker 10 was, I believe, Winchester 12 gauge.
This time, the state remove items 29, the shot, I guess the shot shell wad, and item 34, the 12 gauge federal, and item 33, 12 gauge Winchester into evidence.
Okay.
Without objection.
All right, also in that feed room, we were looking at what appeared to be some bloody footprints. Is that right, Agent Worley?
That's right.
You can see those footprints here in State's Exhibit 27.
You can see them.
About State's Exhibit 35 here.
Yes, there are two right there at marker 1.
So right down in here.
Yes.
All right. So in your training and experience as a footwear examiner, did you have occasion to examine those footprints?
I did.
And did you have some shoes to compare those footprints to?
Yes, I took custody of the shoes that Paul was wearing when I attended his autopsy. I was able to compare those to the footwear impressions in the feed room.
And now how do you do that?
We make test impressions of the shoes after they've been photographed with ink on the bottom of the shoe. I have someone similar who wears the same size, usually wears the shoe and steps on a piece of cardstock paper. We make as many test impressions as we need to make sure I've gotten all the area at the bottom of the shoe. Then I reprint those test impressions on transparencies. It makes it easier to overlay those on top of the photographs of the unknown impressions at the crime scene. And I compare the unknown impressions from the crime scene to the overlays that I place of Paul's shoes.
So you make a transparent overlay and you place it on pictures to determine if they correspond.
That's right.
State's Exhibit 148. What is that?
That is a printed version of the test impressions that we created of Paul's shoes.
And State's Exhibit 199.
That one is the right shoe. The first one was the left shoe.
And there are, I guess, two impressions of each shoe there?
That's right.
All right, so using the impressions you made in the photographs, did you make any determinations?
I determined they were corresponding consistent with the outsole design of Paul's shoes.
We'll look a little closer here. It takes exhibit 38. I'm sorry, there appears to be some kind of shadow here on the Elmo. States 138, is that a picture that you used from the crime scene to compare to Paul's shoes?
It is.
And what did you determine regarding that?
That one was also consistent with the outsole design of Paul's shoes.
States exhibit 39.
Both of those were same outsole design as Paul's shoes.
And we'll go back to States exhibit 40. And if you're standing in the feed room, what position are those shoes facing?
Those are facing the window.
Facing the window.
Right.
Did you also notice the door of that feed room?
I did.
And what about the door?
There was a lot of, I guess, blood, brain matter on the outside of the door, not so much on the inside, interior side of the door. There's a little bit at the very top, and hair on top of the door, but not on the rest of the back of the door.
So States exhibit 42 here. What can we see?
That's a picture of the exterior side of the door. You can see the blood toward the top of the door.
So that would be like the front of the door.
Right.
And States exhibit 43.
Okay.
And that's also the front of the door.
Okay. And we can see some blood spatter up here in the corner.
Yes.
Would that be right?
That's right.
And then it appears to be hair as well.
Yes,
Is that
that's right.
And we mentioned the defects in the window. States exhibit 44 here.
Yes.
What can we see there? Can you see a hole in that window?
Yes.
And States exhibit 45.
Yes, you can see one of the defects.
Okay. And do you recall how many defects were in the window?
6, I believe.
Later, did you have an occasion to go back out to the scene and re-examine that window?
I did.
At that time, can you tell us what you did when you examined the window?
We went to further document, take more measurements of the area. We scaled the defects and took several more measurements of where those defects were in the window.
I'm going to show you States exhibits 114 and 115. Do you recognize those images?
I do.
What is that?
These are diagrams of the window that I created. One shows the interior side of the window and one shows the exterior side. Shows where the defects are located in the window and all the measurements that we took for each defect.
Your Honor, this time I move States 114 and 115 into evidence.
They're admitted without objection.
Permission to publish. We're looking here at States 114. Do I have that in the correct orientation, Agent Worley?
Yes.
And can you kind of explain to the jurors the defects we're looking at here?
Sure. There's defects A through, I believe, G, starting from top to bottom.
So like where it says defect A, defect B, what
Right.
is that?
Those were the locations of where the bullet defects were in the glass.
So those are holes in the glass.
Right. Yes.
And that is from the inside of the feed room.
That's right.
And State's Exhibit 115 here. What is that?
That is the exterior side of the window.
So those are the same defects, but from looking from the exterior, like from the outside of the room.
Right.
And what was kind of the purpose of that?
In the event reconstruction would ever be done of the scene, it's necessary to have specific measurements to be able to place those bullet defects, those holes back in the window where they were based on measurements.
What else did you recall doing concerning the feed room?
We collected several of the shot shell pellets. We also swabbed the exterior doorknob of the room just for potential touch DNA.
Did you collect those pellets from the feed room floor?
Yes, we did.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to break for lunch at this time and resume at 2:20. Have a good lunch. Please do not discuss the case.
Well, we are on lunch until 2:20. So that is a 1 hour and 15-minute break to stretch and eat. And did you just love the way George Newman brought us all up there to just stretch and all while they were playing around with their evidence and trying to get everything entered? Yay, lunch, godless granny, you could go eat. 2:20, they said they'd be back. You have an hour and 15. Oh, but I'm definitely hungry. Yep. So, anyway, I am going to drop the link if anybody wants to come up and chat about anything while we go over break. We'll stay here. Feel free, though. You know, you got things to do. You got a break till 2:20. There won't be any trial coverage. We're just going to talk about some of the things we say that I was surprised about. Especially this morning when we were confirmed that Alex Murdaugh did state repeatedly that he did check for signs of life, breath, whatever, from both his son and his wife. He did touch the bodies, and the officers have been reported him clean, head to toe. So, that's, they're making an issue with that. It didn't look like the defense was very pleased about it at all. Well, I gotta say, today is a different look. Both sides look a bit scattered, overwhelmed. All of that shuffling around with the evidence was very disconcerting because it's like you're not prepared. It's just a bad look. You're waiting and waiting, as they go through all of that. I know that they have to take it, tediously, meticulously. They have to enter everything. They have to agree on both sides at what they're looking at and what they're calling it. Everything's got to be labeled and entered into evidence officially so that it can be used later. And that's the process. It could be a bit boring. It can be time consuming, but it does lay the foundation of the case. It does build the case. Thank you, Tomorrow Kiddo, for chatting with us this morning. I would take them into the kitchen too and get something to eat. Take a good break. You were here first thing in the morning. I appreciate it. What is everyone thinking about for lunch anyway? Now I'm hungry. Y'all got me thinking about biscuits and gravy and corned beef hash and all the cinnamon rolls with the orange cranberry glaze. That's a favorite. So, I'm thinking that it might be good. I'm going to bring up the video. I'm going to get it in place and I'm going to play the prosecution statement. Not the prosecution statement, but the defense statement from the other day. If that's cool with you guys, because you didn't get to see it. I only played the prosecution part the other day. And let me just cue that up for you. Just snacks for lunch. What kind of snacks are you having for lunch always? I'm just curious, nosy, because I had cheese and popcorn for breakfast, so I can't judge this for sure. I'm not going to judge you. All right, let me see if I can get this one queued up. Okay. All right, I'll stop this one and bring this one up for you, and we'll go over. Let's make sure it's nice and big. I do believe this is where it's going to start. Let's just see if I got it in the right place.
You may proceed.
All right. We were talking about the 3 family properties. Moselle.
Oh, it's still the prosecution. This is where we left off with the prosecution. We wanted to get to the. Here he is. With their white hair, I have a hard time telling when one starts and when the other stops. Okay. That's him with the glasses. Here we go. There, we got it.
Thanks.
Please report, Your Honor.
Okay. This would be the defense's opening statement from the 25th.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, my name is Dick Harpootlian. I think I introduced myself to you all and the attorneys, the 3 other attorneys, Jim Griffin, Philip Barber, Margaret Fox. It is our honor to represent Alex Murdaugh, or Murdaugh, depending on how you pronounce it. I say it's our honor because I submit to you what you have heard from the Attorney General as facts are not. His theories, his conjectures. Now stand up. This is Alex Murdaugh. Alex was the loving father of Paul and the loving husband of Maggie. You're not going to hear a single witness say that their relationship, Maggie and Alex's relationship, were anything other than loving. You're going to hear about how they went to a baseball game the weekend before. You're going to hear about their relationship. You're going to see texts and emails indicating a loving relationship. Paul, the apple of his eye. You're going to see a video somewhere between 7:30 and 8 o'clock the night of the murders with Paul and Alec riding around looking at some trees they planted. It's a snap. Paul sent to other people because the trees were not planted very well. They were cantilevering over. They're laughing. They're having a good time. That would be about an hour before the Attorney General says he swatted them. When I say he swatted them, when they were swatted, and no question, Paul Murdaugh was shot twice with buckshot, 12-gauge buckshot, once in the chest. And by the way, that shot would indicate it was in the chest and came out under his arm, like somebody that might have been holding up their hands. So when he says no defensive wounds, he perhaps was being held at shotgun. I mean, I can make the same sort of speculation that the Attorney General can, because that's all he's doing is speculating. What we do know is 12-gauge, fairly close range shot to the chest. He must have been turned because it comes out under his arm. There's wadding, if you're familiar with a shotgun, under his arm. The second shot ended up, and there's going to be some question about the direction of that shot, but ended up entering his skull cavity, and the gases from that shot literally exploded his head like a watermelon hit with a sledgehammer. All that was left was the front of his face. Everything else was gone. His brain exploded out of his head, hit the ceiling in the shed, and dropped to his feet. Horrendous, horrible, butchering. So to find Alex Murdaugh guilty of murdering his son, you're going to have to accept that within an hour of having a extraordinarily bonding, you can see it in the Snapchat, that he executes him in a brutal fashion. Not believable. Not believable. Now, Maggie is shot running, no defensive wounds because she's shot running, and after she falls to the ground and has one bullet that has hit her and probably traveled up and hit her brain, she's on the ground, and whoever the perpetrator was walked up, took that and put it in the back of her head. Executed. Executed. Why? This is going to be interesting because we don't know why. He doesn't know why. He's got theories of this and theories of that, but why? Number one. Number two, what was it in that hour between when he's yucking it up with Paul? And let me say this to you. His record, he was interviewed. He comes home and finds, there's no question about this. They've got telemetry from his car. He left the house at 9:06, returns at 10:01 after seeing his mother who has dementia. Now remember, that day, his father, who is dying, is taken to the hospital. Mom's home alone, the housekeeper. Perfectly reasonable for him to want to go see her. And later than usual, because his father's not there. He's in the hospital. He dies 2 days later. His father dies 2 days later. So the question is, if he leaves at 9:06 and he's back at 10:01, he literally, I mean, and he can account, the cars and the cell phone records account for where he was between 9:06 and 10:01. Now the cell phone records, and you're going to hear this from their own experts, are incomplete. They're incomplete. And we're to submit one of the reasons they're incomplete. And by the way, how do they find Maggie's phone? Maggie's phone was thrown out on the side of the road about a quarter of a mile away from, a little bit more, maybe a half a mile from the Moselle property, thrown on the side. Found it by using Find My iPhone. And the way they did that, they had to open it or have access. Who gave them the code to open the phone? Now, Murdaugh. And it's not destroyed, it's just thrown on the side of the phone. What you're also going to see is that Alex Murdaugh was calling that phone at 9:06. As he leaves the house, he did call her twice and texted her. And we also know that at 9:06, as he cranks his car, as the cell phone records show that, as the telemetry data shows the cell phone linking up with the car, that phone is being thrown on the side of the road almost a half a mile away. Now that is Houdini. That is magic. That is inexplicable. Now, I was making notes while the Attorney General was talking. But let me tell you what is more believable. The night he comes home and finds his wife and son butchered. And when I say butchered, you're going to see these photographs. When I see them now, after having seen them for the last 4 or 5 months, it still shocks me. It still is tough to look at. It still bothers me. And he comes home and finds his son laying in his own blood with his brain laying at his feet, shot to hell. He walks over, he checks to see if there's any life there. Although keeping his brain laying outside his body, he knows there's nothing there. He goes over and tries to get a pulse out of Maggie. No pulse there. Calls 911. I want you to hear that 911 tape. It is a man hysterical, in grief, trying to figure out what's going on. And he tells the 911 operator that he's concerned, and he drives back up to the house. And by the way, you can't see, I've been out there, you can't see the shed where you might see the top of the shed. There are pine trees between the front porch or the porch on the house and the dog pens. And it's not a third of a mile, maybe by the way the crow flies, but it takes a little bit longer to drive down there. And this is not unusual for them to communicate by cell phone or text, even when they're all on the same property. It's 1,100 acres, big property. They hunted it. So what I'm trying to say to you is that the Attorney General has given you his view. And again, you can't see the shed. And I'm going to ask the judge to ask you, the jury, to be able to go to the scene so you can see it. You can understand the proportions. You can understand the details. Because the facts are what matter here. The facts. Let me give you another fact. You're going to hear their witnesses explain the catastrophic injuries to Paul. That his head literally exploded. And whoever shot him with that shotgun was probably no more than 3 feet away. Maybe closer, maybe a little further away. His head exploded. You would be covered in blood from head to foot. Head to foot. In blood. They seized his clothes that night. SLED did. And they well, first of all, you're going to see in the videos from the officers that arrived that night, there's no blood on him. They didn't find any blood on him. SLED's testing indicated 12 different places on his shirt and pants. No human blood detected. Period. Okay? You'll see pictures. White t-shirt, no blood on it. Those are facts. Those aren't theories. Those are facts. Another fact that is, I think, the reason we're here today. When you hear those questions on the videotape on the night, now he's found his wife and son brutally butchered. You can hear on the 911 tape, he is hysterical. He comes in and out. It's consistent. If any of you have ever, you got to use your experience as part of this deliberation process. Your human experience. If you've ever suffered a catastrophic loss of a friend or a family member, it's numbing. It's the minute you find out, or if you see them dead, it's numbing. You go into shock. So anything he said that night is in the context of just an hour or two before finding his wife and son butchered. He drove back up to the house while he's on 911 saying, I got to get a gun, that whoever did this might be out there. And he gets a gun. What's fascinating about that is He gets a 12 gauge shotgun and he grabs some shells. These people hunt a lot. They have guns everywhere. He grabs some shells. He puts a 16 gauge, a 12 gauge, grabbed a 12 gauge shotgun, put a 12 gauge buckshot in, and then he put a 16 gauge buckshot in. That's how shook up he was. Guy hunted all his life, and he put a shell in that he couldn't fire a 16 gauge from a 12 gauge. Makes no sense. He was traumatized. GSR, their own expert at SLED said the amount of particles of GSR are consistent with him going up and picking that shotgun up. They want to talk about GSR? Again, if you fired a shotgun twice and a rifle 6 times, you'd be covered in GSR. Those are the facts. That's not his theory. The facts. Now let's talk a little bit about these ARs. Again, you're going to hear testimony. A lot of guns. They had a gun room. I don't live in Colleton County. I live in downtown Columbia. Ain't no gun rooms in downtown Columbia. But apparently, if you live on 1,100 acres and you hunt deer, you hunt whatever they were planting those sunflowers for, quail, again, big hunting. You have a lot of guns. The truth is, in 2017, and you'll hear the testimony, that Alex bought 2 black guns, one for Paul and one for Buster, his other son, who's sitting out in the audience. And Paul had one, his stolen. He bought another one for Paul. Now, Paul was very irresponsible with guns, cars. He'd leave guns around. He'd leave guns in cars. He oftentimes left guns down at the dog pens in the feed room. Now, I can't tell you whether he was shot with his own weapon or not, or his mom was shot with his weapon or not. But I can tell you that they weren't shot by Alex. They don't have the guns. There's no way to tell conclusively without having the weapons what weapons those were fired by. And we'll be talking a little bit with the SLED experts about that. The sort of overarching issue here is why murder on June 7th, 2021, why is it September of 2022 before they charge him? And I will tell you what happened that night. And this is a problem. He's questioned, and the questioning is pretty aggressive. You'll hear it. He's traumatized. They suspect him. They show up, he's got a shotgun. They suspect him. And the next morning, 2 people found butchered here in Colleton County, Moselle Road. The police announced, don't worry. There's no danger to y'all. There's nobody out there that could pose a danger to you. Because you see, they decided that night he did it. Without forensics, without cell phones, without any of that. And they've been pounding that square peg in the round hole for the last, since June of 2021, resulting in charges in September of 22. And so if he felt, and he did, and you'll hear it, the accusatory fashion he's being interviewed in, he may not have dealt all the facts. But by the way, whether he'd been down to the dog pens that night or not, really doesn't matter. Really doesn't matter. Because you're going to see cell phone activity that would be, let me put it to you this way. Paul's phone, 850. Maggie's phone, later than that, 854. Clearly, is still being used. At 9:06, he's up at the house, getting in the car, cranking it up to drive over and see his mom. He says, a few hundred yards away, it's a little bit further than that. But the point of the matter is, he would have had to have executed both of them, got back up to the house, got the bloody clothes off. And by the way, They seized his clothes from that night. They've never searched his house for any other clothes that we know of. Although that night he gave permission and they got a search warrant. Go to my house. Go look through everything. Where are the bloody clothes? Where are the bloody clothes? And of course, I would tell you that they've woven this story together because they want everything to be consistent. What's important about that is the judge, and by the way, there's no eyewitness. There's no forensics tying him to the murder. When I say forensic, fingerprints, blood, whatever, tying him to shooting anybody that night. The cell phone records would indicate he would have had less than 10 minutes to kill him, get up to the house, get in the car and crank it up. He'd be covered in blood. Now, if they think he was beginning to establish an alibi, there's no evidence of that. The evidence is consistent with him seeing them earlier at the dog pen. And by the way, that audio they have of him and Maggie, they were talking about one of the dogs killing a chicken. And they were debating whether it was a guinea hen or a chicken. No animosity. Very normal discussion. Paul's very happy. We know that Paul, after that, is texting back and forth with the girl about going to the movies. Nobody's down there threatening him. Daddy's not pulling out a shotgun and killing him. For, 10 minutes after that, he's texting this girl. So, big question. One shooter or two? Two guns, shotgun and an AR. And by the way, Maggie has no defensive wounds because she's running. What's she running from? And could you shoot? Typically, she had a little shed right, probably 150 feet from the feed room on the other side of a wall. Perhaps she heard the shotgun blast and came around and saw somebody or two people, and whoever it was opened up. Was there enough time to kill Paul and then find the AR and then ambush Maggie? Much more likely there were two people, but again, we don't have to prove anything. Let me sort of share the framework in which you should examine this. You have agreed to follow the law, and here's the law. Here is the law. He didn't do it. He is presumed innocent. As you sit there right now, when you look at him, you have to believe he is innocent. He didn't do it. Now, let me tell you, that's so difficult to do. I get it. And the way maybe the best way to explain it is this morning or yesterday, nobody really reads newspapers anymore, but if you're reading the newspaper, looking at the internet, and you read the police had arrested somebody for some heinous crime, the natural inclination of everybody, all of y'all, is to say, thank God they caught him or her. Thank God that person is in custody. And you did something that's so natural. We all do it. You presumed the police had arrested the person that committed the crime. You presumed him or her guilty. That is the natural thing to do. And you know what? That's fine for you to do. Any other day except today. Because you took an oath to follow the law. And the law is, he is innocent. He's presumed innocent. That is your presumption. Your mental framework is, he didn't do it. They've got to prove it to me beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, what's even more difficult, and this isn't a contest, this isn't a game, this isn't who wins and who loses. This is about justice. Oliver Wendell Holmes, one of the justices of the Supreme Court, once said, jury duty is the highest duty a citizen can perform for their country in peacetime. Because you are protecting us from them. from the state, from the government. That's the foundation of our Constitution, is that the individual has the right to be presumed innocent, has the right to a jury trial, has a right to have his or her peers in sitting judgment of it. That's you. And the framework is you presume him innocent, and you cannot convict him until the state allows an ordinary person to hesitate to act in the more important decisions in their life. Now, what makes this even more complicated is there's no direct evidence. There's no eyewitness. There's no camera. There's no fingerprints. There's no forensics tying him to the crime. None. None. I say that without any fear of contradiction whatsoever. None. And what the judge is going to tell you is, to the extent the state relies on circumstantial evidence, the circumstances must be consistent with each other, and when taken together, point conclusively to the guilt of the accused beyond a reasonable doubt. If these circumstances merely portray the defendant's behavior as suspicious, the proof has failed. Now, this smoke they've created is about suspicion. I mean, if you show up at the scene and you got the wife, the wife especially dead, and the guy's got a shotgun, you know, it's pretty logical for the cops to jump to a conclusion. He did it. And the problem is that as they came to that conclusion, they have pounded that square peg in the round hole, and you're going to hear about it. They've ignored some witnesses. For instance, that blue tarp showed up with a blue tarp. That witness who said he showed up with a blue tarp was shown a blue rain jacket. He talked about it. That's not what he brought here that morning. I mean, I talked to her. She says, no, it was a blue tarp. And what was it? I would indicate.
Objection is sustained. You may proceed.
I would tell you that the testimony you're going to hear is inconsistent with the Attorney General's represented to you, based on interviews done by people other than me. So what I'm telling you is this, that as you sit here and listen, every time there's a witness that takes that witness stand that the state's put up there, you see, you judge the credibility, whether to believe a witness or not believe a witness, whether to believe one witness against many, many against one. You're going to have to evaluate the testimony you hear from this witness stand with a critical eye. Critical eye. I mean, if you've got uncontested scientific evidence, you accept it. I've got no problem with that. These cell phone records he keeps talking about, I would say you are not necessarily accurate to the extent they're reliable. I will also tell you that there's going to be a bunch of people, and I will that have been promised something or threatened with something that may take the witness stand and say something. But I tell you what they're not going to say. They're not going to say they saw him kill him. They're not going to say that they were involved in it. They're not going to say anything that would give you a comfort level in their testimony. Now, all of you have indicated that you will follow the law. And I say this one last time. He didn't do it. He didn't butcher his son and wife. And you need to put from your mind any suggestion that he did. You've been picked because you said you could be fair. You were picked because you said you could follow the law. You were picked because Alex Murdaugh believes that you can be fair. Now, if during this process over the next however long we're here, I say something or do something, which most certainly based on my career, I will do, that irritates you or angers you. Sometimes I'm a little rough. Don't hold that against Alex, hold it against me. If I say something that offends you in some way, don't hold that against Alex. hold it against me. Remember, as you sit there right now, in your mind, he didn't do it. He is innocent. He would require a verdict of not guilty from you. That's the law. That's your oath. Thank you.
Well, that was that. What do y'all think? I mean, I thought it was quite different, the style that he had compared to what we watched the prosecution yesterday, their opening statement. Um, the prosecution in Cretan Waters was quite animated. Remember, with the hand gestures and the pointing, and he was quite solid in his conviction that they had their man. And yet, Harpootlian comes out in defense attorney style and says, "Nope, your job is to look at all the evidence and to not convict if you have any doubt at all." And they're trusting you to do it. And he's hammering home the idea that a loving, caring father and husband could not have done this crime. He focused on how horrendous the condition of the bodies were and how horrible the crime is. Which at first I thought was odd, but then I'm thinking, wow, that's actually a good play, because the more horrible you think it is, the less likely you think anyone who knew them would do it. Tony, I agree. And let me just put that up, because he says he doesn't sound as if he has anything other than reasonable doubt. Well, this is true. And in reality, that's all he needs, isn't it? This is a court of law. Regardless of anything that they present forward, if there's any doubt, they don't convict. That's how it goes. They have to be certain beyond a shadow of a doubt that he is guilty of murder. If he's convicted, he's got life in jail. Well, the death penalty was removed for this case, so he's just looking at a really long life sentence. I mean, he's already in jail now. He arrives every day in a big black SUV with sheriff guards in with his handcuffs on. He puts a jacket over them to walk into court, and then they, of course, when he gets inside, they let him in the courtroom to not prejudice the jury, without shackles and without handcuffs. They petitioned for that. Yes, I know that's very good pickup there, Hawk Skull. He described the bodies as butchered, as if somebody physically attacked them with a weapon. When I think butchered, and maybe it's because I cover a lot of true crime and serial killers, I think a knife. I think a dismemberment. I think a real violent attack in some way on the bodies. But this was gunshot. Okay, these were shot, and to be shot, it's usually from a little bit of distance. There's no hand-on-hand combat. So that terminology, like, he was really trying to put a picture of gruesomeness in everyone's mind. It was a good choice of the word, because it really does. When you think of the word butchered, you think of mangled and bloody and just disfigured, and all this stuff just enters your mind. I think that's exactly what he wanted to happen. In that part, he was very good. I don't know. There was no knife, Mandy, right? Right? That's what we're talking about. No knife in this word, right? Butchered. But it was very descriptive when you think about it. And that is probably exactly why he wanted it that way. Probably exactly why he wanted it that way. Hmm. And Skitscratcher says, oh, let me put that one up too. I don't know much about. Okay. Hard not to butcher someone with a point blank 12 gauge. Well, yes, it is kind of I would have used shredded. When you think of a 12 gauge shotgun, I mean, I'm going by the movies. You know, I have not seen anyone be shot with a 12 gauge shotgun. I could not actually say what that looks like or what happens to the body. Okay, except for what I've seen on movies and depictions in CSI shows and things like that, and descriptions from autopsy reports and descriptions from court cases that we've covered, and it sounds more like shredded or mutilated, like viscerated in some way. Yeah, but butcher, it was a good word to use. He's also the word butcher, means like some kind of, you think violence and intent, don't you? It's a strong word. And I think that is what he was using such a strong language so that you couldn't picture a father or a husband doing that or anyone doing it to someone they know. Here's the thing. He was like, he's trying to put that in your head. Definitely. Anybody that knew them couldn't have done this to them. It was such an awful attack. Also, how do who wants to talk about, actually, I'm going to drop the link again just in case, now that we're done with that, if anybody's done lunch and they want to come up. Just going over some of the testimony that happened, this morning. Well, when you were hearing in regards to, the clothing, or actually the conversation that he was having, the interview itself. Okay. And before we get to the clothing, what he's talking about, well, Paul has so many enemies because of this boating incident thing. Remember, we had said that one of the things that was interesting that the prosecution had brought up as far as towards motive was the fact that Paul was facing indictment on the 2019 boating accident that caused the loss of life of Mallory Beach, and that he was looking at criminal charges, not civil charges, criminal charges. Now, there were already civil suits all over the place. Everybody was having to deal with lawyers, but criminal charges is another thing. He could go to jail. Okay. And he says that people were upset about all of this. Okay. People were upset with Paul about the boating accident and the trouble that they were all having, all of the parents and the kids themselves and relatives and whatever, the people that owned the store. Oh, so many people are mad at Paul because of this. Paul has enemies. And they call him names. They beat on him. But AM has no names to give, and actually no actual lead as to who might be involved in the harassment of Paul, or even in regards to the murder, who might be looked at as far as the suspect. You would think if he was getting that kind of harassment, that dad would have a list of people, go check them out. He's a lawyer, pays attention to details. I'm sure he had some idea where it was coming from, and he didn't direct them anywhere. Well, I also noticed that when we were going over when they were doing the interviews and he's hearing his own voice and what he's saying, Alex Murdaugh has started a rocking thing in the courtroom. Like a self-soothing kind of message. I guess, your nerves could get to you. This has got to be very nerve-wracking. Either way, guilty or not guilty. Who wants to be sitting in a court listening to all of this? Not me. Not if I was anything to do with it, And I'm wondering, a lot of people are saying, well, he's a well-known actor. Like he just, he really schmoozes people over. He gets your attention. Like he can just convince you of stuff. He's used to manipulating people, Well, still there he is, regardless of whether he did it or not. That is still pictures of his wife and his son all over the courtroom. And that is still his statements, and he's hearing the upsetness in his voice, and what's going on. And it's got to take you back. I can imagine that's not an easy few days there that he dealt with. Also, if he is guilty, glaringly, he's looking at the mistakes that he made and what they're going to use against him. And he might be getting worried, So many reasons, could just be upset about the whole thing, But it is odd to watch him. I just get a weird feeling when I watch him, and I'm not trying to make anything out of it either. Of course, somebody's sitting on trial for life in prison for the murder of their wife and son. It's got to be surreal in any way, you know. Well, like some other things that we learned about today. Oh, they were talking about the gathering of evidence a lot, and we've got experts there and things being challenged. A little bit of unpreparedness on the prosecutor's side. It seemed to be some fumbling for getting the exact evidence they wanted and also getting everything in order. I mean, you know the witness is coming up. You know what you want to ask them. I don't know why that wasn't all like aside already. Seems like they waited for someone to show up with it and it all had to be put together. Yeah. I think that should be all done prior, but I guess it's a process. Hmm. Very interesting, Wrecker. Of course, you're going to throw a wrench at me. Is there a way that it could be more than one person? Well, that's actually a common theory. Did he have an accomplice or did he hire two people to come? But there are some things. Well, there's things that actually lean towards it and lean against it. Okay, so let's just take the weapons. Okay. The fact that there are two different weapons, one for each victim, could indicate, or, in a possible way, that there were two people involved. Okay. The fact that there are no defensive wounds, okay, and that the bodies aren't that far apart. They are farther apart than we thought. I thought they were right next to each other. They're not. They're not. We found that out yesterday. Okay. Um, you know, you hear one shot and then the other, I don't know, but there's no defensive wounds. So to me, that says, well, maybe if two people did sneak up on them or quite quickly came upon them and then did one and the other quite quickly like that, it could look as if there were two people. Okay. It could just as easily be one person trying to make it look like that, because we do have the prosecution putting in the footprints over and over again, with Maggie being on the side of the building away. And it could possibly be that she was not near Paul when he was shot and then came around to find out what the ruckus was when she was shot, giving a single perpetrator the opportunity to pick up another gun and shoot her. No defensive wounds. If it was someone she knew or recognized, she wouldn't have her hands up right away. It would be more like a, "What are you doing?" instead of an, "Oh my God." Hmm. Uh, you could go either way. But thanks for the question. Two guns, two people, could be, but still could be one. Let's not the fact that if he did get two people to come, or he's trying to allude that these were people that just showed up to take care of Paul or have aggression with Paul, some kind of retaliation. Why would they use guns from his own property? And also the statement that there were 25 guns on that property. And where were the guns that they could just be that easily located if somebody just came and showed up at the property? And they would have to go in and find those guns and get them and come back out. And would Paul and Maggie have seen them somehow? Hmm. Or something would have been up, you know? And we already have video of a conversation that seems kind of normal. Wouldn't we hear other things? People showing up and looking for stuff, anything, any kind of conversation of that nature. But we didn't. They have a gun room at the main house. Exactly. So you're going to tell me that two perpetrators went into the house, ransacked the gun room, took two particular items out, came back out, just the two, and actually did Paul and Maggie by gunshot. Okay. When it seems that Alex, what did he leave? Because he was there the hour before, and then he left, and then he came back. But his alibi statement says no, he just came there. He didn't come there, leave, and come back. So how was he there an hour before? Then he, what, didn't see the gunman that showed up? He wasn't there when the shooting happened? Where did he go? And why isn't it in his alibi? See, you know, There is the alibi. You know, some things have already been submitted to the court, and the alibi statement's one of them. Yeah, I'm going to look for that, as a matter of fact, because I want to get you all a link to that, because that was some interesting reading. I wonder if I can get it. I wonder if anybody's published it to cloud. Hmm. Well, that's not going to work because that's a video. That's not going to. Oh, okay. That's not going to do it. Let's see if I can. I'm sorry, I'm not talking because I'm searching at the same time, and I don't want to show you my search, of course. But I'm trying to find the actual. They did find Fitz News did have something about the alibi in their timeline. However, they don't have the alibi statement. Like they don't have. I'm looking for the. I want to see, because I'm just that way. I want to see the actual alibi filed statement because I want to see the exact words. Being ridiculous like that I am. Well, hello. Mm. Mm. Hold on, I think I have a visitor. You ready to come up? Mm. Okay, I'm gonna. Okay, so mute in Discord before you do, so there's no reverb. But go change your name, please. I don't want to dox you. And I think everything's there. Yep. Yes. Yep. Okay. Are you able to do that? Are you able to pop up or no? You want me to put it up? I'm speaking out on YouTube, by the way, the whole time. Well, there you are. Hey, thanks for joining me from the chat. You have a two-gun theory. Tell them why you think so. Two accomplices. They're two people.
I kind of think it would be two people because he doesn't. I wouldn't paint him as the kind of person that would be quick enough to react by blasting his son twice, and then quickly turning around, let's say he's got the AR on a sling, turning around, grabbing the AR, acquire his wife with the target, and then shooting her 6 times from a reasonable distance.
True. And she wasn't a reasonable distance. They say that she was shot pretty close up. Considered.
Yeah.
Like only a few, not too far away. But I could see that because prior things, like when he paid someone to shoot him in the head, it just went all wrong afterwards. He does seem to not have his thoughts all around him, but that was after the murders. Okay.
Exactly.
Prior to the murders, he was a mastermind of manipulation and financial fraud. So you don't think he's calculated enough to make a plan for 2 guns to indicate another person?
That's what I'm thinking, yeah.
I think he could. I think he could have. Yeah. I think it's plausible either way. But also with his reputation and as bad as things were falling around, who would take that job from Alex Murdaugh in that area? when he doesn't pay his bills and all the money's stolen, and they're probably going to end up in a court case. Who actually would be a gun for hire for Alex Murdaugh? I mean, that's what I say. In that
How,
area, like
how
what
much is
criminals
the
are smart. Criminals are smart. They like to stay out of jail, yeah?
yeah, but how much would the life insurance be on the son and wife?
Yeah, but he's also got a really serious reputation of not ever paying out the life insurance for anyone that he makes a deal with. Who'd make a deal with Alex Murdaugh at that time frame with all the financial crimes that are being exposed? Who
I
would
could
trust him
imagine.
enough to do it? Not even a criminal. I mean, they're pretty smart, you know. They know. They smell evil. they know
I,
wrong when they see it.
yeah, I wouldn't imagine they would trust him. They'd probably feel like they had the upper hand if, say, they were the ones carrying the AR.
Mm-hmm.
And so I could see possibly a situation where he hadn't been paying for his addiction, and this was a way for him to
Mm-hmm.
make the money to pay the dealers back if
Mm-hmm.
he, say, accrued enough of a bill from them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I could. I could kind of see it. You know, like I said, I do think that it could be either, but I more lean towards. I do more lean towards him, one single person. One of the things being, well, when they talk about Maggie, okay, and how she was shot in the legs to stop her from running, and they have footprints of her pacing on the other side of the building and coming back. And so then she may have heard the shot on Paul and came back and then turned to run, and that's when was shot in the legs to stop her from getting too far away before finished off. That kind of makes sense to me, you know, that kind of the way they laid that out, Paul being shot first. And Tony makes a good point. Paul must have been lower than the shooter to be hit in the shoulder and the wadding to come out of his armpit from close.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I'm sure we're going to hear that kind of evidence is what's going to intrigue me when ballistics comes up and CSI comes up and tells us the angles of the shots, how tall they think the murderer was. Yeah. Have you seen how tall Alex Murdaugh actually is? He is the
How tall
tallest
was
one in the
he?
courtroom. He's very tall. He's well over 6 foot. Either that or everybody around him short, because when he gets out of that vehicle, everybody is at his shoulder record. Like everybody is shoulder high to him. His head's above when he walking into that courtroom. I'll have to show you some footage. He's extremely tall. I wonder if I can Google that. I've been Googling like crazy, but you know,
Um, just to put something a little straight, it is not uncommon for people who own farmland and people who own shotguns to actually load different caliber shells into their gun. It's not an uncommon practice. You can do that. In fact, there is plenty of videos on YouTube of people just doing that, testing out different rounds in a particular shotgun. But what sort of caught me with that was there was only 2 shells in that shotgun. If he was scared and wanting to protect himself, I would expect him to have had a fully loaded shotgun. Plus one in the chamber.
Right. Well, okay. But it wasn't loaded, was it? Did they say if it was loaded or not when they got on the scene? The one he had with him? He said it was silly that he went and got it, but he did. I don't know.
I believe they said it had 2 shells in it.
Okay. So, I mean, if he's thinking that it was retaliation, he's claiming that he thought it was retaliation and then he grabbed it too, just in case anybody was around or something else happened. But when we heard that statement today, there was a lot of information in there about him grabbing the gun and everything, but also about him touching the body, touching the bodies to look for life and moving. He literally says he tried to move Paul. And yet the description of Paul's body is it is a complete mess. That there is brain matter everywhere around the body, on the ceiling, everywhere. How could he walk in clean shoes anywhere near that body, touch that body, and be immaculate when they get there an hour later to talk to him or so?
That brings another issue, though. Brain matter on the ceiling would suggest that the gun was pointing upwards. Unless they're meaning like, unless the building was small enough that the roof was close enough to the.
It's a feed room, so I think it might not be like large like a regular room. It's a feed room, So who knows, I'm trying to see how tall Alex is. The son is tall too, but they're saying he's 6 foot or over, but they're not giving me an exact number anywhere. But you see the pictures of him; he's quite tall. Like I don't think 6 foot's extremely tall. It's nicely tall, for me, because I'm like 5 foot, so 6 foot is like, you're the jolly green giant. But still, here in America, we, like my brothers are all, 6'2", more, a tall person to me is like well over 6,
Yeah, exactly.
Sandy
and
said, yeah, she says she's more inclined like you to agree he hired someone to do it while he was there. But again, she's waiting to see what they say. Me too. Yeah, me too.
I'm more or less speculating with, of course. But I can understand why they would make a point of pointing out that the gun had the one shell being the wrong gauge. It is a courtroom, and the lawyers are going to try to pick apart absolutely anything they possibly can. And the simple fact of the wrong gauge going into a shotgun is, excuse the pun, more ammunition that they can use to either show guilt or show innocence.
Well, they all saying that the one he had was loaded with 2 different gauges, 12 and 16. Okay. Always Creaso says they have stated that the first hit on Paul was most likely the fatal, which would also explain the lack of blood exactly if it stopped everything. I do agree that 6 foot is considered above average, I do get that. I'm just saying for me, like I'm surrounded by tall people, and I still think that Alex Murdaugh looks even taller than him, I don't
Yeah.
know.
I should correct myself. It's shot sizes, not caliber.
Could Paul have been on his knees when he was shot? That's a good question. Because then there would be more projectile, wouldn't there? More room.
That was another thing I was going to say. He could have already been dropping down dead as the second shot came through. Or was it 2 or 3 shots that he got?
At least 3 that I know of, because they said one was the shoulder, and then the one that they hit, one and another one, and then the one they hit. Always is saying, from the statements that we saw, they were talking about a 12 and a 16 gauge. hmm Thanks for the
What
correction,
kind of
Jin, and hi. Yeah,
what kind of shotgun do you run always?
always she to my gun friend there. Always he wants to know your weaponry. Yeah. Mm. I don't know. Maggie, I thought Maggie was shot 5 times. She was shot in the legs, she was shot in the chest repeatedly, the chest area, and then when she fell, there was a blow to the back of the head. Because I remember that statement, it struck me as what kind of a person after that walks up to the back of somebody and shoots him in the back of the head when they're face down and dead.
You are right, Jinx. Throwing a 16 gauge shell into a 12 gauge is not ideal, but it's not uncommon.
Yeah, but it did say, didn't he say that? Didn't the officer say that on the stand? He said, I wouldn't recommend doing it, everybody. Like he just
Yeah.
called out the defense right away and said, no, I wouldn't recommend doing it. It was obviously a mistake. Yeah. They
Yeah,
said it was
it's
obviously a mistake. Yeah.
mm.
No, we're going to get more on that, Sandy. I'm waiting to hear because like a lot of what we get is from the articles that people are putting out. And I wait to actually, when they enter into evidence, the ballistics evidence, from the expert on angles and casings and all of that. And when they actually enter the CSI information on how they feel, what they feel, where the body, like where the accuser was standing, at what angle, how the crime was committed. Hopefully, I'm hoping for like a very dramatic CSI reenactment, but we'll see. We'll see. I'm like, it's a murder trial. So like I'm thinking of all the best episodes, but I know it's not that exciting in the courtroom usually, but maybe they will actually do a reenactment or at least give us the visuals, talk us through how they feel it was accomplished. Oh, here's the always has a 12 gauge
12 gauge
Mossberg
Mossberg.
Maverick. Yeah.
They generally have a 5 to 7 round tube. Was yours modified?
Because she says hers was only 2, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Tony
Is
says
there?
that, yeah. Okay.
I was just going
Can
to
they,
say, is that one
can
in
they
the
modify
chamber?
them? Or, maybe it's different, different
You
versions.
can always modify a gun if you take it to the right gunsmith. But
Tony says that the execution style does make me think it was someone warning Alex about something. Well, there is also that theory out there that because a lot of the crimes that he committed involved huge bankers, and a lot of legal paperwork that way, there's a lot of people in trouble. If he was doing stuff behind the scenes too with much shadier characters and owed money, he was involved in some drug distribution. He had a habit at the time. He was like putting his money everywhere else but where it needed to be. He was stealing from his own clients. He's got his partners. If there were shadier characters involved, like say loan sharks or, you know, mm, connected kind of people, it would be a problem. It would be a problem because he's like a hot mess, right? But this is what I think about that, Tony. I don't think I'd warn him. These are financial crimes, okay? And he's a hot mess and he's leaving a trail everywhere and he's going down. Okay? They know he's going down. If it is someone trying to not be associated with him anymore or not get out of cover, they're not going to do the wife and the son. My money would say do him. If you need somebody to be quiet, you make them silent. Like, I don't think that they would actually threaten him by killing his wife and his son. I think that's more drama for TV stuff. In reality, if you're faced with the opportunity of someone who's going to go to jail and sing and sing and sing about you and tell all your misdeeds, the only way to prevent that is to prevent that. Then you need to make him quiet. And I don't think doing that to his wife and son would make him quiet.
no.
He's already shown he's very unstable when put under pressure. He tried to have somebody shoot him in the head. I mean, yeah. There's all kinds of theories out there. There is. Unless they want their money. But here's the thing. He already has 18 indictments and 100 charges and at least 8 civil suits that all tie the money up. There's no way to get the money, Tony. That's my point. He's a liability only. Usually you leave somebody walking around like that if there is a financial gain for you. Any money that Alex Murdaugh makes, regardless of whether he's committed of murder, he gets committed of the convicted rather of this crime of murder. All of the financial crimes, they've got him dead to nails. No one will see a dime. I mean, he's not ever going to see a dime again. Everybody else is going to be splitting the pool all over the place. We've got wrongful death suits. We got fraud suits. Yeah, there's no money. Yeah.
Yeah. So either way, even if he does get off on these charges, he's just going to be right back into the courtroom for other things.
Yep. Hawkskull has looked at pictures of Alex Murdaugh and he's classifying him at about 6'7". I was thinking so too, Hawk, and you're pretty tall, so you would have a good eye measurement for that, I believe. So yeah, I'm thinking well over 6. Yeah, especially when I look at his sons, look around 6'1". Paul does. Paul didn't. Paul looked like he was just getting to 6. But look at how tall Buster is sitting there in the courtroom.
Oh, that makes sense. Always grateful. 2 rounds. Doing competitive shooting. Yeah, that's common with clay pigeon shooting, right? You get through.
I know, Hawkskull. When I saw that they were saying that Alex Murdaugh was about 5'11", 6 foot, I went, "What, in grade school?" Like, no, the man that's getting out of that. If you see the way he has to get out of the SUV every morning to show up at court, he literally unfolds himself. Like, there's no way he's only 5'11". Not that 5'11" is short, but still, I mean, he is quite a tall person. I guess they're just keeping it under wraps. Yeah. Oh, we should be coming back live very shortly. They said 2:15, right? Or 2:20. We got 4 minutes. You got an exciting theory that we can cover in 4 minutes? Put you on the spot.
Aliens. It was
Aliens?
all aliens.
No,
Yeah.
no, the aliens came. No, I don't think so. That one I'm going to debunk right now. Never happened. That's not going to come up. We will not hear about aliens in the court. Now I just called the devil, right? Because if you say something absolutely isn't going to happen, there you go.
It would be amazing if they tried to use an alien defense.
Can you imagine? Like a Harpootlian just comes up and goes, he couldn't possibly have done it. He was having tea on Mars with a green guy. Yeah, okay.
Yeah. I mean, this is a selfie. Look.
No.
At the bottom.
I know we shouldn't joke about it, Sandy, but I hear you. I don't think it was because, like I said, they wouldn't do the family. You know what I mean?
I have a dark sense of humor. I'll be the first to admit that.
Don't we all, though?
Yeah, I feel like if I can't laugh about something, I can't be serious about it either. It's just, yeah.
Oh, I just saw that, Anna. Thank you for being here. Yeah, always.
No, this is.
But, lots of talk about guns. You got gun fans in there too. Like, I do not know a lot about guns. I asked you about the rifles and stuff because you know about this stuff. I didn't know anything about. You and always knows a lot more about guns than I do.
Yeah, I ironically come from a country where guns are really heavily regulated.
Neverly, darling, I did not know this. She said in the Stephen Avery case, which is a wrongful conviction case I'm following, Kathleen Zellner is trying to get him, released. She says that there was an alien explanation on the stand at one point by a cop in the Stephen Avery case. A cop? Wait a minute. Are you telling me a cop put that forward as like an explanation of why something happened? That's just wow.
Is
Wow.
how
Wow,
high
Neverly.
was this cop?
Yeah.
How
She's
much acid did he drop?
I don't know, but if you know which document that's in, like, send me a file. Like, that would be extraordinary reading. Like, I might even invite people in to do parts and we'll make a skit out of it because that is unbelievable. It could have been aliens. I mean, he was joking, right? He said it kind of snarky. He must have. I could see me saying it. Like, if they were pushing on me, either the prosecution or the defense, and I was getting a little like tired of it. Like they're saying, "Well, who did this and who did that?" I'm like, "Hey, could have been aliens." Just toss it out there like that. I can't believe he was serious. It's in the making a murder on Netflix. Okay, I'm gonna check it out. Thank you very much. Oh boy. Mm.
I'm still leaning towards the possibility of there being two people. I'm not going to I'm actually not going to rule out that there is the possibility. Well, obviously you have to assume innocence until proven guilty. I'm not going to rule that out. I don't know how he would be innocent because of all of the evidence that has showed up and just all the inconsistencies and everything.
Hmm.
But stranger things have happened.
This is true. This is true. I'm still waiting for today doesn't seem like we're going to get a big aha, although we actually already did in regards to him touching the body and how many times detective uh, Laura Rutland said clean, 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 and then clean, over and over again. And because remember the day before, Harpootlian was like, well, his hands were clean, but that doesn't mean anything. He could have wiped them on his shorts and you wouldn't have noticed. And they were like, nope, shorts were clean. They show you video of him sitting in the car with the officers in clean shorts and a shirt. Nothing disheveled at all.
That was another thing. His car does not have blood in it.
No, but he would have to get into the car with bloody clothes. He never went back into the car. He lives right there. He could clean up without getting into any vehicle or leaving. The hose was running.
Where
Oh,
I think they would
hold
have.
on. We're going to go back now. I'm going to have to dismiss you.
Okay. I'd be just saying.
I'd be the same. Thank you. I'm bringing them up. Hold up. Oh, what's going on with my feed now? Here we
See
go.
you in the chat.
They bring the
Make it
jury.
big. Thank you very much. Thank you for coming up, Wrecker. I appreciate it.
It was good fun. Cheers.
Thanks. Cheers.
jury.
That being items 17 and 14. I think in this baggie that you had cut open earlier, item 7, or excuse me, item 14, that bag.
Yes.
And item 14 is the pellets from the feed room floor that you collected.
Yes, that's right.
And how do you know that that item contains those pellets?
It's my handwriting on the envelope and the description of what I collected with the date, time, and my initials. And my initials and the date on the seal tape.
And does that item appear to have been opened or tampered with since you collected it?
It was opened by I believe, the firearms examiner.
Okay. And then item 17.
Yes.
This time I would offer State's Exhibit 20, the pellets from the feed room floor, and State's Exhibit 18, the swabs from the door of the feed room into evidence.
Says the defense.
Sorry, no objection.
You're admitted.
All right, Agent Worley, let's move on to Maggie. Did you have a chance to observe her body?
I did.
And where was it located?
She was just past the workshop overhang near the doghouse.
And, when you first got out there, could you see her body or was it covered?
It was covered with a pink sheet.
I'm going to show you States 52, States Exhibit 50, States 48, and States 47. You could take a look at those and tell us what, in general, they just depict.
These were photos of Maggie, the way she appeared when we arrived on scene, still covered with pink sheet.
And are those true and accurate depictions of the crime scene where Maggie Murdaugh was found when you were out there?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, at this time, I would offer us to take exhibits 52, 50, 48, and 47 into evidence.
Your Honor, we don't have any objections to these, but I think we need to go through this process, at least on 2 of them, to have them submitted under seal and a placeholder put in effect. Am I wrong about that?
States 52 through 48 and 47 into evidence.
Says it's sent.
No objection.
Get it?
I don't have an objection to either, and number, whatever that is.
Your Honor, will seal States Exhibit 50 due to its graphic nature, and prepare that placeholder.
Get it?
Agent Worley. This is State's Exhibit 47. If you could kind of describe that to the jury.
It's a photo showing Maggie's body lying on the ground with the sheriff's office canopy over her, looking toward the overhang for the workshop. And you can see the kennels off to the right.
And these pictures are kind of hard to see on the screen. Is Paul's body also in that shot?
You can sort of see the pink sheet that's over his.
Like over in front of the feed room door?
Right.
And then Maggie's is in front of this ATV.
Yes, that's right.
And State's Exhibit 48.
That's looking from a different angle of Maggie, the doghouse in the background, the workshop overhang, and the ATVs to the right.
And then State's Exhibit 52.
That was after Maggie's body was removed from the area.
This is State's 50 submitted under seal.
Different angle of Maggie's body, I believe still covered by the pink sheet.
When you observed Maggie's body, where was she actually, what wounds did you observe?
She was lying face down, her both arms bent at the elbow. Her right arm was bent toward her face. Her left arm was bent underneath her body. Her legs were straight out behind her.
This time I'll publish State Defendant's Exhibit 2, which is under seal. Is that how her body appeared to be on the scene?
Yes, that is.
Now, when the body was moved, did you notice anything?
We located another cartridge case on the ground, approximately where her right knee had been.
So she was laying on top of a shell case.
That's right.
All right. And did you collect that item?
Yes, we marked it as marker 7, photographed it, and collected it.
And what, do you recall what kind of round that was?
It was a 300 blackout.
Mr. Worley, I'm going to ask you to take a look at this baggie, and if you can, remove item 7.
No objection, Your Honor.
Agent Worley, State's Exhibit 68, item 7, the 300 blackout recovered under the knee of Maggie Murdaugh. How do you know that is that?
This, my handwriting on the envelope, date, time, and initials when I collected it. My initials and the date on the seal tape.
And I'm going to show, this time I would move State's Exhibit 68 into evidence.
Submitted without objection.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 61. Do you recognize that picture?
Yes,
And is that a, what is that a picture of?
it is item 7 cartridge case located at marker 7 before we collected it.
Is that a true and accurate depiction of that casing at the crime scene?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move State's Exhibit 61 into evidence.
See, can I see the clip? Is that what you just showed me? Oh, okay, I'm sorry. No objection.
Submitted.
And this is the shell casing here, shell case.
Yes, it is.
And this is a picture of it is located at the crime scene, correct?
That's right.
Now, did you collect some other shell cases while you were out there?
Yes, we did.
And if we're looking in some of these pictures, you see the little yellow placards there. I don't know if we can see them that well on the screen here. What do each of those placards indicate?
Those are the evidence markers that the sheriff's office placed on cartridge cases that were on scene. Markers 3, 4, and 5 were all the same 300 blackout cartridge cases.
So how many blackout cases did we recover from scene?
I believe it was 5.
And did you collect the cases that were at the scene?
Yes, I did.
And that would be items 2 through 6?
2 through 7, yes.
2 through 7. Oh, we already have item 7 up there. So do you have items 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 there?
Two, 3, 4, 5, and 6.
And what are items 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6?
They are all cartridge cases, head stamped SNB 300 AAC BLK, collected from markers 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6.
And in this case, does the item number correspond with the case with where the marker was?
It does, yes.
And can you take a look at these pictures? That's going to be State's Exhibit 60, 62, 59, 58, 57, 56, 55, and 54, and also 53. And can you tell us in general what we see in those pictures?
These photos show each of those markers 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, and before we collected the evidence. And also marker 13.
And are those true and accurate depictions of where 300 blackout shell cases were on the scene?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, at this time, I would offer State's Exhibits 62, 60, 59, 58, 57, 56, 55, 54, and 53 into evidence.
Show them to the defense.
Yes, Your Honor.
They're admitted without objection.
Shell cases that were collected, did you collect them and put them in these little envelopes?
Yes, I did.
No objection, Your Honor.
They're admitted.
Agent Worley, I'm going to get you to take a look at these cases one more time. This being now marked as State's Exhibit 63. You could tell the jury what that is.
This is a cartridge case, 300 blackout from marker 2.
And how do you know this is the 300 blackout cartridge case that you collected from marker 2?
It's my handwriting on the envelope, date, time, and initials when I collected it, and my initials on the seal.
What about for State's 64?
The 300 blackout cartridge case that I collected from marker 3. It's my handwriting on the envelope, date, time, and initials when I collected it, and my initials on the seal.
State's Exhibit 65.
Cartridge case collected from marker 4, 300 blackout. Has my handwriting with the date, time, and initials when I collected it, and the initials, my initials on the seal.
66.
It's the 300 blackout cartridge case from marker 5. It's my handwriting, my date, time, and initials, and my initials on the seal.
And then State's 67.
The 300 blackout cartridge case from marker 6 is my handwriting on the envelope with the date, time, and initials when I collected it. My initials on the seal.
Your Honor, at this time, I would move State 63 through 67 into evidence.
They're admitted.
And Agent Worley, what did you do with these cases once they were collected on the scene?
I sealed them in those coin envelopes that are in there with them. I transported them to the lab at SLED.
And when you got them to the lab at SLED, what did you do?
I transferred most of the evidence from the scene to one of the crime scene lieutenants, Lieutenant Todd Shank.
And does he take those items and put them in some sort of secure location, or what happens to them?
He would have logged them into our database and transferred them wherever they were going in the lab for analysis.
Right, I'm going to turn your attention now to what's previously been admitted. It states Exhibit 49, which I believe is admitted under seal. Now, if we take a look at this picture, you can see those yellow placards. Placard 2, I believe, would correspond with item 2, which has been marked as Tate 63.
Yes, that's right.
And State's Exhibit 53 here. What are we looking at here?
That's that cartridge case at marker 2 before we collected it.
And State's Exhibit 54.
That's a close-up of the same cartridge case at marker 2.
Oops, where's that? Okay, so marker 2. All right, then we'll move to State's Exhibit 55.
So markers 3 and 4, the cartridge cases at those markers before I collected them.
Okay, and I don't know if the jury can see those cases there. Agent Worley, Your Honor, may I have permission for Agent Worley to step down and point those 2 cases out to the jurors on this TV here?
Yes.
Right here is the one at marker 3, and then the one at marker 4 right here.
Okay, and while you're here, Agent Worley, we'll put up State's Exhibit 58. And in that picture, if you could point out any items of interest for us.
These are the cartridge cases at markers 5 and 6.
And-
Not sure if I can see the one at 5. One at marker 6 is right here.
Okay. And State's Exhibit 59 is a close-up there of,
Yes, this is the cartridge case at marker 5.
all right, Agent Worley, if you can take your seat, please. Thank you. State's Exhibit 66.
Yes.
And then let's go back on feet. Also in that picture, does it look like we might have some brain matter and some hair in that picture?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 56.
The cartridge case at marker 3 before I collected it.
And then State's Exhibit 64 is the actual shell case that was collected.
That's right.
State's Exhibit 57,
That's the cartridge case at marker 4 before I collected it.
and State's Exhibit 65.
Yes,
So that's the actual case that was collected.
it is.
And then finally here, we have State's Exhibit 60.
That's the cartridge case at marker 6 before I collected it.
And white is also in that picture.
It's possible brain matter.
And State's Exhibit 67.
Yes, that's the same cartridge case.
That's the cartridge case that was collected.
Right.
Now, also, was there some kind of defect or something in the gravel that y'all inspected?
Yes, at marker 13 that the sheriff's office had placed, there was a disturbance in the gravel area that we dug into that area. We presumed it was a bullet strike where a bullet had hit, so we dug into that area.
And did you find anything when you were looking?
Yes, we found several metal fragments.
And Agent Worley, what did you just remove from this baggie from the crime lab?
These are the metal fragments that I collected from in the ground at marker 13.
And how do you know those are the metal fragments you collected?
They look familiar. It's my handwriting on the envelope, date, time, and initials when I collected it, and my initials on the seal.
Thank you. Agent Worley, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 62. Do you recognize that picture?
I do.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of bullet fragments at the crime scene?
It is, yes.
Your Honor, at this time I would move State's Exhibit 62 into evidence.
Okay.
You admit it?
And also for ID purposes only, State's Exhibit 102, the bullet fragments.
Okay.
It's admitted for ID only.
Agent Worley, State's Exhibit 62. You could tell the jury what is on that placard there.
Those are the metal fragments that we collected from the ground at marker 13.
All right, so what else did you see on Maggie's body while you were investigating the scene?
There was in the doghouse, the side that was facing her, there was appeared to be a bullet defect in the side of the doghouse.
Okay. Was there an ATV parked under that shed?
Yes, there were two.
Did you notice anything about the ATV?
There's appeared to be suspected biological material on the front of the ATV, sort of low down on the front of it.
And where was that ATV in relation to Maggie's body?
I believe it was off near her left side.
Exhibit 49. Would that be the ATV?
Yes, that's it.
Okay. And on the front of that on the ATV, there appeared to be tissues, you said?
Yes.
Right now, you mentioned the doghouse. I'm going to show you what's been marked as Tate's exhibits 75, 74, and 73. How do you recognize those pictures?
These show the front of the doghouse and then the projectile that we collected from a dog bed that was inside the doghouse.
Are those true and accurate depictions?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, at this time I would move Tate's exhibit 75, 74, and 73 into evidence. Along with exhibit 72. Thank you, Your Honor. Okay, Agent Worley, State's exhibit 72. If you could tell the jury where that doghouse you were talking about is that in that picture?
It is. It's more in the background of that picture.
And again, these pictures are kind of hard to see here. It would be in this area right here that I'm pointing to.
Yes, that's it.
And State's exhibit 73. What is that?
That's the front of the doghouse.
Okay, then State's exhibits 74.
That was the projectile that was in the bedding of that dog bed that we recovered.
And then State's exhibit 75.
And that is the projectile that we collected from the dog bed.
And I believe that projectile may be in this bag you have here. Is that item 12?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And how do you know item 12 is that projectile?
It's my handwriting on the envelope, date, time, and initials when I collected it, and my initials on the seal.
Do you know anything else about that projectile besides that it's the one that you collected from the doghouse?
No.
the item number 12, State's Exhibit 76, into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
Admitted.
And Agent Worley, this would be State's Exhibit 76.
Yes, that's
the
it.
Round collected from the doghouse.
That's right.
All right, now, after you had went out to the crime scene, did you make a diagram to kind of, piece together the evidence where you could see everything and how it kind of relates to each other?
I did. On scene, I do a rough sketch showing where evidence was located, where the victims were located. I take measurements to show where things are in relation to each other.
And when you made that diagram, is it to any kind of scale?
No.
Your Honor, this time the state would move State's Exhibit 77 into evidence.
No objection.
Submitted.
Permission to publish. Hey, Agent Worley, is this the diagram that you created after being out there on the crime scene?
That's the final diagram I created with a computer, yes.
Your Honor, may Agent Worley step down to kind of go through the diagram with the jurors? All right, Agent Worley, if you could just kind of walk the jurors through the crime scene using this diagram here.
We have Maggie's body here, Paul just outside of the feed room.
You have to
Markers,
speak up a little bit.
marker 1 and markers 9 and 10 inside the feed room. Then we had markers 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 underneath her right knee. 8 tire impressions in the dirt underneath this overhang. Marker 12 was suspected biological material. And then marker 13 where we dug the metal fragments out of the gravel.
Okay, thank you, Agent Worley. Now, you just mentioned some tire impressions being here at item 8. What do you know about those?
They went straight through where the overhang was, went from one end to the other.
Did you do any kind of analysis on those tire impressions?
We photographed them with examination quality photographs on scene. I never had any, test impressions of any tires to compare them to do actual comparison in a report, no.
And why was that? Why didn't you do any analysis on the tire impressions?
We concluded basically the gentleman who took care of the dogs, I forget his name, he parked there regularly and his tires were consistent with the design of the impressions that were there in the dirt.
So you essentially, they figured out who the tire impressions were.
Right.
And it wasn't necessary for you to do any analysis there.
Yes.
Were you aware of any other tire impressions on the scene that you analyzed?
No.
As far as tire impressions in wet grass go, how would you analyze those?
All I would be able to do with that would be photograph it. That's not going to leave any kind of design characteristics from the tread of the tire in the grass. So I can't really do an analysis, a tire analysis of tire impressions like that.
All right, while you were on the scene, did you receive any items of evidence from Colleton County Sheriff's Office, Barnado?
Yes, I did.
And what was that item?
I took custody of a GSR kit, a gunshot residue kit that was collected from Alex Murdaugh.
13, the GSR kit that Agent Worley collected from Colleton County Sheriff's Office, Barnaday.
Okay.
Okay. Also, in the course of your investigation, did you gather some items of evidence from SLED agent Katie McAllister?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and when did you collect those items from her?
On June 9th.
And what were those items?
Can I refer to my notes? I took custody of 3 shotguns, a rifle, fired and unfired ammunition, and empty boxes of ammunition.
And what did you do with those items when you took custody of them?
I transported them to the lab at SLED and submitted them to the lab.
And all of this would, of course, be recorded on a chain of custody sheet.
That's right, yes.
All right, moving on. All right, Agent Worley, before we move on, the shotguns you collected, would those have been items 30, 31, 32, 33?
Yes,
Okay, and then you collected item 34, which was a 30-round magazine containing 300 blackout cartridges.
actually 33 was the night vision scope on the rifle,
Okay,
and 34 was the rifle.
all right, and then what other items did you collect? With the numbers, please.
Okay. Items 35, 36, 37, 38, and 39, 5 cartridge cases, head stamped S&B 300 AAC BLK that were collected from the ground at side entrance door.
And then did you collect item 40 from Katie McAllister?
Yes,
Okay, and what was item 40?
that was an unfired cartridge, head stamped S&B 300 AAC BLK, collected from a Remington 20 gauge shotgun shell box from shelving near gun storage rack.
And then item 45?
45 was an empty 20 round box of S&B 300 AAC BLK full metal jacket ammunition collected from the gun storage room.
And then items 46, 47, and 48.
Those were 3 empty ammunition boxes collected from the trash.
And then I'm sorry, what did you say that you did once you received those items from Agent McAllister?
I transported those to the lab at SLED and submitted them to the lab.
Did you test fire or do anything with any of that evidence that you collected?
No, I didn't do any of that.
Thank you. Okay, let's move on to the Chevy Suburban that was on scene the night of the murders. Did you observe that vehicle when you got to the scene?
I did.
All those lovely little links in there that you can search for information that's on Twitter that's being released by media reporters, as far as some clips of the body cam interview that we heard earlier, which show what Alex Murdaugh looked like during that interview, and some of the statements that he made. And also, there is a lovely, not so lovely, but a picture of the feed room, and where a map out of where the bodies were found in relation to that feed room. That could be helpful. That came from there too. And yeah, everybody stand up, get some blood in your legs. I like this idea Judge Newman has. Stand up and just shake it out a little bit. Okay, get some blood in your legs if you're sitting there. I know it's good for me. I'm shaking them all up. Um, give it a moment. This evidence entering can be quite tedious, but it's actually very important for the process. It is the foundation of the case. And look, now we can see how tall Buster is. Buster looks to be coming in at just under 6 feet to me, or just that. Mm. And now they mute the mic like that when they're talking about emotion or anything like that. So hopefully that will be back shortly. It's only a little after 3. We'll see if we're going to have more witnesses or if they're going to continue. They have not dismissed Worley yet. As you can see, they're just giving everybody a break. We're back. I do like Judge Newman's style. You still want me to do that one? Or you still want me to do that one?
From the jury, what is the problem with the projector? Blurry?
Your Honor, with the overhead light on the L1 out, I think we'll be able to see better. Without that light on, that was a shadow, it was difficult to see.
All right, thank you.
I think over the weekend, we're doing like spread so that the light's coming down.
May it please the court, Your Honor? Okay, Agent Worley, if you don't mind taking a look at State's Exhibits 104, 96, 97, 99, and 93. Okay. Or Exhibits 93, 99, 97, and 96, true and accurate depictions of the Chevy Suburban.
Yes, they are.
And States 104, is that a true and accurate depiction of some ammunition that you located?
In the other vehicle, yes.
That was located in a white F-250?
That's right.
Your Honor, at this time, I would move States Exhibits 104, 96, 97, 99, and 93 into evidence. We would also state Exhibit 95 for ID purposes. Agent Worley, if you could open that up and tell us what kind of shell casing, a shotgun or shot shell is that item 50?
Can I get scissors?
What happened to our scissors? Is your name?
I think they're gone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you need some gloves or you?
That's good.
Okay, so what is state marked for ID is State's Exhibit 95,
It's a 16 gauge shot shell, unfired.
a 16 gauge shot shell.
That's right.
Okay. Now I think when it was collected, it was marked as a 12 gauge shot shell.
That's right.
So what happened there?
I just made a mistake. I wrote 12 gauge instead of 16 gauge. It's clearly a 16 gauge.
Okay, and that is the shot shell that was collected from the floorboard of the Chevy, the back floorboard of the Chevy Suburban.
That's right.
Okay, and like you said, it is a 16 gauge instead of a 12 gauge,
That's right.
and it was just marked incorrectly.
Yes.
At this time, the state would move State's Exhibit 95 into evidence.
No objection.
As
Submitted
well,
without objection.
thank you, Honor. The state would also move State's Exhibits 83 into evidence. And if Agent
It's admitted.
Worley, if you could take a look at State's Exhibit 83. Okay, we'll- Now I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 93. All right. You could tell the jurors what's in State's Exhibit 93.
That's looking at the scene, the back of the Chevy there toward the right side.
And what side of the screen did you say the Suburban's on?
The right side.
And the Suburban was on the scene when you arrived, is that right?
Yes.
Now, when did you actually process that vehicle?
We had the vehicle was towed from the scene the morning of the 8th, and then we returned on the 9th to process the vehicle.
So on the scene that night, was that vehicle even searched to your knowledge?
Not that I know of, no.
Okay. And so when you went to search it, what did you do?
We document it with photographs outside, inside, search for any evidentiary value items. If we locate them, we photograph them and collect them.
And what did you locate in the rear floorboard of that vehicle?
The 16 gauge shot shell was on the rear driver's side floorboard of the Suburban.
That would be State's Exhibit 97
Yes, that's right.
and 96.
Yes.
Did you also process the vehicle to see if there was any blood in there?
We did.
And how did you do that?
We first looked at the vehicle with an alternate light source, see if we can see any indications of any blood in the vehicle. We followed that with a couple of different chemical procedures.
So did you swab some areas in that vehicle?
We did.
Okay. And what areas was that?
I can refer to my notes again. There were 10 areas total. It's the lock, unlock buttons on the driver's door, the driver's door armrest, driver's side running board below the driver's door, the driver's floorboard, the front edge of the driver's seat, steering wheel, center of the driver's seat back, the front passenger door above the armrest, front passenger seat bottom, and front passenger seat back.
And State's Exhibit 83 is the actual swabs that you took from that vehicle.
Yes, those are.
And were those swabs presumptive for blood?
Yes, they were.
Were those swabs presumptive for blood?
Yes, they were.
And State's Exhibit 99 is where?
That's the steering wheel of the Suburban.
Later on, what did you do with those swabs that you collected?
I packaged them in separate envelopes, sealed the envelopes, labeled it with the description of what was inside the envelope, date, time, and initials when I collected it, and I sealed it. And then we transferred them to the lab at SLED.
And would you have submitted those to the lab for further analysis for blood?
Yes, that's right.
Later on, did you have another occasion to go back and process the Suburban?
I did, yes.
Could you tell us a little bit about that?
I returned at a later date to retrieve the seat belt from the driver's side of the vehicle.
Okay. And why did you want to retrieve the seat belt?
For additional trace and things.
And when you retrieved that seat belt, what did you do?
It was removed from the vehicle, included the strap, the buckle, the receiver, and then there were some hardware components that we couldn't separate from the seatbelt itself. I packaged it, I believe, in a paper bag to transport it back to the lab at SLED. It would have been packaged additionally inside of a box at the lab and submitted for testing.
So you removed the whole entire seat belt?
Yes.
All right, Agent Worley, State's Exhibit 100, which is a little heavier than you would think for a seatbelt here. Can you tell us if that is the seatbelt you collected?
You want me to open it?
Yes.
the way.
Ladies and gentlemen, have to go to the jury for a break. Please not discuss it.
I don't know what this is about. I guess it's because there's too much of a time delay as they check things out going on. So this is I give you all good credit that are still here in the chat, because this is one of the most boring parts of any trial, is the loading of the evidence in. We're going to pull that down until they're ready again. As they get ready, that does all have to be documented. They recessed. Like, did they say how long, Sandy? Because I heard the word and did not hear like how long of a break it was going to be. But I'll just watch because it's right there. We'll bring it back up. And I'll drop the link if anybody wants to come in again, keep me company or talk. I don't know. I don't want to miss any evidence either. Hopefully, T King, can you pop in any of those links from Twitter that I gave you? There's little clips of the interview, the body cam interview. There's a picture there of the feed room, and another like a diagram picture of body placement in the buildings. As things are hitting Twitter and around as they're being released, I'm trying to gather them for you. I thought it was quite interesting the way the bodies are placed. It gave me I thought they were closer together when I was listening to them talk, and it was quite eye-opening to see where they actually were. Yeah. Yep. And if you need to look at the links later of body cam, I have actually put them over there on my Twitter, so you can find them there too. Hey, Beck, how are you? Welcome.
Surprise! I had to go run an
Surprise.
errand
No,
this
that's cool.
morning, so I missed the begin, and I forgot, and I woke up and ran out the door.
Well,
How you doing?
listen, I'm doing good. Now, let me fill you in. Remember yesterday we had a question in regards to whether or not he had touched the bodies or said so?
Yes.
Oh boy, did he. He said so a lot. And there's body cam footage of the interview, exactly how he touched them, what he was going to do, everything. And there was an interview
Oh,
with,
really?
yes, there was the first interview of the day with Laura Rutland from the criminal division of Colleton County
The
Sheriff's
SLED?
Department. Yeah, she
Is that the SLED
actually.
division or the
No, that
or
this is the Colleton County Sheriffs. They worked with SLED.
Okay,
They
gotcha.
kind of helped them, but they weren't SLED. Okay.
Right.
She actually stated that he had said that he told her twice that he had tried to move Paul. And then we got to hear her say when the prosecutor said, "And what, did you see any blood on his hands?" No. How did they appear? Clean. His shirt, clean. His
Clean.
shorts, clean. His
Clean.
shoes, clean. How does his general appearance? So she goes, clean. Like, and you get to see the videos. I put all those links in the chat right now. But if you go
Nice.
to if you're on Twitter, go to my Twitter feed. I retweeted Kathy Russo. She had all the little clips. Like, a couple of them are 30 seconds and a couple of them are a minute. But they have
Okay.
clips of what he said, and you could see how clean he is sitting in the car. talking to
Oh
them.
my good. See,
Yeah.
and that was my
Mhm.
original thing because somebody said, well, he could have washed his hands. Okay, fine.
True.
Most people don't want blood on their hands. Fine. I'm okay with that. First of all, people that are upset don't think about, I need to keep the blood off of me. And second of
Mhm.
all, if there's water everywhere and blood in the water around the bodies, how did he step close enough to get to touch them, to check them, and his shoes are clean? That was my thing from the
Mhm.
very beginning.
Yeah,
How are his shoes still clean?
how are his shoes still clean? Especially if you, even if you didn't touch the body, going anywhere near to see what's going on, there was blood everywhere. Like they should have been, especially with the hose running and water going. There should be something on the bottom of those shoes. Yeah, like I'm thinking. Yeah, absolutely. There's no way to stay that clean. But also, interestingly enough, I found the 3-paragraph alibi statement that he made. And he does say that he
Oh.
was there when earlier and then left to see his mother. He left at 9 o'clock, went to see his mother, was on the phone with several people, all family, by the way, all family.
Uh-huh.
And they're going to have to pull the phone records to document that. And then he came back at 10:05, discovered the bodies. So apparently the murder, according to the alibi, happened between 9 and 10:05 when he wasn't there, which kind of
Right.
lines up with prosecution, which is all along said the murders happened between 8:30 and 10.
Yes.
So
Yes.
it does line up, and his alibi. See, I didn't remember that one part where he says he was there at 9 o'clock. I never saw the alibi statement until today. I saw the 3 paragraphs. It's really short.
You know,
It
but
just,
you think about it, okay? If he set this all up in his brain, let's say he went back, he went and saw his dad real quick, went back home. Those are the two home, nobody else is home. You know,
Mhm.
he goes in, grabs a shotgun, shoots one, shoots the other. You can do all that in 5 to 10 minutes.
Mhm.
Take a shower, 10 minutes.
True.
All of that could have been done in a
Mhm.
20-minute span that we don't know where he was. All of it. Especially since he never touched the bodies.
True. When
That didn't
during
take any
lunch, I was
time out of
talking.
his day.
We would no, not at all. During the lunch, we were talking about the guns, and MC Record came up, and we were talking theory, and people were saying, well, maybe it was 2 people, maybe he hired somebody. Like we were all just like trying to map out, like based on where the bodies are, how you could accomplish it that quick with no defensive wounds and nobody shouting out to the other one anything that's going on. We don't know that Paul didn't shout out if he was the one that was shot first, based on now
Yeah.
where they say the bodies were. Okay, that
Uh-huh.
kind of makes it like I put it in the chat link if you want to pull that up for yourself later. Based on Paul's feet being at the door of the feed room, laying, with his head out, and they had the
Right.
picture there, and with the mother's body on the side of the building, not in front of the building, on the side,
Uh-huh.
away from the scene, out of view of Paul. That kind of
So,
makes me like, that's how you can with one person be able to shoot 2 people if they
Well,
can't
and that's
see
the
each other.
yeah, I think he would have had to have shot the mother first, I think. But
He could
on the
have.
other hand, he could have caught Paul coming out of the shed or the building and shot him, and then mommy
Mhm.
ran out to see what was going on
Because
and then
remember,
shot
mom
her.
was in movement when she was going away, and she got shot in the legs. That
Okay.
to me, that indicates trying to stop somebody from running away. So, like,
Yeah.
that's what they said. I'm waiting for them to enter that part into evidence. I want to hear the CSI analysis of all of that and like how they, what shot first or what they believe happened. But they have said she was shot in the legs. And to me, that's what that would indicate, especially where the body is. And the body is actually facing towards where, like, not from where she was running, but the other way, like feet away from the scene, head towards the scene of where Paul is. So
Yeah.
that's interesting.
See, but I
I
don't
was
understand why.
surprised.
I was trying to figure out in my head which one he would go, who he was originally trying to shoot when the other one had interrupted it.
Mhm.
That's what I was trying to figure out in my head. Like, was he trying to kill his wife or his son? Like, which one?
Mhm.
I mean,
Yeah.
you said you'd think it would be the son because of all the crap that the son was bringing to the family.
Exactly. I mean, if he was, I just think it was like, I know, like, I'm thinking that that's part of the motive because, he was not in his right frame of mind. Because even after the murders, that's when he, like, hired somebody to shoot himself in the head to try to get money for his older son, in an inheritance. And I'm thinking, was that guilt? Was that like not being able to handle it? Now, in the clips, you're going to hear him earlier in the testimony today when they played the body cam footage of his interview in the back of the sedan with four officers. He does start talking about Paul and about how Paul's so wonderful and everything, but everybody was after him because of this. Like, he had a lot of people beating on him and aggressing on him, and it could have been retaliation for something. Yet he gave no names, no people involved. Of all the lawsuits and all the trouble that this kid has, and Dad knows about it because Dad's been there the whole time, not a single name, but it could have been them,
Ooh.
What do you think? It could have
What do
been
you
them.
think of this
Some
thought?
kind of retaliation.
Right. What do you think of this thought, Claire? What do you think of him going out to shoot Paul with the blackout? The mother hears the multiple shots and comes out with another gun. He takes it away from her and shoots her with it.
That mom had a gun on her?
Well, they're in the country and there's multiple shots.
And they are both Murdaugh family guns. That's true. And the dog was running around with a chicken, and maybe she was looking after a fox or something in the chicken house or something. Maybe, could be, who knows? I mean, it's not unusual. I never thought of either Paul or Mom having one of those guns.
Right. Well, see, because the fact that he was using the blackout, which is so quiet, so the sound would stay on the property. You know what I mean? But those multiple shots, I mean, okay, so everywhere I lived in the country, I lived in a few different counties. All the people I knew, their gun was leaning next to their door unless they had little kids around.
Well, it is near
So
the
she
feed
could have been in
room.
the
It is
kitchen
near-
making a cup of
yeah.
coffee, hear multiple shots, grab the gun, run out the door going, what the fuck is going on?
Mhm.
Thinking something's wrong and she
yeah.
needs the help or something.
Yeah.
And then
Well,
he's there.
based on the video, they were all out there in the general area of the kennels talking about the dog and the chicken on the video that he released to a friend, that Paul released to a friend.
Oh, okay.
Okay, but Sandy says
okay.
Paul was shot with a shotgun and she was shot with the blackout. So Mom could have been shot first, you're right, because he wouldn't have heard it, and then Paul was taken out. It's true. And they're saying again, the blast is much louder from that than a 300 blackout, especially if the blackout had a suppressor on it.
That's
Wow.
exactly that's why I was thinking that. So so the mother was shot with the blackout, the son was shot with the shotgun, which makes me want to switch my story. And he shot the wife, and then the son came around the corner. I don't know. I don't know. Of course, he could have shot her with that gun, and she had a gun in her hand. And he'd take it from her and shoot the son, thinking, "Oh, good, it'll make it look like somebody else did it."
This way,
I find that interesting too.
Never Darling says yes, and we can see that. And they also made comment of it in the interview. He was sweating. He looked sweaty, but his clothes went on. He was not showing any sweat. Sandy says, was it Sandy? Yeah, he was sweating, but his shirt was dry.
Yeah, and let me tell you what.
Also, Mandy agrees with me. Prosecution's totally unprepared today, and it's driving me bonkers. Myself also, because when they're questioning, they're so on point. But today they're entering evidence, and one of the assistant AGs is helping and is actually entering it all into the files and going over the things. It's quite boring, and they're shuffling things around a lot too. And I believe we're coming back on. Okay, I can hear them. All right, I can hear them. Here they go.
I'm gone.
Okay, thanks. Thanks for popping up.
Bring the jury.
Bring the jury. Okay. Here we go. Oh, wrong wheel. We want to make him big. Why isn't he not big? There you go. Back to big. We want to give Judge Newman his big view here.
The jury is present.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Okay, Worley, we left off with that seat belt. Were you able to open it up so we can show the jury? Okay, so if you could tell us, I mean, what we have there.
The entire seat belt, the strap, the receiver, the buckle.
Kind of stretch it out.
Where it was mounted on the side of the vehicle.
Okay, so that was all removed and submitted to the lab for testing, is that right?
Yes, that's right.
Your Honor, this case removes case exhibit 100 into evidence.
Your Honor, I thought we agreed to mark these for ID until the person that did any analysis on it testifies. Did I?
Mark for identification at this time.
And if you'll turn your attention to the screen there, then you can set that seatbelt down. Y'all also, in addition to doing a search on the Chevy Suburban, you did a search on the white 250 truck, is that right?
That's right, yes.
And State's Exhibit 104. Were those 300 blackouts found in the truck?
Yes,
Okay, and do you remember where you collected those from?
I believe the center console.
And State's Exhibit 103. You could tell us, is that the 300 blackouts that we're seeing on the screen there that were collected?
Yes,
And how do you know those are the blackouts you collected?
it's my handwriting on the box with the date and time and initials when I collected it. My initials on the seal tape on the box.
Your Honor, the state would move State's Exhibit 103 into evidence.
I'm sorry, which?
It's the 300 blackouts that were found in the white F-250 that are projected on the screen.
That's the white 250 Paul's truck left on the side of the road?
Yes.
Okay, no objection.
They're admitted.
Did y'all also process another vehicle, Maggie Murdaugh's Mercedes?
Yes, we did.
Were any items of evidentiary value collected from that vehicle?
The only items we collected were 2 sets of swabs from the interior and 2 sets of swabs from the exterior door releases of the driver's door.
Did you attend the autopsies of Maggie and Paul Murdaugh?
I did.
And did you collect any items during the autopsy?
I did.
And what were those?
I can refer to my notes. They were items that were collected during the autopsy that were transferred to me via chain of custody forms. From Maggie, I got clothes, fingernail clippings, projectile fragments. And from Paul, I also got his clothes, fingernail clippings, shotgun pellets, and wadding fragment from left shoulder and head, wadding from left axilla or armpit.
And when you collected those items, what did you do with them?
I transported them to the lab at SLED and submitted them to the lab for analysis.
Agent Worley, I'm going to show you items 66 through 69. Marks takes exhibits 112, 111, 110, and 107. Are those items you collected from the autopsy?
Yes, items I took custody of at autopsy.
And what items are those?
The shotgun pellets and wadding fragment from left shoulder and head. The plastic wadding from left axilla.
Would it help you to open that bag up?
And the projectile fragments from Maggie.
Okay, so if we'll take those items out one by one. Okay, so what is that item there?
This is item 66. Sorry. Yeah, 66.
Okay, and what is that actually?
That is the projectile fragments that were collected from Maggie at autopsy.
Okay, and how do you know that?
That's how it's labeled.
We'll mark item 66. It takes exhibit 112. Okay, what else do we have?
The item 69, plastic wadding from left axilla collected from Paul's autopsy.
We'll mark that item as takes exhibit 111.
And then I also have the item 67, 68, shotgun pellets and wadding fragment from left shoulder and head collected from Paul's autopsy.
This takes exhibit 110 for the shotgun pellets from Paul's autopsy. Okay. Is there any in that bag? Pardon me?
It's labeled with 67 and 68, the pellets and the wadding fragment.
Okay, so the pellets and the wadding fragment are both state's exhibit 110 from Paul Murdaugh, correct?
Sure.
Okay, and what else did you collect here? We got items 70 and 71.
'70 is the left-hand fingernail clippings from Maggie. 71 is the right-hand fingernail clippings, Maggie.
Okay. And those are marked as State's Exhibit 251. Then what is that item?
This is a metal fragment that was collected. It was caught on the dress that I collected from Maggie's autopsy. I collected this metal fragment at the lab at SLED.
So you removed that metal fragment from the dress after the autopsy yourself?
Right.
We mark that as State's Exhibit 109.
You continue to lock the two doors.
I apologize, Your Honor.
Item 72 is the left-hand fingernail clippings from Paul's autopsy, and 73 is the right-hand fingernail clippings from Paul's autopsy.
Mark as State's Exhibit 252. Then State's Exhibit 113. What does that appear to be?
This was a shotgun pellet that I found among Paul's clothing once I got the evidence back to the lab.
Thank you. And finally, we have State's Exhibit 36.
This is Paul's shoes. You want me to open?
You can open. Go ahead. And those are the shoes that you did the inked impressions of, the footwear, to compare to those bloody prints in the feed room?
Yes, they are.
Thank you. Your Honor, at this time, the state would admit State's Exhibits 36, 113, 252, 109, 251, 107, 110, 112, and 111 into evidence.
identification, but without the chain being completed, we would object to admitting them into evidence.
Which of those exhibits did not have any type of analysis done?
You know, I suspect they all did, but I'm sorry.
Yes, Your Honor, I believe they were all analyzed in some way.
Mark for identification.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, Agent Worley. Also in this case, we just talked about Paul and Maggie's clothing. Did you analyze the defendant's clothing?
I did.
And I think we said earlier that his clothing was collected from Agent David Owen,
Yes,
and you received that clothing into your custody and submitted it into the SLED lab.
that's right. I took custody of the clothing before we left the scene.
So what kind of testing were you involved in regards to the defendant's clothing?
We processed the t-shirt and the shorts with LCV. It's a presumptive test for blood.
Now, what is LCV?
Leucocrystal violet is a presumptive test. Looks for hemoglobin component of blood.
So what happens when you put it on something?
If it's reacting to the presence of blood, it's a presumptive positive test and it'll turn purple.
Can LCV react to other things besides blood?
It can.
Like what?
Bleach, rust, I think are the main ones.
Okay. All right. So when you process the defendant's clothing with the LCV, what did you find?
There were several areas of staining that we had a presumptive positive result, several on the front and a few on the back of the t-shirt.
And what about the shorts?
The shorts, there were a few on the front and back.
So when you got that presumptive test with the LCV, what did you do with the shirt then?
We documented the entire process with photographs, starting from taking it out of the package to before we did anything at all with it. We took photographs of the front, the back, inside and outside. Once we sprayed it with the LCV and saw all the stains that we saw on it, we rephotographed it again with a scale, without a scale first, then with a scale for each stain. Then we laid the shirt flat and labeled each of the stains with a letter and photographed it again with that letter and a scale in the photograph for each of the stains.
And you did that for the shirt and for the pants?
Yes.
Okay. And as far as your analysis goes, after the shirt was processed and shorts were processed with the LCV, did you do any further analysis?
No, I did not.
Okay. And now after something has been sprayed with LCV, what happens to that object?
Over time, any area of the object that came in contact with the LCV will oxidize and the entire thing will be purple.
Okay. So like right now, if you sprayed this paper with LCV and it didn't turn like purplish blue, would it eventually turn purplish blue even though there's no blood on this paper?
Yes.
All right. Let's move ahead to the search of Moselle. Was that property eventually searched by yourself and other agents?
It was.
And when did that occur?
September 13th, 2021.
And that was several months after the murders took place in June?
That's right.
And what parts of the area or the residence were searched?
We searched the entire residence. The main focus was the gun room on the first floor.
Okay, so could you kind of, I guess, describe the property and the areas that were searched?
There's the main residence, and then also there was a cabin closer to the kennels that faced Moselle Road, and then also the workshop that was located near the kennels.
Okay. And is the residence a fairly large residence?
It is.
And you searched the entire residence?
Yes.
And you mentioned the focus was on a gun room.
Yes.
Where was that located in the residence?
It's on the first floor.
Did you find any items of interest in the gun room when you searched it?
We did collect several items from the gun room.
Was the workshop area of the residence searched? Out near the kennels?
Yes, near the kennels, yes.
Agent Worley, I'm going to show you States Exhibits 124, 123, 122, 121, 120, 119, 118, 117, and 116. Could you tell me if those are pictures taken during y'all's search that day?
Yes.
Are those true and accurate depictions of the search of the residence of Moselle and the workshop area?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, at this time, I would offer States Exhibits 124, 123, 122, 121, 120, 119, 118, 117, and 116 into evidence.
They're admitted.
Agent Worley, is States Exhibit 116 a picture of the gun room there?
Yes, it is.
And States Exhibit 117?
Yes.
It appears to have a pool table and a little workout bike in there.
That's right.
And do you recall whether this door in the picture exits to the outside of the house?
Yes, it does.
States 118, is that the gun rack in that room?
Yes, it is.
Now, when y'all did the search in September, were any of those guns collected that day?
No.
So these are additional guns to the guns that had already been collected by SLED agents.
That's right.
Was there a lot of ammunition in that room?
There was.
Okay, about States 119. Is that a box of ammunition,
Yes, it is.
mixed ammunition?
Right.
In fact, was there, this whole bookcase we're looking at over here, was that just full of ammunition?
Yes.
An ammunition bookcase?
Yes.
States Exhibit 120.
That was also on that bookshelf.
States Exhibit 121.
Yes.
That is 300 blackout ammunition from this box
That's right.
on the bookcase.
Yes.
And was some of this ammunition collected?
It was.
And you said you also searched the work shed or hangar out near the kennels?
Yes.
States Exhibit 122. Is that ammunition that was found in the workshop?
Yes, it was in that red bin on the workbench.
Okay. And we see ammunition in a little, like a wire tub and then in this tray?
Yes.
Specifically in Exhibit 123, what types of ammunition was some of the ammunition that was located?
It was one unfired cartridge, head stamped Barnes 300 BLK. It's the one on the left. And then the 4 unfired shot shells, head stamped 12 gauge Federal.
And item 124.
And those were the boxes of 300 blackout ammunition photograph.
And you said y'all collected some of those for evidence purposes?
Not at this one.
But some of the ammunition that y'all found was collected for evidence purposes, is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you for indulgence, Your Honor.
Stand again while we're in the building.
Okay, let's see where. Stretching again. Look how tall. See how tall he is? Like, yes. 6'3" rather, from what Hawkskull says, 6'3" or 4. Yeah, he's very tall. Mhm. Oh, you're never late. It's always replay, Yickers. Don't worry. I'm just glad you're here. We're getting towards the end. It's a little after 4. They usually finish around 5. We'll see, based on if they're going to bring another witness forward. This was very long, entering of evidence today, going over a lot of stuff that they collected. They've got people from the crime lab from SLED. We had quite an interesting morning. I recommend you start the morning with the testimony of Laura Rutland, which was done by the prosecutor, John, I guess it's Mieters. He was quite animated. He had a booming voice. He kept startling me because he would pick a word to like emphasize. He was getting me. Mm. Do we have a principal? Hawkskull, do you want to volunteer?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, we're back. Good stretch, everyone.
If you could take a look at these items and tell us whether these were collected by you that day. This was some of that ammunition we were just speaking about.
Want me to open that? Yes, these were all collected the day we did that search.
Okay, and where were they collected from?
From the desk in the living room was the cabin that faced Moselle Road. One cartridge from the Winchester box on the bookshelf in the gunroom, head stamp Barnes 300 BLK. One cartridge collected from the desk in the living room of the cabin. One cartridge head stamped S&B AAC 300 BLK from the desk in the living room of the cabin. One cartridge collected from the desk in the living room, stamped Barnes 300 BLK. One cartridge from the desk in the living room, head stamped Hornady 300 BLK in the cabin. One cartridge collected from the Winchester box on bookshelf in gunroom, head stamped S&B 300 AAC BLK. One cartridge from Winchester box on bookshelf in gunroom, head stamped S&B AAC 300 BLK. One cartridge head stamped S&B AAC 300 BLK from the bookcase in the gunroom. One cartridge from the Winchester box on bookshelf in gunroom, head stamped S&B AAC 300 BLK. One cartridge from the Winchester box on the bookshelf in the gunroom, head stamped S&B AAC 300 BLK. One cartridge from the Winchester box on bookshelf in gunroom, head stamped S&B AAC 300 BLK. One cartridge from the Winchester box on the bookshelf in the gunroom, head stamped S&B AAC 300 BLK. And one cartridge case, head stamped S&B AAC 300 BLK from the bookcase in the gunroom.
And all of those items items 147 through 161, which would be states 128, 129, 130, 131, 132, 133, 139, 138, 137, 136, 135, 134, 140, 141, and 142. State will move into evidence at this time. All right, and we have some additional cases that were found.
One unfired shot shell from a state box on bookshelf in gunroom, head stamped Winchester 12 gauge.
That will be states 149,
One unfired shot shell, head stamped 12 gauge Federal from red bin on workshop bench.
states 150,
One unfired shot shell, head stamped 12 gauge Federal from the red bin on the workshop bench.
that will be states 148,
One unfired shot shell from nightstand in Paul's bedroom, head stamped Winchester 12 gauge.
states 147,
One unfired shot shell from Kent box on bookshelf in gunroom, head stamped Winchester 12 gauge.
that will be 146,
One unfired shot shell from the state box on bookshelf in gunroom, head stamped Winchester 12 gauge.
that's 145,
One unfired shot shell, head stamped 12 gauge Federal from red bin on the workshop bench.
that will be states 144,
And another unfired shot shell, head stamped 12 gauge Federal from the red bin on the workshop bench.
that would would be states 143. Your Honor, the state will move these items, exhibits into evidence at this time.
Any objection?
No objection.
You're admitted without objection.
What else do we have there, Agent Worley?
One cartridge case, head stamped S&B 300 BLK from the sable and oak bag in the gunroom.
This states 126 is from the gun room. Okay.
One cartridge case, head stamped Hornady 300 BLK collected from black Ford F-150 under the driver's seat.
It would be states 127. The state would move states 126 and 127 into evidence. States exhibit 126, 300 S&B 300 blackout, and 127 is a Hornaday 300 blackout. States exhibit 127 is from the black Ford F-150 under the driver's seat from a search on, let Agent Worley testify
was-
here.
That same search that day.
But that would be not Paul's car, not Alex's car. I don't quite, Your Honor, I object on the basis of relevance. I don't know why a bullet from nobody's car that's involved in this would be relevant.
You're admitted over objection.
Thank you.
Okay, what other exhibits do we have there?
These are magazines containing ammunition. One of them contains 300 blackout ammunition collected from the shelf in the gunroom. And then the other one is a magazine containing cartridges, 300 blackout cartridges collected from the black Ford F-150.
Okay, so this item's collected from the black F-150. That truck was searched that day too?
There, it was, yes.
And where was that truck at?
If I remember correctly, it was in front of the residence.
It was a truck that was on the property?
Yes, it was on the property.
Was it on the property the night of the murders?
It might have been the one that was parked off away from the workshop.
Do you know why that truck was searched that day?
It was on the property, and then the search warrant included vehicles.
And those items were found inside that vehicle?
Yes, one of these was.
Okay. And what is the other one?
That's from the shelf in the gunroom. The one from the gunroom.
Let's one from the gun room.
It's this one.
Okay, so state's exhibit 152. What did you say that was?
A magazine containing 300 blackout ammunition collected from the shelf in the gun room.
State would move states 152 into evidence.
Okay.
And then we had states 258. What was that?
Cartridge collected from the workshop bench, head stamped Barnes 300 BLK.
collect any other items that day when the property was searched?
I don't believe so.
All right, let's go back a little bit in your testimony when we were referring to the 300 blackout that you collected from Agent McAllister. If you wouldn't mind looking back at your notes. I believe you testified that that was item 34, but that was actually item 33 is the Palmetto State Armory PSA PA-15 multi-rifle with a night scope.
Yes.
That is item 33, the gun.
I have that the night vision scope was 33.
I believe if you'll look closely, you'll see where the gun with the night
Okay,
vision scope.
yeah, it's the gun with the scope on it, yes.
Is that correct?
That's right.
The gun with the night vision scope being item 33.
Right.
And then to clarify, item 34 would be the 130 round magazine containing the multiple S&B 300 blackout cartridges. Is that right?
Right, it was separated from the gun when I took custody of it, so I logged them in as separate items.
All right, but you did collect those from Kevin.
That's right.
All right, and then also going back to the scene, you mentioned a projectile that was found near a tire impression.
Yes. We were setting up to take examination quality photographs of the tire impressions at marker 8. We located another fired projectile that was lying on the ground.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 250. If you'll take a look at that, could you tell us what that is?
And this is that projectile near the tire impression.
Your Honor, the state will move State's Exhibit 250 into evidence.
Okay.
Without objection.
Your Honor, I believe that is finally all we have for, excuse me, Your Honor. Agent Worley, I'll have you take a look at, mark this as a state exhibit. You recall collecting the shotgun from Officer Green,
Yes.
or Sergeant Green? When you collected that gun, did you swab it?
I did.
I'm going to hand you State's Exhibit 259. If you could tell us what that exhibit is.
I took 2 swabs of suspected blood from the side of the shotgun and 2 swabs from the muzzle end of the barrel of the shotgun. That was as a precaution when I was unloading the weapon. The 16 gauge shot shell got lodged in the barrel, and before I placed one of my own dowel rods down the barrel to push it back out, I swabbed the muzzle of the barrel just in case.
You swabbed it just in case what?
I didn't want to contaminate any, if there was potential evidence in the barrel or in the muzzle end of the barrel before I placed my dowel rod in that end of the barrel.
And the other swab, did it appear there was visible blood on that gun?
Yes, suspected blood, yes.
Okay. And what did you do with those swabs once they were collected?
I packaged them in their envelopes, sealed them, and transported them to the lab.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move State's Exhibit 259 into evidence.
Okay.
Court's indulgence, Your Honor.
An interesting close-up of Alex right now. I like when we get like a good view of him.
Select some additional items from Agent Croft. I'm gonna have you take a look at State's Exhibit 260.
I believe these are the ones I took custody of from Katie McAllister.
Katie McAllister. And Will Marks takes Exhibit 260 for identification purposes only. Is cartridge cases that Agent Worley took custody of from Katie McAllister. And then also these items 40 through 44, which would be State's Exhibit 212, 254, 255, 256, and 257. For identification purposes only. What are those?
These are the other items I took custody of from Katie McAllister.
So items collected by Katie McAllister and each of us.
Right.
Your Honor, the state would offer exhibits 260, 212, 254, 255, 256, and 257 for identification purposes only.
I'm not quite sure what they are. If Ms. Google come here, we can perhaps have a brief discussion.
Okay.
Submitted for identification purposes.
Agent Worley, one more thing. State's Exhibit 261 for identification purposes only. Can you tell us if these are items that you received into your custody?
Yes, they are.
Okay, and how do you know that?
It's my handwriting on this outer packaging.
So there are quite a lot of items in there that you received from, is it Agent Croft or Agent McAllister?
These, I believe, were ones I took custody of from Lieutenant Todd Shank.
Okay.
Let me open them.
But those are items that you took custody of.
That's right. And I logged them in to the lab. I didn't collect them myself. I got them via chain of custody, and then I logged them into the lab.
And that's State's Exhibit 261 for identification purpose only. Any objection?
Identification only.
Yes.
Marked identification.
Close the doors, just one minute here. I think we're done.
Thank you, Agent Worley. Please answer any questions from the defense.
Cross-examination.
Your Honor, may we approach? I can say it right here. My cross-examination of this witness will take several hours. And if we begin this afternoon, I'm afraid Monday morning, I'm going to have to go through everything I went through today to ensure that there's some continuity there. And no offense to the jury, but I'm not sure I'll remember what I did today on Monday. So I would ask you if we could go ahead and take our weekend break today.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will recess for the weekend and resume at 9:30 Monday morning. Please do not discuss the case.
Okay, so that is it for the day. Looks like they are recessed for the day. At 4:35, a little bit early. We are recessed for the day and for the weekend. Beck, thank you for putting some links in there for people to check out. I appreciate it. So I went and he put a picture of the blackout rifle there. He also sent me a link to Law and Crime that has some pictures of the evidence, which I'll have for you on Monday. I'll make a presentation on some of the other evidence that we're gathering around Twitter so that we have things to play for you during the breaks. And I appreciate it. I see you guys talking back and forth about the guns now. I do not know a lot about guns. That I will tell you. So I could not tell you if that ammunition can be used in other guns or not. I'm gonna wait for ballistics to like set me straight on all of that. By the way, I got a super chat from Sandy while the court was up, and I didn't put it up. But Sandy, thank you. She hasn't been able to do this in a while. Thanks for hosting, even if I'm watching two feeds. And you know what? I'm glad to be one of them. So thank you very much. Okay, and oh, I see Uncle Beck. I will send you one. Okay, and get you in there, and get you on the ranch. Everybody who panels up with us gets invited in there. Mods and panelers. I'm glad you can share links while we're doing this. So I do appreciate it. Does anybody have any questions before we head out? Because it's been a long day. I'm gonna like take a nice long weekend break from the trial, and I will be doing the trial again on Monday. I'll be gathering up as much pictures that I see to get everything together for you to have during the breaks and then during the lunch. And also, I will still be doing my regular true crime update. It just won't be at 4 p.m. EST as usual. It will be at 7 p.m. And I will still be doing my other shows over at the Shills. We'll be doing Operator Starsky, and also we will be doing a Sunday show, The Uncalled For with Amy Hogan. And we are going to be talking about gun control and the mishaps, the shootings that recently happened in the United States that were quite awful. So we're going to have a discussion about that and some other things. So hopefully I'll see you all on the weekend. If not, everybody have a great weekend. And and you know what, Sandy, you know, I love you and I want you to be around. I really do. And I'm sorry. You know, I don't know what to say, love. It's nothing like that is all. Okay. I'm looking at MC's comment. Look at MC's comment with the Beck. Okay. If the rifle is chambered in 300, it can. There are even AK-47s chambered in 300 AAC. I guess so it can be used in other ways. I'm sorry you feel that way, Sandy, but you kept leaving, and you know, and I hate to see that happening with someone. So I'm sorry you feel that way. If you want to discuss it, you know how to reach me. I really don't think it should be something that you and I can talk about. Feel free to reach out to me. You know how to reach me. All my DMs are open. Nobody's blocked anywhere. All right. So on that, I will see you all for the trial on Monday. Thanks again, What the Beck, for the links and everything. And I'll be in touch. And also, Never Darling, I will be in touch. I did get your email. Thank you very much, love. Everybody else who was hanging out, thanks for contributing in the chat. Thank you, MC Wrecker and What the Beck, for helping me with some of the conversation up here. Yes, I would, MC Wrecker. I would like you to come on when you can and explain better about that. Do you want to explain about it now before I leave? Just give me a heads up. I see you in the chat. Yep. I was just going to sign off, but now I don't see if you're there or not. So let's just. Oh, you can. Okay, hop up and explain to me what you're talking about with the ammunition. Let's get this documented on the video. Because I know with you being in New Zealand, you may not be able to join us on Monday. You'll be working again. So get your butt up here. And let's document this, what you're talking about here for the ammunition, because I am not an ammunitions person. I don't like guns. I don't know anything about guns. So they make rifles for it, but any rifle can be rechambered. Okay. Welcome back. Okay.
It's good to be back.
Okay. Tell me what you and Beck are talking about there. Go ahead. You got the floor.
It's really weird. A New Zealander, someone coming from a country whose gun control is actually quite strong, knowing so much about guns. Also, I've never shot one myself, but so I do have a interest in them due to the fact of their nature. So basically, the 300 blackout is just the shell and the bullet.
Okay.
You can have nearly any gun in the entire world made to fit a 300 blackout. Some I would suggest not doing, others are more suited for it. But I think it's important that we establish that the 300 blackout is the ammunition. It's not the rifle. The rifle that they're likely looking for is your most common AR-15 style rifle. I doubt it's going to be anything else other than that.
Didn't they mention that though? And when they mentioned the two rifles, didn't they say blackout though in one of them? Like, as if there was a style like that. I'm confused, because I know they keep mentioning two different, a shotgun and a rifle.
And a rifle. So, sometimes people will say it's a blackout rifle, meaning it's for instance, an AR-15 chambered in 300 blackout. But you can actually get a single shot bolt action rifle that also shoots 300 blackout.
Oh, okay.
So this is how dramatic it can be. You could even theoretically have a handgun that shoots the 300 blackout.
It depends on the chamber, right? Like it just depends on if it's fitted for it. And that's what Hawkskull was saying about the 35 millimeter caliber shell. As long as any firearm has a 35 millimeter wide chamber, it can fire a 35 millimeter caliber bullet.
Yes.
Or AMU. Okay. So that I get. So when they say a .300 blackout, they're talking about the casing. They're talking about the shell, right?
They're talking about the bullet. They're talking
So
about
they're talking about the ammunition. Okay.
The ammunition. They're not talking about the rifle.
So they are definitely talking about a rifle that can handle the ammunition of a .300 blackout ammo. That's what they're saying, because that may be the type of bullets that they found in the body. Correct?
Would you like me to pull up a rifle that shoots 300 blackout?
No, because I actually want. I mean, we can post the link for people to check. But what I want to put on the stream is actually which ones they say it was. When they show it, that's the one I want up there. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to give them the wrong. And what if they show us a different one, later, and people will get confused?
The thing is that there are so many variations.
That's the thing.
I can go on any gun website and like there are, as I said, single bolt action rifles that shoot 300 blackout. There are fully automatic
Exactly. Yeah.
long barrel rifles that shoot 300
Mm-hmm.
blackout. There are what would be called SBFs,
Mm-hmm.
SBRs, which are short barrel rifles, which are really stubby that shoot 300 blackout.
Right, but there's so many of them. It wouldn't really be productive to show like all these different ones. Like, I
No.
think they're going to come up and show us exactly which ones the Murdaugh family owned, and that
I could show
gun
you.
could have come, and that the casings that were found could have come from those rifles. I mean, I'm sure we're going to hear that.
I can show you what I think they will show. I strongly believe that they will show.
Well, okay, we'll match it up later, but let's just make a disclaimer that we're not saying this is the gun. We're saying
Yeah.
this one can shoot that type of ammunition. And this
Yeah.
is MC Records' speculation on what it might look like. Go ahead. You can put it up then
Okay.
if you want to put it up. And then
So
if there's anything else you want to say about the ammunition from the testimony that we just heard, we'll just document it for prosperity and then call it a weekend. Yeah.
yes. So what you would most likely be looking at would be something that looks like, why are these photos so terrible? Like this. And this is pure speculation. It may not look exactly like this.
Wow, that looks like, serious. Like, that doesn't look like a farm gun to me. Like, no,
This is an
that's kind of
AR-15.
serious. Yeah.
This is just a stock standard with iron sights and AR-15. And that's what you're likely to see. That's what I'm going to hazard a guess you will see. But as you can tell, this looks like a serious assault rifle. Now, I'll show you what you might consider would be normally on a farm. This.
Oh.
Which is this is just a single action, single bolt action. Why is that shrinking? Single bolt action rifle that shoots 300 blackout. Completely different guns. So where I sort of get in the muck and the mire is when people start trying to just put one particular gun to one particular ammo, because it's important to not just be accurate with what they are, with like what happens legally in court, but also like what happens, what the actual weapon is, because for instance, if it was if they only had single bolt action rifles, that puts a huge hole,
right,
pun not intended, in the case, because then you're looking at, well, if they don't actually own any weapons that are like that, it's going to be hard to pin it down on Murdaugh, because it's just simply not there.
Yeah. Well, they're saying that the rifles for the 300 blackout are very easy to obtain parts for. They can even be built from the ground up. A person can buy any of the parts. They're affordable rifle purchase. And also, it's a rifle used for small varmint and small predators. The ammo has a quick drop rate and is not made for long range. Not very accurate over 300 meters. That's all very, very interesting. Well, Anna, welcome back. We're just cleaning up. We're talking guns here because I know nothing. I admit to knowing absolutely nothing about guns. And there was a discussion in the chat, and MC Record decided to come up and help us out with that. in regards to that. Thank you. Thank you for helping along that. I'm curious, as I'm sure you are, to find out what they actually present as what the murder weapon is. I'm
Yes,
real curious.
I hope they do find it
Mhm.
because I feel like if they, because as far as
Mhm.
we know, that shotgun that they have is only the one
Mhm.
that he brought there. They don't
Right.
know if that's the actual shotgun.
Right. Well, they just know that the family owns quite a few, and they know that the
Mm,
casings are all over the place for these two type of weapons that they're saying were used. Casings
mm,
that fit those guns are everywhere. So they're pretty sure that the guns that were used in the murder were from the family,
mm.
family-owned guns, and they have said that there were 25 catalog guns put on there. So I
Yep.
guess we're going to hear more. We're going to hear from the CSI, the crime scene investigators, and we're going to probably hear a theory on how that was actually accomplished, which I can't wait to hear actually from them how they think it was committed, what happened. It'll be interesting. And thank you, Beck, for the link, because if everybody uses that link, you'll see multiple versions of those guns, exactly what Recker's saying and exactly what Beck is saying. They're both all saying the same thing, just differently. They're all, and Hawk Skull also. Everybody's telling us that that ammunition can be used in multiple different rifles. So that's going to be tough. I hear you. That's going to be an interesting one. Thank you. I think on that, I'm going to hope the music plays for my outro, and I'm going to see everybody Monday if you don't catch me over at the shows. Thanks, Wrecker. I appreciate it. And thank you
No
again, Beck,
problem.
and
Thanks for having
everybody,
me
all
on.
my mods, everybody in the chat. As always, I like it. I like it. All right. I'll talk to you later. Bye, all.
See you all.